Oh my god, you can hear an echo. What the heck is that? I don't know. Hi! Oh my god, hi! Do not, yeah, chat, do not drink Celsius Peach Vibe Sparkling White Peach Edition. It's not very good. Oh my god, hi! Guess what, you guys? 150 years of Miia. That's a curse, motherfucker. Hi! In the spirit of the birthday girl. I said, I was like, we're locking the fuck in, but we do have to limit this stream so that I can raid into Mari's birthday stream because she's my homie. My serotonin source, parentheses, besides my meds. Most normal meoid. I thought Abby was in chat for a second, but it was actually just the emote bot. It's Fish birthday. Woo! Miia! Give me the VOD and my life is yours! I love those videos! I actually love those TikToks. Can we marb until Mari stream? No, that's a lot of marbing. That's like... what? That's like 5 to 6 hours of marbing, which we've done before. It is possible, it is fully possible, but I'm cruel and hate Link specifically. Which VOD? I posted yesterday's, unless Twitch took it down. Yesterday's VOD should be up. I had a receipt from Apple. What did I buy? Blue Archive. I tried to buy... chat. I tried to buy, like, the 200 pyroxene or whatever, like, the couple dollar things. Oh, my collab perspective. Yeah, I still have to edit that video down because I have to crop out the stuff that, like, wasn't streamed. I would have to crop that out, which... don't even go... what because we were talking off stream. I have to crop that part out. Yeah, I have to edit out the slurs. You want me to get Link's YouTube channel banned? I'll get his YouTube channel banned. That's bad. Yeah. I have to boot up Blue Archive and do my gacha pulls. Did I become Mormon Jesus? Well, here's the thing. We found out that we're not Mormon Jesus, we're Hitler. And we have to exterminate the tribals. The bad tribals. Tribes people. We have to, the ones with bombs, we have to, yes, I have to kill them all. That's what Daniel told me to do. He told me to kill them all, and I said, okay. And I took out my giant shoulder-mounted Tesla cannon, and I started turning them into little piles of ash. And I'll do it again! You don't have to, only most of them. Oh, also, speaking of... What? Hi, Miss Cat. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a fun stream. Thank you for stopping by. It's a manifest destiny. It's what the wasteland Jesus wanted me to do. Yeah, I told Joshua that I killed Caesar, and he was pretty happy about it. Incomplete history exists because of failed payment. I'm not paying them anymore. Oh my god. I got my pyroxene, chat! Hi! Oh my god, hi! Wait, did I get extra? No. I have 1 10 pull. You know what? Why not? Let's make this tax deductible. Do you hear that? That's the sound of energy drink cans being moved off of my camera space. Isn't it a beautiful thing? Move the kill bottle. Alright, that should be good for the camera. Alright. I want her. Let's do a 10 pull. No. I'm killing myself, chat. Nothing good ever happens to me. Did you know that? Nothing good ever happens to me. I'm not gonna spend money on this game. I spend like $2. I'm not gonna spend any more money on this game, but it is like tax. I'm 40 pulls. 40 pulls, no 3-star. 40 pulls minimum. 40 pulls minimum because it doesn't count any like carryover or whatever from the last banner. I don't know if Blue Archive even carries over, but we're 40 pulls so far, no 3-star. I know, my luck is stuck in Arknights, and I'm not gonna complain about that. It doesn't, dude, that's bullshit. Well, I don't know about the limited ones, but even in Arknights, like the pity, like the 50 pulls and then your rate starts to increase, that carries over. Actually, like the standard banner, the Colonel banner. I don't know if the limited banner even has one because it has a separate pity system, but I guess my luck is just stuck in Arknights, and I'm not gonna complain about that, but I am gonna complain a little bit because I need to save my pulls. I didn't pull on the last event, so I didn't get the last event character, and there's gonna be one more event between the limited banner, and it's a cute girl, and I think there's only gonna be one more event between the next limited banner, but it's a cute girl, and I can't pull on that one either if I want to save my pulls, because I can't pull with pay. I can't just buy currency and pull with that. I would have to use up my saved pulls, which technically there's no difference between paid currency pulls and saved pulls, but it's like a mental thing, you know? Hold on. I'm gonna look up, like, the banner. What banners are gonna be in. The Mortician, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. Upcoming headhunting banners. So... Okay, this is sort of... Okay. Yeah, there it is. Here's what I'm trying to show you guys. Okay. Whoa. So these... I didn't pull on the banner that's going... I'm not pulling on the banner going on right now, even though she's on it and I really want her. But I need to pull on this one so I can get this character. And then this is the main one. Oh, you can't even see the icon, my fat head. Can I go down? This is the main one that ran from February 1st to February 15th on the Chinese server. So it's gonna run probably in about 3 weeks. And let me show you guys. This bracket, this limited limited. There's like... God damn. Yeah. Anyways, these are all like extra Giga limited characters. They'll never go to the regular banner pool. But so I need to save all my pulls so that I can try to get this. This is the new one. I already have this one and I already have this one. I actually don't have her, but I really want her because she's sexy. But let's see. And I already have her. I already have her. I already have her. And this is gonna come in like 3 months. This is another limited that's gonna come in like 3 months. But then I have, like, I have all the other limited characters that are like already released, except for the Dragon Girl. I need to pull. Gotcha. Also, first time. Hi. Hi. I need to pull for the Dragon Girls because they're just so beautiful. I need to go on the... This is June 21st, 2024, but I'm looking for July. Let's go to the Game Press. I love that website. Unless it just doesn't work. God damn it! This stupid ass fucking website broke. I don't know if you guys remember. I was like bitching about it a few weeks ago. The website broke. Game Press. I think the hosting for it broke. And so now it just, sometimes some things work, some things don't. Some things work and some things don't. It's down. The website is down! Again! God damn it. I wish I could show you guys. I wish I could show you guys, but it's down right now. But anyways, I've been like trying to not pull on the gacha so much so that I can do like all the super limited ones. The provider's just shitty. Well, it's not that they would be running out of money because there's like, let's see if the Fate one. Let's see if Yo, fuck them, bruh. Okay, wait. Never mind. It's just the Arknights one, because the Fate one is actually up. It's just the Arknights one. I'm on the Fate one right now. Oh, I guess it was just the link on Google. Yeah, maybe it was just the link on Google. Because I guess the Arknights one was just linking to the old wiki, because the Fate one linked to the new one. So let me show you guys now that I'm on this Arknights website. The Chinese event list. Okay. Ooh. So, okay, some of the pages don't work on the website right now. So, there is something up. There is something up with it, but... that's weird. Let me try to find it. Wait, this is all... No, show me the Chinese... Show me the release dates. I love gambling. Dude, half of this stuff is not loading on this web. I don't know what's wrong with it. I guess some of the web pages just... Oh my god, they have a gacha simulator. Please be up, please be up, please be up, please be up, please be up. Full gacha pool? No. Select the banner. Inactive. Oh my god. This is like... I don't know if you guys remember. They have one of these for like Genshin. I don't know if they have one of these for like all of the other gacha games. But I would do the Genshin one a lot. Oh my god. This is so fucking slow. I don't know why. I'm cooked. It's so over. I'm fucking cooked. Okay, now this one is loading. But I want the... It should say, like, upcoming. See, they, like, redid the way the website looks, and I don't like that. I need to find the events and campaign list. Or maybe... Let's go to the banner list. There it is. Yeah. So this... This is the banner that I want to pull on. And this is the banner that's about to start. This one right here is the one that's about to start. That one. I guess they haven't updated it because these banners also have already happened. But it's literally this one, and then there's like a week downtime, and then this one starts. So I'm really excited. I need to save up my gacha pulls. So I can't... What I'm trying to say is I can't spend money on Blue Archive because just in case I have really bad luck in Arknights, I'm gonna need to spend money in Arknights. Maybe. It's like a just in case thing, you know? What is the schedule? I don't know. Kaihen, you tell me, brother. What if I had more money? Lack of updates on community sites is a sign of a dying game. They just got... Arknights just got their first... Maybe the Western world. What is the schedule for the week? Why would I know that? I have never done a weekly schedule. Except for a joke. I did a weekly schedule like 2 weeks ago for a joke. But I don't do schedules. Hell no. Yeah, Arknights is like really big in Japan than China. In China, they just got a Sanrio collab. They got the fucking... It's gonna be over when it comes to the Western server. And everybody sees Hello Kitty and Kuromi in the Arknights. They're like, oh, fuck, I need this game. For your birthday? Well, yeah, of course there was a schedule for my birthday. That's a special event. This isn't a special event. I'm just streaming today. I'm having fun. I have to, like, adjust my glasses on my head. Because I don't know what it is, you guys, but I've been, like... Every Miia stream could be the... Actually, that's not true. Don't even suggest something like that. Not every Miia stream could be the last, because... If I randomly stopped streaming... Cold turkey, never streamed again, I might kill myself. If I died, technically, yeah. Any stream could be my last stream if I die in a freak accident. Maybe. I got my 7 p.m. TikTok email. We should bet on it. Will I die in a freak accident today? Chat, put a 1 in chat if you think I will die in a freak accident today, or put a 2 if you think I won't. Be honest. Wow, it's pretty evenly split, isn't it? Oh boy. Oh boy, it's pretty evenly split. I jinxed it. I jinxed it as in I'm going to die? Or like, I'm gonna die now? She doesn't know about the gaslight. It was nice knowing you. Okay, I'm going to expect like a giant email or something full of heartfelt goodbye messages. If I'm really gonna die in a freak accident today, it's because I have a nasty flavored energy drink. Chat. Wait! I know why I don't like this one. Chat, I know why I don't like this one. I just realized when I put it to my mouth and instinctively started continuously drinking instead of just sipping. It's... Okay. It's white peach. And... No! It's nasty because of the sun. I didn't know. It's not. I said it was nasty because it's white peach. And chat, let's do a few connections. Put 2 and 2 together. I think the last time I got drunk to the point of feeling bad. Was a month and a half ago, maybe. No, it wasn't off-kai. I didn't really get drunk at off-kai. It was... anyways, it was... I was drinking a lot of... I drank like 2 whole... like white peach soju bottles. I had a lot of soju when I was in California, you guys. I'll tell you that. But I had... I had a shit ton of it, and it was all peach flavored. It was white peach flavored. And I finally... Yes. That's what I was... Bottles? What do you mean, bottles? Bottles like a beer bottle. Like a beer bottle size. But, you know, I think they're a little bit different than beer bottles. I was actually carrying around like a giant bottle of like vodka the whole time. Hi, Zurich! It's good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. It's not beer. Look, I didn't realize there was gonna be somebody. I didn't realize there was gonna be anybody in my chat that didn't know soju. But let me get a picture. Very low res picture. Hi. This is just the first thing on Google Images. This. But it had like a woman on it. There was like a woman on the bottle. Is it a West Coast thing? No, it's like Korean. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what it is. I don't know what's in it. I can't even like Google woman on bottle. What is the alcohol percentage of these? It's like 8% or something. 13%! I just looked it up. It's actually 13%. It's easy to drink with... I'm literally looking at like a... This is from Liquor World Las Vegas. Summary. It says it's easy to drink with an alcohol content of only 13%. It is very easy to drink. It's good. I don't know. I guess they would sell it at like... I guess they would sell it at like an Asian grocery store, maybe. How many did you have? Like 2 bottles? It's dumb bitch juice. Well, people like it because it's like really fruity. Like it's supposed to, like, you know, the quote unquote, oh, it doesn't taste like there's alcohol in it. You can't taste the alcohol. How big is it? Here's somebody. Let me see. I'll Google in hand. In hand. So we can get like a size comparison. There's not a lot of pictures. Okay, here. This is like a really JPEG-y picture of somebody like trying to mix a drink with it. But look! That's their hand. It's like the size of a beer bottle. It's like the size of a beer bottle. Yeah. Alcohol is for tasting. If you don't want to taste it, butt chug. Do people actually do that? I've seen like people memeing about it, but is that more, it's a weeb thing? I don't think it's a weeb thing. I think specifically, no, I think it's literally just more common in Asia because it's an Asian drink. Soju is the weeb thing, really? Really? Not butt chugging. No, butt chugging is a weeb thing. Butt chugging is a weeb thing. Anime fans love it, which is why I'm proud to say I don't watch anime. I'm actually not proud to say that. I'm pretty upset because There's been a lot of stuff that I see on Twitter. I've been like missing like so many anime like that I've wanted to watch, like seasonal things, that I'm like, damn, I'm just way too busy to watch these, and I get kind of bummed. But it's okay, because I read manga. And I think reading manga is better than watching anime. Some will disagree. Maybe many. Maybe few. But I think, the weebs are more into it. Yeah, I think that can apply to any Asian thing. Weebs are gonna be more into it. Yeah. I think that applies to any East Asian thing. Weebs are just going to be more into it. You made anime takes on Twitter? Because I fucking love JoJo, okay? I love JoJo. That's one of the shows that I'm like, yeah, I've read it, I've watched it. I have JoJo. I have like physical merch. I have like official physical merch. I fucking love JoJo's, okay? I love it. But what is it? I prefer reading manga because I always feel like it's really hard for me to like have anime on like the side, my like side monitor, and then work, because I don't have time to just like spend an entire day watching anime. But I can go through manga way faster, right? You can go through manga way faster than you can go through anime, so I prefer reading it. And then actually, because I've seen like so many announcements for like seasonal animes that it's like I've read the manga for it, and I'm like, oh wow, wait, I know this one. Just do both. I need to work. No, I need to work. Speaking of work, I somehow was able to draw a sketch. Only a sketch today. If you guys haven't seen it. It's me and Mari_EN. And if you haven't liked it, curses be upon your future generations, because you guys gotta wish her a happy birthday, so go like this. Go like this. There's white-haired girls. Yeah, but look, my hair is purple. Her hair is blonde. Her hair is platinum blonde. Mine is a little bit purple on the bottom. I don't have a Twitter account. Why? Why not? What's your excuse? What the hell was that? Why did it just turn blue? Why did it just turn blue? What the fuck was that? Twitter is cancer? You're gonna look at this and tell me it's cancer? It's just two dudes being bros. They're just hanging out and happy and chilling. They're just chilling. You're gonna tell me that's cancer? Yep. They're just minding their own business. Hello, quite senseless. Shout out for the 25 stream watch streak. Let's go. Mari is a cancer. What zodiac sign is it right now? What zodiac is it right now? It's Aquarius. What? It's Aquarius. Trust, chat. It's Aquarius. That explains a lot. Yeah. It's Aquarius. The big old cum guy. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. No, it's Cancer. No, it's Aquarius. It literally says right here, as of July 1st, 2024, the zodiac sign is Aquarius. Which covers the period from January 20th to February 18th. Show more. It's Cancer. It is Cancer. The heavens decreed that she must be a fish. Sorry, I don't know why I just toggled that off. Yeah, she's a fish. Look, it's me and my good friend Miss_EN. Google AI winning as always. I don't know, you guys! I think it has some good takes. You know what? I'm gonna say it. I think they may be cooking. Here, we'll see it. We'll look at it on my Twitter. Everything is just annoying. Everything is just annoying to do. Look. Yay! But yeah, if you did not wish Mari a happy birthday, you're going to hell. You're gonna get your heart weighed by fucking the Anubis, and Osiris is gonna send you to hell. Curses be upon ye. I was already going to hell anyways. Well, you're going to double hell. You're going to double hell. You guys don't realize that. You're like, well, I'm already going to hell, so it doesn't matter. No. You're gonna get sent to double hell, which is past the 9th layer. Are there 9 layers? It's gonna go past the 9th layer to another set of 9 layers. It's like in the Super Mario 64 speedrunning, where they have the course. But then there's the parallel, the PUs. And you can only move 4 at a time. So you're gonna get sent to hell number 2. That's right here. Yeah, are you QPU aligned? Maybe. Have you guys... Did I not play that video? Hold on. Oh my god, I don't wanna get too autistic. Where's the video? Parallel universes made visible. 5.5 hour video, the complete history of the A button challenge. My 53-year-old father reacts to half A presses. There was like a video that I really liked. About the PUs and the half A press. I just Google half A press, maybe it'll pull up. It's definitely not the 5.5 hour long video. Maybe it's the 4 hour video. God damn it, you guys. I need to figure out some sort of I need to have like some sort of excuse to start doing to start streaming the entire overnights, because I'm not gonna do a goddamn subathon. I need to figure out some excuse to stream overnight so we can listen to really long YouTube videos. It's the one... Okay, chat, I'm looking for the video where he does the jump. He has to do the jump on top of the enemy and travel... Go to the... It's that one. He has to go to the PU to keep resetting the jump. Okay. Is it this one? Why do you need an excuse? You're self-employed? I don't know. My mom would be annoyed if I was doing that. Because it was okay during the subathon because I could say, oh no, you don't understand. I have to stream all night because I'm making so much money. It's okay for me to stream all night because I'm making so much money? And my parents were like, oh wow, you are making a lot of money. I guess it's fine then. But I can't just say that I'm going to stream all night for the love of the game. Hello from the depths. It's good to see you. Wait, let me turn off the music for a second. Is it this one? I hope it's this one.
In this video, I'll be explaining exactly what I do
Yes,
to
yeah, it's
collect
this one,
lost
it's this
or
one.
rolling
Okay,
rocks
it's this
in
one.
0.5 A presses. But first, we need to clear something up.
Yeah.
Because every time I post a half A press video, I get the same comments
Yeah.
over and over
Yep.
asking what it means. Even though I always have a whole paragraph in the
But
description
half
explaining
A
it,
presses
which
can't
even
be
starts
real.
with,
You
if
can
you're
either
wondering
press
what
the
a half
button or
A
you
press
can't
is,
press
read
the
this
button.
before commenting to ask. But maybe what you guys need isn't
He's
a
now
paragraph.
beating the star
Maybe you
in
guys
0
need an
A presses.
example. So,
How?
consider Wing Mario over the rainbow.
It did say this
Not
is
even the whole
outdated,
star.
but
Just consider getting to that cannon
it does say it's
platform,
outdated.
which is a necessary part of getting the star. So,
0 A.
how many
Okay,
presses
we'll watch
does
the
it take to
0 A
get there?
presses after.
Well, if you say 0, that's wrong, because then Mario can't go far enough.
True.
If you say 1, well, it's true that Mario can get there with 1, but we can do a little better.
I love the
We can
Mario
do it in
noises.
half an A press. To do that, we start the level already holding A, and then we use that A press to reach the platform. Now, hold on.
So
I know what you're
smart.
thinking.
Holy
an
shit.
A press is an A press. You can't say it's only a half. Well, TJ Henry.
Oh my god, that's
Yoshi,
exactly
hear me out.
TJ.
An A
Who
press
said
actually
TJ
has
Henry
3
Yoshi
parts to
earlier?
it. When A is pressed,
Motherfucker.
when A is held,
Oh.
and when A is
Ugoku
released.
Kage, you see,
And
there's
together,
knowers.
this forms
We have
one
speed.
complete A press.
Super Mario 64
Now, usually, it's the pressing
A-press
that's useful,
speedrunners.
because that's the only part that makes Mario jump. However,
We have some
sometimes
knowers.
it's sufficient to just use the holding part, which allows Mario to do little kicks, to swim in water, to fall slowly while twirling, and to fall slowly with the
Genius.
wing cap. And as for the release,
I'm trying to
well, there's
listen.
currently no cases
Sorry.
where that's useful or important.
But I like
so
to
don't
talk.
worry about that part. Now, if we map out the required A presses for Wing Mario over the rainbow, it would look like this. We merely need to hold A to reach the cannon platform, we need to press A to launch from the first cannon, and we need to press A again to launch from the second cannon. So, how many A presses is that total?
Silence,
well,
woman.
It appears to be 3.
The Super
And if
Mario
we were doing this
64
star in
speedrunner is
isolation,
talking.
then yeah, it would be 3. But in a full game 8-button challenge run, there are other A presses that occur earlier in the run, such as this A press needed to get into the course.
Genius.
So, if we take that A press into consideration as well, then how many A presses would it take? The naive answer would be 4. 1 to enter the course, and the 3 within the course that we established earlier.
Silence,
However,
chat,
we can
listen.
do better. We can actually do it in 3 by simply holding
The
out
fun
the first A
posting
press
song.
to be used
This
for the
is
half
this
A
is the
press,
fucking
because the half
you
A
brought
press only
my
required
house
A
to the
be
ground
held,
thing.
not actually pressed.
Yeah,
So
only
in
a
this
fucking
fashion,
idiot would say
Wing
it takes
Mario
4
over the
A
rainbow
presses.
only adds on
Because
an
it's
additional
literally
2
a half
A
A press
presses
for
to
the second
run,
one.
since the first A press just leeches off
What
of
is
a
wide
previous
cumby?
A press. So
I
to
couldn't tell
capture this
you.
phenomenon, we call
I
it
don't know what that is.
2.5 A presses. On a single star basis, you'd round that up to 3. But in a full game run, you'd round it down to 2.
I don't know what wide
So,
cumby
in
is.
conclusion,
I don't know what you're
since
talking
that
about.
first
You
A
look
press
crazy.
counts in some contexts, but adds no additional A presses in other
I
contexts,
love this video so much,
we refer
man.
to it as a half A press. So, going back to the video, you
What?
can see that I start the level with the A button
Don't
already held,
sludge
as
sus
indicated in
me.
the bottom left corner. And so in the full game run, this A press will just leech off of a previous one, and so it won't incur an additional
This has
A
to be
press.
some kind of
Okay,
autism,
glad
right?
that's explained. Now,
Well,
what am I
I
doing
wouldn't
in the
even-
video? Here, I'm using
I wouldn't even say it's like some kind of autism. I'm gonna take it with a grain of salt because I'm the one saying it, but I think this is kind of don't sus me after I finish what I'm saying. But I think like doing this crazy shit to like min-max on the A press runs is like I think it's just kind of like how some people are like achievement like completionists, right? Like me. Much like myself. You know, I don't think it's autism. I think it's what? I think it's just from the same vein, you
a
know,
trick called
as like
Scuttlebug
like being an
Transportation.
achievement
You see,
completionist.
like most enemies, scuttlebugs have a home, which is just a point in 3D space, and
I
they'll
don't think this
patrol
is
a certain
autism.
radius around that
I just
point.
think he's real
so,
as fuck.
if Mario enters that radius, they'll lunge at him to attack. But Unlike most other enemies, a Scuttlebugg's home can change positions.
Exactly,
Because
so
if a
you have to
Scuttlebug
get
bumps
out
into Mario, the Scuttlebugs
and reset its
will
home
update
point.
to where the Scuttlebug was
Ooh.
when the collision occurred. So, by strategically luring the Scuttlebug to the edge of its radius and bumping into it, we can effectively transport the Scuttlebug and its home. So, that's what I'm doing here. Note that we can't actually transport a Scuttlerbug to outside of its native room. They actually get stuck at the door. So, if your dream was to bring all the Scuttlebugs together for one big jamboree,
I like when
I'm
he goes,
sorry, but it's not
"Woo!"
gonna happen. Also worth noting is that Scuttlebugs will actually disappear if they walk into a wall while too far below their current home.
What the
So I
fuck?
do have
Don't
to be
post
careful to
Cumby
avoid
Rave.
that.
I can
It's
see
pretty
that
weird
one.
if you've never seen it before, but I'm pretty sure they did it so that if a Scuttlebug jumps into a hole, it wouldn't just walk around down there. Anyway,
I
I'm
think it would be funny
transporting the
if it did that,
Scuttlebug to
though.
the corner right below the Watch for Rolling Rock Star, because next I do a trick called Scuttlebug raising, and here's how it works.
Chat,
On the left,
listen
I
up!
show a bird's
Lock
eye view
in,
of the
focus
scene,
on this!
and on the right, I show a view from the side. Now, when Mario leaves the Rolling Rocks room, the Scuttlebug deactivates. That's because the room, and everything in it, are only active when Mario's in the room, or standing in a small region right outside the door, indicated here in yellow. So, if Mario isn't in the Rolling Rocks room
Yeah,
or
it's
in the
time
yellow
for some
region,
Scuttlebug
then the
raising,
room will be
bitch.
completely black, and everything in the room will be invisible and won't move. Conveniently, this allows us to raise the Scuttlebug by performing the following steps. First, Mario enters the Scuttlebug's radius. Although the Scuttlebug is invisible and can't move around, it can still turn towards Mario and activate a lunge.
Hi!
Then, Mario
That's the
leaves
guy.
the radius and
Hi!
the Scuttlebug
Hi,
returns to
Link!
facing its home. Next, Mario enters the yellow region to activate the Scuttlebug. The Scuttlebug will perform the lunge that it started, but cleverly, we have
Oh,
Mario
shit, my
exit
fat ass
the yellow
head.
region right
So
when
the
the
Scuttlebug
Scuttlebug
is
is at
up.
the peak of its trajectory,
Like it's
thereby
Y, or I
deactivating
guess,
it so it won't fall
yeah,
down.
it's like
And
Y
finally,
position.
since the
It's
Scuttlebug
up.
moves
It went
past
up.
its home,
It
it
went
turns
up.
around to face its home once more. Now,
You
we've
guys
gotten
can't
all the
see
height we
my big
could
ass
out
head.
of the Scuttlebug's
Also, that's
current
good. Thank you for
lunge,
the follow. I
but
really
that's no
appreciate it.
problem, because we can just activate another lunge by repeating this procedure. Activate a lunge while the Scuttlebug is deactivated, reactivate the Scuttlebug just for the upwards portion of its trajectory, and then repeat. As simple as that.
It's not
So
my
that's what
fault
I
my
did
head
here,
is big.
and
My
I
head
have
is
a
big
second
because my
screen to
brain
show
is
it from the
even
Scuttlebug's
bigger.
perspective. Fortunately, the Scuttlebug's radius isn't a sphere, but a cylinder that extends up and down infinitely. So really, no matter how high the Scuttlebug gets, we can continue to enter its area to activate its lunges and move it upwards. There's no limit to how high we can raise it. Now, it's worth noting that I only activate the Scuttlebug when I'm not inside its radius, so the Scuttlebug will always
if
lunge
you want to
towards
see
its
the
home
emotes,
and
you
not
need 7
towards Mario.
TV.
This causes the Scuttlebug to effectively travel straight up above its home. But alternatively, I could have activated the Scuttlebug while inside of its radius, and in that case, the Scuttlebug would always lunge towards Mario instead of towards its home. So it would actually make its way towards the door and then travel straight up from there. That method's actually a little faster because we wouldn't have to wait
you
for the
got my
Scuttlebug
big
to
ass
turn
head.
back towards its home before each activation.
My big ass head.
However, it wouldn't
You can't
work
see
for what
when it
we're
flashes
doing
here,
because
but
we
it
need
does.
the Scuttlebug to be right next to
The
that
Scuttlebug
corner.
does
In fact,
flash,
the
like,
top
when it
of that corner
lunges.
has a special property which we call a misalignment. Basically, in the game's code, there's a discrepancy between the way the game handles collision checking with floors
trust,
versus
bros.
walls.
You have to trust
This
me.
results in a 1x1 unit area where Mario can get under the floor without being pushed away by the walls. And if Mario's less than 79 units under a floor, he'll snap right up onto it. So that'll be important later for getting up there. Anyway, now it's time to build up some speed. And I mean a lot of speed.
Oh my
So to
god,
get that
guys, we're
speed,
getting to the
we're
good
going to
part!
use a trick called hyperspeed walking, and here's how it works.
We're getting
You
to the
probably
good
already
part.
know
I
that
fucking
there are
love
some
this video
slopes in
so
the game
much.
that are too steep to stand on. Mario just slides off of them. But did you know that you actually can stand on these slopes if they're submerged in shallow water? In fact, the underwater portion of these slopes has a special property. If you try running uphill on them, you'll end up running backwards at an increasing speed with no upper bound. But in most circumstances, this would cause us to end up in the water before building up any real speed.
Yeah, it's gonna take a
We
long
can
ass
get a
time,
little
bro.
more speed by running nearly parallel to the slope, but ever so slightly uphill. But eventually the slope runs out, or we move too fast to round a corner.
That's
but
true.
There are some ways to have Mario walk while staying in place. For example, if there's a wall perpendicular to the slope, then we can use that. That allows Mario to build up
We have
quite
to
a bit of speed before he breaks through. However, if the wall isn't
We
perpendicular
need more
to
speed
the
than
slope,
that. That's
then
nothing.
we end up sliding down into the
I
water.
have a theoretical
That's because
degree
walls are really just rectangles
Mario
that push Mario
physics.
out perpendicularly. So, if Mario moves into a wall at an angle, the game will calculate his intended next position, then the wall will push that position out, and then Mario ends up having a net movement along the wall. So ultimately, he'll end up moving into the water. So, is all hope lost?
That's true.
Well, no, because Tyler Caney figured out that we could actually make use of the gate.
Shout
You
out,
see,
shout
the
out,
bottom
white
of the
boy
gate is a ceiling,
that figured that
and
out.
the game doesn't like putting Mario too close to the area right under a ceiling because it doesn't think he fits.
It's all the
so
good part.
if
That
we
is
have
true.
Mario move backwards into the ceiling, the game will choose not to move him, so we're free to build up speed in place. But not infinite speed, because we'd end up breaking free if our speed moved past the gate. So what do? We turn to redirect our speed out of bounds. Notice that we now have enough speed so that our
Ooh, he
intended
can
next
go
position
past
is
the
past
wall.
the
Yup.
wall and out
Yup,
of bounds.
chat.
And
Yup.
since the game doesn't like placing Mario out of bounds, it doesn't move him, and instead just lets him stay in place,
Yup.
just like the ceiling.
Will this
but
be on the
unlike
test?
the ceiling,
Yes.
out of bounds goes on forever, so we can essentially build up as much speed as we want without having to worry about breaking free. So now I do just that. Open the gate, use the ceiling of the gate to build up some speed, and then redirect my angle out of bounds to build up the rest. Now, you're probably wondering what I'm gonna need all this speed for.
Yeah,
After all, I
Mario.
do build up speed for 12 hours. But to answer that,
Yeah,
we
Mario.
need to talk about parallel universes.
Oh boy!
And if you thought my other tangents were complicated, just you wait. Okay, so Mario's position is a floating point number, but it's converted to a short when the game uses it to test for collision with floor triangles. In other words, Mario's position can basically be any decimal number, but it's converted to an integer between negative 32,768 and positive 32,767 inclusive. So, any fractional portion is truncated, and numbers too big or too small are moved into this range using the modulo operator. Graphically, that means that the position used for floor detection is always inside of this box. So if Mario's in
Rick
that
is
box,
nothing.
then his actual position and the position used for floor detection are the same,
Rick and Morty,
albeit
they
maybe
don't know
off by a
shit.
single
Mama Mia, I
fraction
gotta go
due to their
fast.
truncation. But if Mario leaves that box, then his actual position
boy,
and
chat.
the position
Oh,
used
Cesar,
for
thank you for
floor
the 200
detection will
bits.
separate, since the position used for floor detection will just loop back around to remain in the original box.
Look, oh, he's
So
moving.
now
You
I
guys
ask
can't
this.
see. He's right
Here's the
behind
course.
me.
So if Mario is standing way
He's
over here where there's no
right behind
land,
me.
but the position used for
Isn't
floor
he?
detection is on land, can he stand over here? The answer is yes. As far as the game sees it, Mario is in fact above land over here because the game actually checks for land over here. So, for all intents and purposes, there is essentially land over here, a copy of the original map, and this is what we call a parallel universe, or a PU. And this applies to every one of these boxes, so there's actually a grid of nearly infinite PUs. Here is a to-scale diagram of the PU grid. As you can see, the PUs are actually pretty far apart,
far away, aren't
but
they,
I'll be
Chad?
taking some creative liberties and drawing them closer together for the sake of clearer visuals. Now, PUs aren't as glamorous as you might think. The graphics are only found on the original map, so the PUs are completely invisible. Furthermore, PUs have no objects, like elevators or item blocks, no enemies, no items, like coins or stars, and not even any walls. So really, it's pretty barren. Furthermore, the N64 console will actually crash if you go to a PU and let the camera follow you, but luckily, we can avoid that crash by fixing the camera in place on the original map before leaving it, though that does make it even harder to
gone.
tell what's going on in the PUs. So, as you just saw, you can travel to a PU if you have enough speed, but it's not as simple as you might think. If you have just enough speed to reach the PU one over, it won't actually
When
work.
he
That's because
says
the game
it, like,
actually
in
checks
that-
if Mario is above land at
I
each
don't know how to
quarter
explain it.
step of his movement.
But when he
That
says
means
it's
the
not as
simplest
simple as you
PU
might think,
movement
I
is moving
think of
over
that like
4 PUs at
what
once.
was it? It was
That
like
way,
it was like a Sonic fan dub, where it was like Shadow or some shit in his gamer pad talking about being friend zoned, and he's like, "It's not as nice as you may think." Hold on, let me pull that up just for a second. Gamerpad Sonic.
Welcome to my house. As you can see, I've knocked over many chairs because I get so tilted at the towers.
This isn't really a tilted or a tower.
Well, you see, it's a gamer pad. Not many
It's
girls
like
come
the
in here 'cause
inflection,
I
I
get
think.
friend-zoned so frequently. But that's okay.
I'd like to be in the friend zone. I'd like friends.
It's not as pleasant as you'd think.
It's when he says that, when he says it's not as pleasant as you'd think. It's like the same
Each quarter
inflection,
step
and
is
I always
above
think of
land
that
and
whenever I'm
therefore
watching this
valid.
video.
For simplicity, we call this quadruple PU distance 1 QPU. Now, up until this point, I've been glossing over a very important detail, which I now need to clear up. What if I told you the distance Mario moves isn't necessarily equal to his
That's
speed?
true.
For example, look how fast Mario moves at 31 speed on this flat slope, and now compare it to how fast he moves at the same speed on this steeper slope. In both cases, he has
What
about
the
the same
hell?
speed, but clearly he's moving at different rates. That's because the distance Mario moves is only a portion of his actual speed, and this portion depends on the slope of the ground. The steeper the slope, the smaller this portion is.
I'd bash you for watching
Note
this
that
more
it
than once,
only
but I've watched this
depends
like
on the
4 times now.
steepness, not
I didn't
whether
watch
Mario's
this on
facing
stream
uphill,
though.
downhill, or
I
sideways
watched
on the
this
hill.
like
In these visuals,
I don't know.
blue will
I guess I was
represent
like laying in
Mario's
bed or some
actual
shit.
speed,
I don't know.
and green will
I've like
represent
watched
the
it on
portion
my
of
own.
that
I
he
haven't watched
moves,
it on
which
stream,
we
and I want all
call
of you guys to
Mario's
have to
de
watch it
facto
too.
speed.
So
in these 3 pictures, Mario has the same speed, but he has different de facto speeds since he's
I think
standing
everybody
on
needs to
slopes
watch
with different
this.
steepnesses. So, if we want to move 1 QPU, it's not sufficient to have QPU speed. We need QPU de facto speed, which often means our actual speed will need to be greater than 1 QPU to compensate. So to reiterate, we need to increase our speed until our de facto speed syncs up with 1 QPU, and the speed needed to do this is called the sinking speed. So in this diagram, the blue arrow represents
Okay,
the sinking
TJ
speed.
Henry
When we have
Yoshi.
that speed, the quarter steps of the de facto speed sync up with the PUs, and we can move. Now, what I'm showing here is just the lowest, or first sinking speed, aka the speed
yeah,
to move
we
exactly
haven't
1
got to
QPU.
making sure
If
we reach
increase our
every
speed,
sinking speed.
eventually our
we
de facto
haven't,
speed
we
would
haven't
sync up
hit
again
every
when it covers
threshold.
a distance of 2 QPU, and so we'd be able to move at
Because
that
Mario
speed,
still
which
has
is
to
2
come
times
back
as fast as
from
before.
the
So in
PU,
general, any
guys.
multiple of the lowest sinking speed is itself a sinking
This
speed,
is like only
and
the
will
first
cover
part
multiple QPU at once. So
of the
remember,
PU traveling.
every slope has a different set of sinking speeds, and this can make routing tricky. For example, in the video where I do PU movement to reach the secret aquarium, I had to traverse several different slopes. First, this slope that I used for hyperspeed walking, then this slope at the edge of the water, then the flat
The
ground
Mario
of the castle
engineering.
foyer, then the castle stairs, which is really a steep ramp, and then the flat ground of the upstairs. And note that the stairs you see there are actual stairs and not a ramp, so they're just flat ground. Here is a graph showing the sinking
Oh,
speeds
finally,
for each
I'm
of
so
these slopes,
excited.
and so these are the speeds I need in order to have PU movement while standing on each of these slopes. Naturally, the steeper slopes have greater sinking speeds. Now, keep in mind that I can only build up speed while I'm on the hyperspeed walking slope. Once I leave it, I can't generate any more speed, so my speed will only decrease from there. So to successfully
He has
perform
to
this
lock
PU
in and
route,
build speed
I'd
for
better have
fucking
generated enough
20
speed
hours.
to meet each slope's sinking speed in turn. For example, let's say I build up enough speed to reach the first possible sinking speed, and I use that to go to the next slope. Then, I could let my speed drop until I reach this slope's sinking speed, go to the next slope, let my speed drop again until I reach this slope's sinking speed, go to the next slope, but then I have a bit of a problem.
can't do
I
that,
have
bro.
less than the required sinking speed and no way to gain any more. So
do
is
that.
this route just impossible? Well, no, because these are just these slopes' first sinking speeds. But remember, any multiple of these will work as well. So now, let's factor in each slope's second sinking speed as well. These speeds allow Mario to move 2 QPU at once instead of 1. So now, if I instead build up enough speed to
You
reach
didn't
the
have enough
second sinking
sinking
speed
speed,
of
man.
that first slope, then I'll actually have enough
Classic.
speed to meet each sinking speed in turn and complete the route. And if that didn't work, we could have considered each slope's third sinking speed and so on until we did get it to work.
What the fuck
However,
are you
which
watching?
sinking speed we need to reach
Ooh,
initially
he
is
doesn't
kind
know
of
about
a
the
big
half
deal,
A
because
press.
reaching that first sinking speed
He
takes
doesn't
about
know.
12 hours,
He doesn't know.
and reaching that second sinking speed
He
takes
doesn't
about
know
25
about
hours.
traveling.
So if there's a way to use a lower sinking speed initially,
He doesn't know
then
about
that's a
building
12-hour
speed
save.
for
So,
25
how much
hours to
speed
go to
will
the
we need
second
generate for after the Watch
QPU.
for Rolling Rock star?
Because
well, keep
the
in mind
sinking
that
speed
even
for
with
one
access to
QPU just
unlimited
isn't
horizontal
enough.
speed, we don't have any improved
You're
vertical
beyond hope.
mobility.
Hope for
so
what?
to get to the top of the course, we need to
I'm
travel
not
up
trying to
slopes
speedrun,
and ride
hell
up
no.
elevators. So
Hello,
this will be
Mario.
the basic route. Start on the hyperspeed walking slope, navigate along the path up from the lake, ride up this elevator, ride up this other elevator, make our way onto the amazing emergency exit platform, which is the highest point we can reach, and then launch to the Watch for Rolling Rocks platform. By itself, that still won't be enough height, but the scuttlebug we positioned will provide the extra
Ooh,
bounce we need.
smart, right,
so this
chat?
is the graph of
Smart.
the sinking speeds of these slopes. Unfortunately, we run into a
Anything
bit
I
of an
could
issue with the
speedrun?
path up from the lake. That area is actually made up of dozens of floor triangles that each have
Probably
different slopes.
Splatoon,
But
like
that
single
didn't
player?
stop me. After
Probably.
careful observation and scrutiny, I isolated 6 triangles, which I named
Oh fuck, it's the triangle
T1 through
slopes
T6.
now.
These
Triangle
triangles
slopes
have
now.
strictly
Peggle?
decreasing
Oh, maybe Peggle
steepnesses,
too, yeah,
so we
maybe
can meet each
Peggle,
of their
actually.
sinking speeds in turn. Additionally,
pretty good
their
at
heights
Peggle.
span the entire vertical distance we need to cover to go from bottom to top, without leaving any gaps in between. So, by using the slopes of those 6 triangles, we can complete the blueprint for our route, allowing us to utilize the first sinking speed of that initial slope, so building up speed only takes 12
This
hours
is
instead
genius,
of
chat.
25. Now, we're
Wow, this is
almost ready to
genius,
go
holy
back to the
shit.
video, but there's just some final points I want to make. For example, you don't need to have exactly the sinking speed to traverse PUs. If you have slightly less than the sinking speed, you'll move relatively forwards in the map. If you have slightly
12
more than the
hours?
sinking speed,
Yeah, you have
you'll
to
move
build up the
relatively
speed
backwards
so
in the
that you
map.
can travel
And the
that
further
far.
you deviate from the sinking speed, the greater this relative movement will be. Additionally, if you adjust your angle slightly away from the cardinal direction, you can move relatively sideways. But keep in mind that even the smallest possible angle deviation will be magnified over the QPU distance, and thus
Well, yeah,
Mario
this
will be
isn't
sent
a
multiple
speed
feet
run.
to the
This
side.
is
Now, based off
so
what
like the whole thing that this is for is completing the game with as few A button presses as possible. That's what this run is for. This is part of a run for as few, yeah,
I've told
the A
you,
press.
you might think you can
Yeah.
only travel multiples of 4 PUs at a time, but that's not actually true. For example, if one of your quarter steps is out of bounds or over a ceiling, then that quarter step will be invalid. And since Mario moves up to but not including the first invalid quarter step, he can in fact end up stopping prematurely at one of the quarter steps.
Have you ever
Separately,
stopped
if you change
prematurely
slopes during a quarter step,
traveling
your de facto
QPUs?
speed will change and you'll alter the distance of the next quarter step. And so most likely, it will no longer sync up with a PU and you'll end up stopping on the new slope. Finally, for simplicity, the set of PUs that are multiples of 4 away, we call the QPU grid. And if Mario's on the QPU grid, then we say he's QPU
I would lose my
aligned.
mind if I had to do
Remember,
this in Super Mario
moving
64.
a multiple of 4
Well,
PUs is easy.
He said at the beginning of the video, if you were to play this on like an N64 or whatever, and like just play it totally normally and manage to do this maneuver, it would just crash. Because it's like by default the camera will follow you. If you were to do this like without using like TAS or whatever, or like on an emulator, it would just crash the console because it wouldn't be able to process. Yeah, not if you lock the camera, but what person
But
is...
moving a different amount requires...
But you know, somebody that hasn't planned this entire thing out, that's just like playing, you know, normally, that is, you know, somehow builds up speed for 12 hours, like... If they locked their camera, they wouldn't be able to do anything because they wouldn't, like, there's like a very specific path you have to take when you do
There's
that.
special conditions, like out of bounds.
This is
or
all
changing
theoretical.
slopes.
No, he does it.
So,
At the
if
end,
you're
he
QPU
shows how he
aligned,
does it.
It's easy to stay
We can
that
watch
way.
him do it at
And
the
if you're
very end of the
QPU
video. Also,
misaligned, it's easy to
hello,
stay that way
professional
as well.
sniffer.
Now, if you become QPU misaligned, you'll need to correct that in order to return to the main map. But that can be difficult if you're not near out of bounds and your sequence of slope changes is predetermined.
That is true.
So, managing your QPU alignment is one of the many challenges of planning a PU route. Okay, so now we're finally ready to resume the main video
Thank you for
and
the
watch the PU
follow,
movement.
Ethno.
Just kidding.
Thank
First,
you.
I need to explain what these screens
And
are.
you
These
as
extra
well,
screens will
Professional
help you
Sniff.
follow
I really
along
appreciate it.
during
Hope you
the
have fun
PU
hanging out
movement.
with us.
The standard view is just the view that the game shows, but since I
Sludge
fixed the
sus.
camera on the main map to
I don't
prevent
know
the
what I'm
game from
allowed to say
crashing,
to not
this
get
screen won't
banned.
tell you very much. The relative view shows where I am in each PU. This is what it would look like if I let the camera follow Mario around, and if PUs weren't invisible. The relative map also shows where I am in each PU, but from an overhead perspective. And finally, the PU map shows where I am in the PU grid.
Here it is, chat.
Okay, so now let's really start. So, as I explained earlier,
Now, this
I
is him
navigate up
doing
the path
it.
from the lake using the
This
6
is him
triangles
doing
I
the
isolated,
run.
and I've marked them in the relative map so you can follow along. So basically, I get onto a triangle, let my speed drop until I'm around the sinking
Because
speed
if you
for
see
that
this, when he does the run, like the camera doesn't move because he's in the PU, so it just looks like this.
triangle slope, then navigate uphill on the triangle,
But
and then
this is-
move
if
to the
they-
next triangle.
like, this is
Using
what
I
it
taught
would
you,
look like.
You should be able to follow along with my movement. For example, I'm able to move relatively backwards because I have slightly more than the sinking speed. Whenever I move sideways, it's because I'm slightly angled away
Did I
from
see
the
that old
cardinal
birthday art in
direction.
the art journal?
And
No, I
every
have to
time
go
I move
look.
from triangle to triangle,
shit.
my QPU alignment changes. But cleverly, I planned it in such a way that they'd all cancel out by the end, and I'd end up QPU aligned. So right now, I'm on the 6th triangle, so I do a little
See, and
zigzag
this
to
is
bring
his
me back towards the
speed.
main map, as you can see on the PU map screen. Remember, I need to
288,000!
return to the main map in order to access the elevator, since there are no objects in PUs. As you may have noticed right there, the elevator didn't register me until I started kicking, and that's actually the reason why I've been holding A this entire time. By holding A,
He hasn't
I can
pressed
press B
A at
to
all.
do these little kicks. Without these kicks, I go through the elevator, but with the kicks, I can ride
He
it
has
up
not
to gain
pressed
pressure
the
height.
button,
Okay,
he's been
so now
holding
we're
it the
closing
whole
in
time.
on the end. The final movement I do will be a kick onto the amazing emergency exit platform, then turn and launch myself towards the scuttlebug. That movement will bring me 10 PU to the right and 3 PU down, but since I want to end up on the main map, I reverse that displacement and so position myself 3 PU up and 10 PU left. While doing that, I simultaneously position myself in the correct relative part of the map to make
And
the
see,
movement
like,
work. Okay,
On
now
the
don't
game, it's
blink.
just like a couple minutes passes.
And there we go. By
And
bouncing
there
on
we
the
go.
scuttlebug and ground pounding in the misalignment, I achieved just enough height to get onto the Rolling Rocks platform. Here, I show
Did
an
you-
abridged
did you-
version
did
of the
you get that,
scuttlebug
chat?
raising, in case earlier's viewing was too choppy to follow. As you can see, the scuttlebug moves back and forth above its home. At the end, you can see I do 2 special raisings purely to move him sideways and closer to the corner, since he ended up being too far away for the bounce to work. And here, I show an alternate angle of the final PU movement. The scuttlebug actually became active once I entered the PU version of this room, so I really only had a handful of frames to get over here before he fell too far.
It's a
And
frame
there you have
perfect
it. Watch for
fucking-
Rolling Rocks done in 0.5 A presses.
0.5 A presses. Because he's holding the A button. He's holding the A button the whole fucking time. But did you guys know he was actually able to do it, or not, he was actually able to do it. Is there a commentated version? Hold on. This is, I guess there's only a uncommentated. But this is 0 A presses. It's 6 minutes long, so I don't know. Is there a version without Mario 64? Let's see what his theory is. Okay. Okay. Okay, he's like completely out of bounds now. That's why when I watch these fucking speedrun videos, like not like speedrun, but you know, when I watch videos like this, I'm like, I need to find a commentated version because I don't know what the fuck is going on here. What do you mean he just ran in circles on the platform until it warped him out of bounds on the platform? Like, what do you mean he just runs around in circles? He's he's just hanging out. Wait, does this literally just take him to the exit? Not the exit, but like the top. Oh my god, well that's the elevator right there. I'm looking at it. And you have to spam the pause button. It's you have to. This is a huge part of the level, guys. What is he cooking? Yep. Yep. Oh, he's getting squished. What? He's manipulating the bats. It's called bat buffering. What a oh, and then he jumps off. And then he gets squished again. Slim, you have internet? Do you have AC though? You have internet and AC? Or just internet? Oh, and he jumps down again. What is he cooking? Smile. What is this guy cooking? Wait. So like, are the bats, do the bats not move for like a X number of frames after you pause or something? Or like X frames after you like pause, unpause, they just won't move? Or something like that? Oh, he fucked it up. Oh, he keeps fucking it up. Okay. Where's the other bat? Oh shit. Okay. Oh, so they're under the bats? Where the fuck are the bats? Because they don't show up on the camera in the game now, but it says they're right by him. What is Mario cooking? Where are the bats? They're out of bounds above him. I see. Yeah, they're like above the platform, but I don't know where he's trying to get them. Oh, he just keeps moving. Because he's not gonna press the A button at all. He's not holding down the A button. And now he's on that elevator. Whoa. Yeah. What a genius. What a genius. Oh, is he doing the... He's doing the thing with the... He's got bats here, but he's doing the thing with the scuttlebug. Yeah, the bats are in this room now, but what does that mean? What in the Nintendo 64 fuck is going on? We're watching the Watch for Rolling Rocks 0 A press. I love that Mario getting hurt sound. What is he saying? Okay, see? So he's still gonna do the same like PU movements. Hi, Saffron. You guys get a better view of the scuttlebug in this now, though. He's still doing the PU movements. So So what is it that allowed him to do this 0 A presses versus the last one half A presses? Didn't he say he had to like kick to get some extra height with the... When he had the A button held before, he was able to like kick for extra height when he was going up to the star platform. Or some shit. Guys, we need to lock in. Can focus up. Well, he's not traveling in PUs right now, but the scuttlebug is like part of the setup for traveling in PUs. Wait, oh shit. Wait, he got the scuttlebug's all the way on top of the platform. The kick was so that the elevator worked. Wait, yeah, then he's not doing PUs for this because the scuttlebug had to be under the floor for that platform so that he could do the like PU traveling so that he would come back and land right there in that little area. What the heck? Wait, so if he wait, he didn't have to do any of the PU traveling because he took the bats? He took the bats from out of bounds and just used them to bounce up. Look. He'd use that and then he bounced on the scuttlebug that was all the way up there. Dude, this is fucking genius. Wait. Can you imagine though, this motherfucker spent so long doing this, like figuring this out, like the PU movements for this, to get a half A press run for this level, and then managed to do it without any PU traveling. That's Shadow. Or whatever, is this Shadow?
They don't treat you like a friend. They treat you like an item. Sometimes I wish I could be more than just an accessory to these women. But unfortunately, as a gamer, I don't get respect.
Well, I'm not a gamer, so...
Wait, best line incoming.
That just makes you a beta cuck.
Have you guys ever watched the entire Sonic 06 real-time fan dub? Because I've watched the whole thing so many times. It's so fucking funny. No, that just makes you a beta cuck. You've only seen parts of it, dude. This shit it's so good. But so hold on, let me go back to this. What is the actual like fewest A press record?
In Super Mario 64,
I fucking love this guy. I fucking love this guy. What is that noise outside? Guys, I'm about to die. Like, what is that noise? Oh my god, Super Mario 64 Invisible Walls. There's that one. Chat, this is huge. Damn it, this is 4 hours long! We don't have time to watch a 4-hour long video, but like, let's watch a little bit of it.
Sounds familiar. You're just casually playing
Just a
Super
little
Mario
bit of this
64
one.
when all of a sudden, bam, you hit something. But what'd you hit? It doesn't look like there's anything there.
Yeah.
But for some reason, the game considers you to be hitting something in
I
that
love this
spot.
autistic.
So this is
I love that autistic man. Hold on, there's like a TikTok audio. Hold on. Autistic man. Autism guy. That's not what I'm looking for. It's like an audio. Hold on. I love that autistic man.
Right? But y'all, I like him. I like that autistic man. And would I be
It's
wrong
like,
by
yeah, it's just like an audio of someone saying, I like that autistic man. That's how I feel about, not this. That's how I feel
what we call
about
an
this
invisible
guy.
wall, and there are many of them in the game. Now, for
And we're
most
not
people,
watching the whole
invisible
thing.
walls are like this mysterious,
We're not
elusive
gonna watch
thing.
the whole thing,
You may
don't
have seen
worry.
clips like this.
Oh! What was that? There's an invis wall there?
Or like this.
Use of that, so
What?
I got a visible wall.
Or like this.
What?
No. What the?
Or like this.
And invisible. Yep. Yep!
Or like this.
They're all having Joker moments.
Why is there an invisible wall there?
Yeah, why is there an invisible wall there? Why do all of these strange interactions happen? For decades, invisible
is
walls
very
have
odd,
tormented
isn't it?
players, messing up runs and causing
Is
tons
this
of confusion.
auto-generated?
Because nobody really seems to know what invisible walls are.
This is a 4-hour video. I don't know if this guy did it or if someone else did it. Somebody
or why
went
they're
through
there. So,
and
I made it
subtitled
my
this
mission to
entire
answer
4-hour
that and
video
put an end to the confusion.
for us.
So come with me on this journey as we delve into
Okay.
the deep, dark, inner heart of
Yay.
invisible walls. This is Invisible
Yay.
Walls Explained once and for all.
It's autism content. Of course, there are manual captions. True.
But before we get to invisible walls, there are some basic fundamentals of Super Mario 64 that we need to go over
Yay,
first.
Super Mario 64!
So,
I've
all
never played
geometry
Super
in the
Mario
game is
64.
made
I
up
want
of
you guys to
surface
know that.
triangles, which you can see
What a
here.
Chad.
Now, there are 3 different types of surface triangles. First, there are floors. Floors are the triangles that you can stand on, and in visuals, we color them blue. Second, there are walls.
Cool.
Walls are the triangles that you can push, punch, kick, and wall jump off of. We color them green. And third, there are ceilings. Ceilings are the triangles that if you jump up
You
into
played the
them,
D-
they'll cut
Yeah,
short
there
your
is a
upwards
DS
trajectory.
version. I didn't
And
have the
some
DS
ceilings
version.
even
My
let you
first
hang on
Mario
them
game I
and
played
swing
on the DS
around.
was
We color
New
ceilings
Super Mario
red.
Bros.
Now, one important
Like the
property of a
2D
triangle is its normal
Mario
vector.
game.
Think of a triangle's normal vector as an arrow that juts out perpendicularly from the triangle.
Chad, it's actually good that I'm watching this because I told you guys I have to take another physics. I have to take 2 physics classes this semester. So, if we're gonna be talking vectors, this is literally like, it's literally helping me, you know?
Interestingly, it's the direction of a triangle's normal
this
vector
is like to
that
give me a
determines
head
whether
start,
the triangle is a floor,
for
wall, or
classes
ceiling.
next
If the normal
semester.
vector is pointing upwards at all, then
If
the
you don't
triangle
watch it,
is a
I
floor.
will.
See,
Real.
even these triangles count as floors because their normal vectors point just a tiny bit upwards. On the
Also,
other
if their
hand,
normal
if the
vector
normal
points
vector is pointing
up,
downwards at all, then
it's
the
a floor.
triangle is a ceiling. So even these ones are ceilings because their normal vectors point just a tiny bit downwards. And finally, if the normal vector is pointing exactly sideways or extremely close to exactly sideways,
Yeah, but what exactly counts is what? Because okay, sorry. What confused me? There's chapters for everything in this video, but he just said he said extremely close to sideways. But then earlier he said that the floor vectors, even if it was still pointing at like a super big angle, as long as it wasn't 90 degrees, it was still counted as the floor. Her ass is not.
then the
understanding.
triangle is a wall. So now you know the 3 kinds of triangles.
Tell me the
floors,
exact
walls, and
angle.
ceilings,
I
whose
need the
normal
exact
vectors
angle.
point upwards, sideways, and downwards respectively. Note that here I'm showing the triangles from the side, so they just look like lines from this angle. Now we're going to talk about the triangle hitboxes.
Yeah, I'm sure he
aka
knows
how
all the
these
exact
triangles affect Mario
values
and the area
anyways.
around them. So let's start with floors. A floor's hitbox extends 78 units below the floor, and its effect is that it snaps Mario up onto the floor. So we can see that as
Oh, right! Wait! This is what he was talking about with the walls! Wait, he hasn't
Mario
gotten to
enters
the
the
walls.
hitbox,
But it's
he
like
gets
the
snapped
walls
up.
only
But
extend
now let's
for a
make
set
this
number of
visual
units,
more
so if your speed
precise.
is fast
You
enough that the
see,
next frame
Mario's
will put you
position
outside
is
of
the
it.
point at the bottom center of
You'll
his
go
model,
past it,
which I'll
'cause it only
represent with
extends
this
for that
symbol.
many
So when I talk about
units.
Mario entering a hitbox,
I'm
it's
not gonna
purely
pause
about
it again,
whether
I'm
the point
sorry.
at the bottom center of his model enters the hitbox, not just any point on his model entering the hitbox. Also, Mario doesn't move around continuously, but in discrete chunks, which I'll represent with yellow arrows. So let's watch it again. Mario moves to the right,
is
one
beautiful.
arrow at a time, and now he's about to enter the floor hitbox.
Uh-oh.
So on the next step, Mario enters the floor hitbox and then gets snapped up onto the floor.
Sounds
In
about
other
right.
words, those 2 arrows happen on the same step, so we never actually see Mario below the
Whoa.
floor. Here's what a floor snap looks like in the game. Mario walks towards
Oh,
the
wait,
wooden
that-
post and then snaps up onto it. If we have multiple
Yeah,
floors in a
I've
row,
seen that.
then
Yeah,
Mario
I
would
know what
snap
that
up
is.
on each one of them. So his height increases each time he reaches a new step. That's how climbing stairs works in the game. And if the floor is at an angle, then Mario would snap up each time he moves. So in this case, his height increases continuously. And that's how ramps work in the game. Though, note that floors will also snap Mario downwards to some extent, so that walking downhill works too.
But you don't
Now
really
let's
see
talk
him
about
snapping
walls.
when he's on the
A
slope,
wall's
even though he
hitbox
said that
extends out
he would
50
snap.
units on both sides, and it's offset to be a little lower down than the wall triangle itself. Its effect is that it pushes Mario sideways in the direction of the triangle's normal vector, which in this case is to the left. So we can see that as Mario enters this hitbox, he gets displaced sideways, putting him exactly flush with the wall's hitbox and also putting him into the pushing animation.
Which PU are
Just
we
like
on?
before,
We haven't
the
traveled
arrow for Mario
PUs.
going
This is
into
just
the
about
hitbox and
invisible
the arrow
walls.
for Mario being pushed out of the hitbox happen on the same step. So we don't actually see
Yes,
Mario
Mario
inside of the
64
wall
is the key to
hitbox.
interdimensional
And so now, if Mario
travel,
just
but
keeps walking into the
your
wall
N64
hitbox,
will
then he ends up
crash if
pushing
you
against the
forget to
wall
lock
in a
your
state
camera
of
while you're doing
equilibrium.
this. So just be
Like
sure
on
to
every
do that
step,
if you
he
plan
goes a
on
little
it,
into the
or else
wall, then gets
everybody
pushed
will
out
die.
that distance, then goes a little into the wall, then gets pushed out that distance, etc. So that's what's going on when you push against the wall in the game. So even though Mario's position is 50 units away from the wall triangle, it still looks like he's touching the wall because his model is about 50 units in radius. In contrast, if Mario enters the wall hitbox from the other side, then he gets a big push from the wall, because this time he gets displaced almost all of the 100 unit diameter of the wall hitbox. Here's what that looks like in the game. Though you're not normally meant to go into a wall
that
from
would
that
be like
side.
if you were out
And
of
then
bounds
for
going
ceilings,
through a
their
wall or
hitbox
something
extends
to
from
go back
160
inbounds,
units
right?
below the ceiling to infinitely upwards. Now the lower portion and upper portion have the same effect, but what effect that is actually
How the fuck
varies
did he
based on
figure
what
this
action
out?
Mario's in.
Because he's
So
the
let's go through the
prophet.
different actions.
He's the Mario
First,
prophet.
if Mario's
What do you
on the
think?
ground, then the ceiling hitbox cancels his movement. So you can see that as Mario tries to enter the hitbox, his movement gets canceled, which prevents him from entering the ceiling hitbox. And he also does the pushing animation
He's
when
got,
this
like,
happens.
it's like
Here's
divine
what that looks like in
wisdom.
the game. So note that even though Mario's 160 units below the ceiling triangle, it basically looks like his head is touching the ceiling because
No,
his
it
model is
doesn't.
just under 160 units tall. Second,
He's
if
short.
Mario's in the air and tries to enter a ceiling hitbox, then what happens depends on whether he's moving upwards or downwards. If he enters the ceiling hitbox while moving upwards, then his movement gets cancelled and his vertical speed gets set to 0. This cuts short his upwards trajectory, since from that point on, he'll start moving downwards due to gravity. I mean, gravity gets applied every frame you're in the air, but in these visuals, I'm simplifying things and only applying it when it's relevant to the point I'm making. So here's jumping up into a ceiling in the game. It cuts short Mario's
True.
upwards movement, and then
Oh,
he
it
falls
does.
down afterwards. On the
You know
other
what?
hand,
Maybe he
if
is
he enters a
cooking.
ceiling hitbox while moving downwards, then only the horizontal component of his movement gets cancelled, and so he just does the vertical component, which is moving straight down. Like, ceilings aren't going to cancel the whole movement, because that would let you hover in the air, and I have a hunch the programmers didn't want that. So here's what falling
No
into
shot.
a ceiling looks like in the game.
This guy's a
It
genius.
cancels Mario's horizontal movement to prevent
Why
him
is
from
his
going
foot so
inside the
big?
ceiling hitbox, but he still falls down. And then third, if Mario's in water, then the ceiling hitbox doesn't cancel his movement, but instead snaps him down to the bottom of the ceiling hitbox. So we can see that as Mario enters the hitbox, he gets snapped down. Here's what that looks like in
What?
the game.
Oh.
Mario snaps down as soon as he enters the ceiling hitbox. And if the ceiling is
She
at
doesn't
an
know
angle,
about the
then Mario
Bigfoot
snaps down
strategy.
each time he moves forwards. So for example, if I swim into the ship, I get moved downwards accordingly. Now, you may find it strange that ceiling hitboxes extend infinitely upwards. Like, if a ceiling triangle's right here, then why should it have an effect way up here? Well, the thing is, most of the time, you only have access to the lower portion of the hitbox. The upper portion is usually out of reach, and so you wouldn't notice its effects. In fact, ceilings typically
think
fall
there's,
into
like, a
one of
certain
two
kind of
cases.
term to watching,
Case one,
like,
we're in an
in-depth
enclosed
videos
room,
about,
so the
like, a
hitboxes
game
look
like this that I've never
In this
played.
case, the hitboxes prevent you from exiting the room. Like,
feel
if you
like
try
a
to
wizard,
exit downwards,
if that
the
makes
floor
sense.
snaps you back up. If you try to exit sideways, the wall pushes you back in. And if you try to exit upwards, the ceiling cancels your movement and cuts short your upwards trajectory. So in this case, the room keeps you inside, and so you'd never normally be all the way up here interacting with the upper ceiling hitbox. And then case 2, there's an enclosed structure, like a box. So the hitboxes look like this. Now,
You'd have
I
to
said
watch this
ceiling
on
hitboxes
2x.
extend
Why?
infinitely
Because you're so
upwards, but
smart.
that's
You
just
you
what
can
they do in
understand everything
isolation.
if you watch it
'Cause
faster.
you see,
You're just
when there's a
that
floor
much of a
above the ceiling,
genius.
then the ceiling hitbox only extends upwards until it
me.
meets the floor hitbox. So you can see that the inside of this box is filled with the upper portion of the ceiling hitbox. And once again, this upper portion is inaccessible since there's no way to enter the box. Like, if you try to enter going downwards, the floor snaps you back up. If you try to enter going sideways, the wall pushes you back out. And if you try to enter going upwards, the ceiling cancels your movement and cuts short your upwards trajectory. So in this case, the box keeps you out, and so you'd never normally be inside of it interacting with the upper ceiling hitbox. One other note, you can see that the triangle hitboxes overlap in some cases.
To be fair, this is just describing like the basic physics, but the last video we were watching, he literally did like exactly what this is saying you can't do. He was like, yeah, I'm just gonna speed up so fast that I go past the hitboxes and break all of the physics.
Which brings into question, which ones take priority? Well, that's actually pretty simple. Wall interactions happen first, so I put their hitboxes on the top layer, then floor interactions, so they're on the next layer, and then ceiling interactions, so they're on the bottom layer.
I think it's an important prerequisite if we were just watching something where he breaks all of the physics rules.
There are still some ways to enter a ceiling hitbox, like by having an object push you into it. For example, here I have a Bob-omb push me into a ceiling hitbox, specifically the ceiling on the underside of the cog. So now I'm actually stuck because the ceiling cancels any movement I try to do, and it won't let me jump up either. Separately, here's what it looks like to enter a ceiling hitbox in the air. Mario just falls straight down since any sideways movement gets cancelled. And so there, we actually did touch the upper portion of a ceiling hitbox because we entered above the ceiling of the tunnel. So anyway, now we know the hitboxes of the three types of triangles. But there's one other hitbox that's also important,
I'm gonna play this game someday, and I'm gonna be really good at it because I've watched all these autistic speedrunning videos.
Like, a person might say that getting right here is out of bounds, because this isn't somewhere that you're intended to go in the course. But that's not what we mean in this case. See, the most useful way to
actually,
define
that's not even out of bounds. That's not even real out of bounds.
No floor triangle below. So if our entire course was just this one floor triangle, then all of this area would be out of bounds. So that's everything to the side of the triangle and below it, just not above it. Think about it like this. The default state of space is out of bounds, and floors create safe havens above them. Also note that we color out of bounds gray and give it this symbol, and you'll see why in a moment.
Death.
Now for the most part, Mario isn't allowed to enter out of bounds. If he's on the ground and tries to enter out of bounds,
performing a backwards long jump on the way to classic flip past social interaction.
Ceilings. An easy place
yeah,
to
but
see
if you
this
hit
is
the
on the
invisible
castle
wall,
roof.
it's gonna
Just
fuck up
walk
your.
Up to the edge
it's
and
gonna
Mario
fuck
will
up
start
your.
pushing. If Mario's in the air and tries to enter out of
run.
bounds, then the horizontal component of his movement gets canceled,
and you're gonna have to
so he only
restart
does
the
the
next
vertical
day.
component. So unlike ceilings, this happens for both upwards and downwards movement. That means you can jump up against out of bounds without it cutting short your upwards
since
trajectory.
it's outside of all of the hitboxes,
if Mario's
it would ignore
in water
collision
and tries to enter out of bounds, then his movement just gets cancelled. There's not a normal place where this happens in the game, but if you clip into the tunnel in Wet Dry World like we did earlier, then you'll fall into the tunnel after the loading zone. Because of that, the town section of the level isn't loaded, and so you can just swim into the end of the tunnel. This is swimming into out of bounds, so Mario's movement gets cancelled and he just ends up swimming in place. So the reason Mario's not able to jump off of courses like Bob-omb Battlefield is because you can't move into out of bounds. There's no actual wall triangles on the edges of these courses keeping you in. And for courses with death barriers, like Cool Mountain, the reason you can jump off of these courses is because the death barrier itself is made up of floor triangles. Here's a zoomed out view of the whole course. So you can see that the death barrier is made up of two giant floor triangles below the main part of the course. And then here's a side view of the two courses.
Run for the popcorn,
so Cool Mountain has a death barrier floor below it.
You can go get your popcorn, but I'm gonna keep the video playing so everybody suffers. I have to go turn on the light in my room because I'm in neat mode again, shut-in mode. I started stream with all the lights off, and now it's dark outside, and it's dark in my room. And it makes my tracking go... I don't know. It's not really doing it yet, but it makes my tracking get all fucky-wucky.
The death barrier creates a safe haven all around the course, making that area
Give me a second.
habitable.
Let me turn on my light.
That's why in Cool Mountain, you can jump off the course and go below it, whereas you can't do that in Bob-omb Battlefield. Now, it is technically possible to enter out of bounds, but it's even harder to do than entering a ceiling hitbox. Like, our old trick with getting pushed by an object doesn't work in this case, because the game knows not to apply the object push if it would put Mario out of bounds. But nevertheless, there are still some ways to do it. For example, we can enter out of bounds by doing a ledge grab in this corner and then climbing up. We can jump into a cork box next to a steep hill. We can have the ground
How would there
move
be
out
a
from
cork
under
box
Mario,
next
which
to a
is done
steep
here
hill?
using the merry-go-round floor. And we can have Chuckya throw Mario out of bounds. As you can see in each of these cases, Mario dies when he goes out of bounds, which is why we give out of bounds the skull and crossbones symbol. But also when this happens, Mario stops having his hat on, though you get it back after you respawn. Now everyone always wonders, why does going out of bounds make Mario lose his hat? Well, let me explain.
Wait, yeah, what?
You
His
see,
hat
Mario's
falls off.
logic every frame goes like this. First, it resets his hat state, so he'll be in the state of having no hat. Then it lets Mario do his action, like
Why is there a fucking hat check every frame? Why does Mario have a hat check every single frame?
one frame of walking forwards, and finally, it updates his hat state to be how it's supposed to be, which gives him his hat again. And so his hat will be on by the time he gets rendered. So that's what normally happens every frame. But between steps 1 and 2, there's a check. Specifically, it checks if Mario's out of bounds, and if so, then we're done with the function. Don't do the rest of the steps.
It's the most important part of the game. Wait, does he
currently
actually
out of
die if
bounds,
he doesn't
and now
wear the
let's walk
hat?
through the steps to see what happens. First, it resets his hat state, which makes him have no hat. Then the check ends the whole function since Mario's out of bounds. So we never even get to step 3 where it puts his hat back on, and so we just see Mario without his hat. In other words, we're seeing the intermediate state of things that we're not normally supposed to see.
They take off his hat
So
and
anyway,
put it back
now
on
we know
every
the 4
single
types
frame.
of hitboxes. Floors, walls, ceilings, and out of bounds. Now you may have noticed that there's a bit of a similarity between walls, ceilings, and out of bounds, because they all basically block Mario's horizontal movement. So let's do a side-by-side comparison.
Why would they do that? It feels
On the
like
left, we'll have Mario interact
I don't know. I
with a
assume
wall
the
hitbox.
N64 doesn't
In
have
the
that
center,
much
we'll have Mario
processing
interact
power.
with a ceiling hitbox, and on the
I
right,
feel like it
we'll
would
have
be an
Mario interact
unnecessary
with out of
like
bounds.
load
And
to
just
do a
clarify
hat
the
check
ceiling case,
every
there
single
weren't many
frame.
ceilings that worked well for this visual, but I did find one. See, in the castle foyer, I clipped behind this pillar, did a backwards long jump, and then used the speed to clip behind the upstairs key
That
door.
will be on the
now,
test
opening
chat.
that door loads
That's
a new
gonna
area.
be on the test
So by
chat.
clipping behind it, we end up in this sort of fake area that you're not meant to be in. There's not many surface triangles here, despite what the visuals look like. So that means we can go to the edge of the floor and push directly on a ceiling hitbox. Specifically, the ceiling of the hallway below that has the boo in it. So I just wanted to clarify that. So now let's compare the 3 cases. If Mario just walks forwards, then in all 3 cases, he stays in place doing the pushing animation. Here's a
Old
diagram
consoles
from
are kinda
above.
weird. It probably does
See,
it to
the
save
wall
processing
hitbox
power
lets
for
him go
some
into
weird
it and then pushes him back out, which makes him be flush with the
reason of the
hitbox. But the
N64.
ceiling and out of bounds hitboxes just cancel the movement, so he won't even be flush with those hitboxes. But now watch what happens if we try pushing at an angle instead of head on. In the wall case, we do a sidestepping animation, but in the ceiling and out of bounds cases, we still push, but now at an angle. See, the wall hitbox lets you enter the hitbox at an angle, then pushes you out perpendicularly, which lets you move along the edge of the hitbox. But the ceiling and out of bounds hitboxes still just cancel the movement, so you don't end up moving along their edges. So to recap so far, the pushing animation isn't actually specific to walls. It can happen for ceilings and out of bounds too, though the sidestepping animation is specific to walls. Now let's see what happens
I want to
when we
yap,
jump
but I also
into
want to
these
keep
3
watching the
hitboxes.
video.
For the wall,
Today, chat, I woke up in the morning and I was like, okay, well, I woke up in the morning, I guess I need to draw, and that's what I did all day. I just drew. And then I felt kind of drained, you know? I was like, man, and I have to stream later too. I was like, wait. I can just do whatever I want. So what did I do? I had a cup because I want to make the one bottle I have last. I have hiccups now because I'm yapping too much. I had a cup, a small cup, half of my bottle of Baja Blast. I brought the cup of Baja Blast up to my room, and I laid in bed and played games on my phone and drank the Baja Blast because I realized that I could just do whatever I wanted. So I did. I drew 1 picture today. And I was like, wow. It actually feels pretty nice to take a break from working once in a while and play games on my phone for 1 hour. It was
and
good.
out of bounds,
It
the
was
jump
good as
goes
shit.
all the way
I'm
up.
not gonna
But
lie.
in the ceiling case, the jump goes nowhere because, like I mentioned earlier, ceiling hitboxes cut short your upwards trajectory.
But it was
so
weird.
in this case, Mario
felt
doesn't
weird,
even
but
leave
it was
the ground.
nice.
He just lands instantly. So in our bullet points, let's add that ceilings are the only one that cancel your upward speed.
All right,
and just
I'm
to keep the
listening.
bullet points lined up, let's add that out of bounds is the only one that kills you. But now let's see what happens if we jump into them, but don't touch them until the downwards portion of the trajectory. In all three cases, Mario's forwards movement gets blocked, and so he just falls down in place. So just like with the ground movement,
You've
the
never
wall
tasted
lets
Baja
Mario
Blast
move into
ever?
his hitbox and then pushes him back
Well,
out.
they have it
while
at
the ceiling and
Walmart
out of
or, like,
bounds
Taco
cancel
Bell.
the movement altogether. But that's just for jumping at a slow speed. If instead Mario jumps into the hitboxes moving at a medium speed, then
I'm
in all
chugging
three
my energy
cases he
drink.
does a soft bonk.
We're
You know,
locking
a bonk
in.
without any star particles, and Mario stays upright. So let's add that to our notes. And if he jumps into the
Or
hitboxes
Kroger,
moving at a fast
I
speed,
guess.
or during certain other
I
actions
don't think
like
I've
a
ever
dive
been
or
to a
slide kick,
Kroger.
then in all three cases he does a hard
Sure.
bonk, which has star particles, and Mario falls off his feet. So let's also add that. But now listen
Double
to the
bonk.
sound of each bonk.
Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
See, when you bonk on a ceiling or out of bounds, it makes a sort of boingy sound effect, while the wall doesn't do that. And so let's add that to our notes too. So overall,
There's
you
a
can see that the
boingy
three
sound
cases
effect
are
as
pretty
well.
similar. They all let you push on them, and they all let you bonk on them. So it's easy to see why people might confuse walls, ceilings, and out of bounds. Someone might see Mario pushing and think he's pushing on a wall, but actually he's pushing on out of bounds. And someone might see Mario bonk and think he bonked on a wall, but actually he bonked on a ceiling.
That's a
So
ceiling.
just keep in mind
Well,
how
that's
similar
a ceiling
these three
because
types
the
of
vector would
hitboxes
be
are.
pointing
Now,
down.
we're almost ready to get to invisible
Of
walls,
course.
but there's still one more topic we need to cover first, which is
Of
positional
course.
units. For example, here I'm showing Mario's position on screen, so you can see his X coordinate, Y coordinate, and Z coordinate. Each coordinate represents how far along Mario is on the corresponding axis. The X axis goes east and west, with east being the positive direction. The Y axis goes
true.
up and down, with up being the positive
Guys, this is
direction.
literally
And the Z
Minecraft.
axis goes north and south, with south
Guy
being
who has
the
only
positive
played one
direction.
3D
So take a
game,
top-down
it's
map of a
Minecraft.
course. If we zoom in, we can see the grid of individual units. So a single unit in SM64 is incredibly tiny, only like a centimeter wide. And the extra bold lines are the X and Z axes. Now we're gonna analyze what a surface triangle looks like at this
They
scale.
don't got Taco
I mean,
Bell in
surface
Canada?
triangles are
I'm
usually
sorry, bro.
way bigger
That
than
fucking
this.
sucks.
But we're gonna be
That's
looking at some
actually
pretty
terrible.
tiny triangles for now, just so that we can see how certain properties work. Now, as you know, a surface triangle has 3 vertices, but what you may not know is that these 3 vertices have to have integer coordinates. In other words, the vertices always lie on the intersection of a horizontal unit line and a vertical unit line. So a triangle might look like this, or like this, or like this, but it would never look like this because here the
Well,
vertices
maybe,
aren't at
I don't know,
integer
maybe you live
coordinates.
somewhere too
The
rural.
reason for this restriction is because triangle vertices are stored as shorts, and a short is a variable type that can only have integer values between negative
Wait, you have Taco Bell
32,768
too,
and
Ken?
32,767. So it's
I
impossible
thought
for
like
a vertex to have a
Australia
value
was like
that
somewhere
isn't
that
an
didn't
integer.
have Taco
So now
Bell.
let's consider this floor triangle.
Or
The
like
question
maybe
we're
they
gonna
only
be
have like 1 or
analyzing
2
is, where can
locations
Mario
in
stand
the
on this
entire
triangle?
Australia.
You might assume that it would just be this area, like the area enclosed within the triangle, but that's not right. Let me explain by filling out this little table. So Mario himself is at some coordinates, and those coordinates
fuck
are
is-
stored as floats. Floats are
Why does it
another
keep going
variable
outside?
type,
What
and they
is that?
basically store real numbers, like numbers that can have decimal components. For example, let's say Mario's
This
at
is just
X
jets.
coordinate 1.34 and Z coordinate negative
It's the military, they're coming to
2.79.
kill me.
But that's not the point that the game checks to see whether it's within the floor triangle or not. Instead, the game first converts those values to another type. Specifically, it converts the coordinates to shorts, and then that's the point that the game checks to see whether it's within the floor triangle or not. And like I mentioned earlier, shorts can only have integer values, meaning no decimal components. So to convert Mario's coordinates from floats to shorts, the game takes the coordinates and then chops off the decimal components. So it's not rounding, it's truncating. And so to summarize, even though Mario's at 1.34, negative 2.79, the floor detection function first truncates those values to 1, negative 2, and then checks if that new position is within the floor triangle or not. Why does it do that?
Bros, I think I
guess
might
the
fail the
programmers
test.
thought the
Low-key?
calculations would work out better with shorts instead of floats, since floats can have slight rounding errors. But anyway, let me show this on the grid using the same numbers.
I think I might be
so
cooked.
Mario's here at x-coordinate
Yo, Jay, what's good,
1.34
bro?
and z-coordinate negative 2.79. I'll also add a highlight to Mario's current unit square to make that easier to track. And then for the floor detection point, we can start at Mario's position, but then we have to truncate the decimal components. So for the x-coordinate, 1.34 becomes 1, meaning we go to the left edge of Mario's unit square. And for the z-coordinate,
Why do we
negative
do that?
2.79 becomes negative 2,
Why?
meaning we go to the bottom edge of the unit square. So in
God damn it,
general,
this
the
is
floor detection
confusing.
point
I'm
will
gonna
always
fail
be on the
physics.
corner of Mario's unit square closest to the origin. And that directly follows from the fact that when you remove a number's decimal component, the number will only get closer to 0. So now if we move Mario around in a continuous way, we can see that the floor detection point moves around in a discrete way. And in all 4 quadrants, the floor detection point is still always on the corner of Mario's unit square closest to the origin. On the other hand, if Mario moves around within a unit square, then the floor detection point doesn't even move. In other words, all the positions within a unit square use the same floor detection point, because all their positions truncate to that same corner closest to the origin. Consequently, we can actually think of the corner closest to the origin as the representative for the whole unit square.
Oh.
So whatever
Okay,
floor status the representative point has will be the floor
I like
status
doing this
for
with
all
my
the
model
points
now.
within the unit square. So if the representative point is a floor, then the whole unit square is considered floor. If the representative point is out of bounds, then the whole unit square is considered out of bounds. And spoiler from the future, if the representative point is a ceiling, then the whole unit square is considered ceiling.
Oh,
I'll
because
demonstrate this principle with the floor triangle from
graphics-
earlier. We were trying to figure out where
it just
Mario can stand on
prefers
this triangle,
taking
and I said it
integer,
was not
like,
just the area inside
data
the triangle.
values?
So let's look at some points near the triangle's edge. If Mario's
Is that
within
what it
this unit
is?
square, then this is the floor detection point.
It's simpler,
aka
but
the
we don't know
representative
why
point for
they
the
did
whole
it.
unit
Oh.
square. The representative point is not within the floor triangle, so I'll make it gray to indicate no floor. I'll
Integers
also
take
put a
less
little
memory.
arrow from
Oh,
the representative
a
point
lot
to
less.
the unit square, just so
Oh,
that there's no
makes sense.
confusion about which unit square it's the representative of. And note that because the representative point is always on the corner of the unit square closest to the origin,
I feel
the
like
arrow
I'm
pointing
learning.
from the representative point to the unit square will always be facing away from the origin. But anyway, since the representative point is
Like,
gray to indicate no
learning
floor,
something I'll
we
never
can color the
apply,
whole
but,
unit
like,
square
I think
gray to
learning is
indicate no
fun.
floor.
I
so
enjoy
even if
learning.
Mario were here, which looks like it's inside the floor triangle, it would still count as being outside the triangle, since this whole unit
A
square is
short is a
considered
quarter of the
outside
size
the
of
triangle.
memory
On
of
the
a
other
float.
hand, if Mario's within
Oh,
this
okay.
unit square, then this is the representative
check the
point.
weather.
This time, the representative point is within the floor triangle, so I'll make it blue to indicate
Wait, what
floor.
is this noise
And then
I
I'll
keep
put the
hearing?
arrow again. And now, since the representative point is blue to indicate floor, we can color the whole unit square blue to indicate floor. So even
My
if
eyes
Mario
are
were
bugging.
here, which
My
looks like
eyes
it's
on my
outside
model
the
might be
floor
bugging out
triangle,
because I
it
am
would
still
count
wearing
as
glasses,
being inside
just
the
so you guys
triangle,
know.
since this whole unit square is considered inside the triangle. So going back to the whole triangle, the simplest way to determine where Mario can stand on it is the following process. First, mark all integer
Fuck floats,
points
all
that
my
are
homies
within
need
the
floats.
triangle, including on the triangle bounds. Then put the arrows facing away from the origin to indicate which unit squares are being represented. And finally, fill in those unit squares. And so now, we can see the exact area where Mario can stand on this triangle.
So
the
there's
floor
still gonna be
detection
areas
area
on the
isn't a
triangle where
perfect
he can't
triangle, but more
stand.
like a pixelated approximation of a triangle. And because it's pixelated, we get some interesting properties.
Oh, he's gonna explain
For
that. He's gonna
example,
explain
if the
that.
edge of a floor triangle is cardinally aligned, like it's exactly horizontal or exactly vertical, then the edge of the floor detection area will be a straight line. More specifically, if it's an edge that faces towards the origin,
He's
then the
gonna
floor
explain
detection
it.
edge will
Okay.
coincide with the triangle edge. And if it's an edge that faces away from the origin, then the floor detection edge will be 1 unit offset from the triangle edge. On the other hand, if the triangle's edge is not cardinally aligned, like it's on a diagonal, then the floor
it's
detection
literally
edge will
okay.
be
We'll pull that
jagged.
up in a minute.
Separately,
We'll
note
pull
that
that up in a minute. Sorry.
Ceiling
I love
detection
clicking
works
on links in
in
my
exactly
chat.
the
I
same
love
way as
clicking
floor
on links.
detection, since it also converts Mario's coordinates from floats
The
to
actual
shorts.
reason
So
is
all
that
the
the
insight we
RAM
just gained about
used
floors also
a
applies to
9-bit
ceilings,
bus.
like with the representative points and how the ceiling detection area is really just a pixelated approximation of the ceiling triangle. And before we move on, I have one more note about the representative points. So in general, an integer point is the representative
You
for just
burned your
one unit square,
popcorn!
which is the unit square away
No!
from the origin. But for integer points on the
was
x-axis
the
and
last bag.
z-axis, they're each the
Hot
representative
take,
for
I
2
actually
unit
kinda like
squares.
burned popcorn.
And the origin
And I
itself
also like
is the
the kernels,
representative for 4
the
unit
unpopped
squares.
kernels,
So I
too.
just wanted to clarify that. And so now, we're finally ready to start talking about invisible walls and what they are. But how
I
can
have
we answer what
50,000
they are
viruses
without
on my
knowing
computer.
what they are? In other words, what do we even mean when we say invisible walls? How should we define them? Because we can't find examples of them to analyze unless we know what actually qualifies as an invisible wall. So let's break it down. The term
What's
invisible
wrong with
wall has
me?
2 parts to it.
I don't
invisible
know,
and
man.
wall. To
Too
satisfy
much,
being
I guess.
invisible, we just have to not be able to see it. For example, this would count as an invisible wall because I don't see anything
Ugh.
there. However, this would not count as an invisible wall because I can clearly see the wall there. And then to satisfy being a wall, you'd think I'd say it has to be a wall. But think about it, a casual player can't
it's
see
actually
specific
any
triangles
surface?
and their classifications.
This is a short
Instead,
video.
a casual player would just go by what it
I'll
seems
copy
like
it.
is happening.
I'll
After
copy
all,
the
they say
link.
if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. So if we apply that principle here, we'd say if you can push on it like a wall and bonk on it like a wall, it's a wall. At least it would seem that way to a casual player. So based on all that, our definition of invisible walls will be any space
Yeah, we
that's
don't want
pushable
short
and
videos, we
bonkable,
want
but
5-hour
has no
video
visible
essays.
texture. Now remember our discussion.
I'm gonna be honest, you guys. I miss... Which, I don't have an excuse to do it anymore because I'm not doing a subathon, but... I miss those, like, 12-hour, like, patrician TV videos that I would put on while I would be sleeping. Sleeping, quote-unquote. I wouldn't be sleeping. I probably got an average of, like, 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day during the subathon. I wouldn't be sleeping. I would literally be staying awake and watching those video essays.
Question from earlier, we established that walls, ceilings, and out of bounds are all
And by
pushable
sleeping,
and all
I
bonkable.
mean
So
jorking it.
really, an
Yeah,
instance of
fuck
any
you.
one of these 3 hitboxes
Getting
could be
sentenced
labeled
to
as an
15
invisible
hours
wall,
of
so
white
long
guy
as there's
video
no
essay is
texture
like
associated
heaven.
with it. Now, surface triangles
Yeah.
usually have textures.
Well, okay,
so
sorry I keep pausing the video. When I did the subathon, I did not have a tracking phone. So I would literally, you know, the sleepy face on my model, and then unplug my phone from my computer so that I could use my phone for a couple hours a day. That's what I did.
Wall could only count as an invisible wall if the programmers didn't put a texture for it. A ceiling could count as an invisible wall if you hit its upper hitbox, since that's so far away from the ceiling texture that it would just seem like a
But
separate
it's not
thing that's
technically a
invisible.
separate thing.
And then out of bounds would always count as an invisible wall, since it's a hitbox with no surface
Yeah, the
triangles,
Elder
and so it
Scrolls
has
lore
no
videos.
textures.
Dude, that shit
So
is
those
so
are the 3
good.
things
I
that can
love
count
video.
as
I love
invisible
long
walls.
video
But from there,
essays.
I've further broken it down into 8 causes of invisible walls. 3 of them are pretty straightforward.
Especially ones-
4 of them are a little
like,
more
some
involved.
people are like,
and the
"Oh, no,
last
they're
one,
boring."
well, let's just say it's the final
But
boss of the causes.
I
But
like
instead
watching
of thinking
ones where
about them like
the-
this, you know, 8
not like
items in
this,
a
where the
row,
guy does-
we're
not,
instead
like,
gonna think
necessarily
about them
seems
like this, with 4 items on the
disinterested,
left,
but, like,
all separate, and 4 items on the right.
you
in
know,
a
I like
2x2
watching
table,
chill,
like a
like,
Punnett
video
square.
essays.
So I basically created the periodic
hell?
table of elements, but for invisible walls. And we're gonna spend the rest of the video filling it out. Like, for each cause,
Yay!
I'll explain how it works and we'll look at examples. So, let's dive into the first cause of invisible walls, which has to do with wall triangles. See, most
yeah,
wall triangles have a
woo!
texture, but surface triangles and graphics triangles are 2 completely separate things in the game. Surface triangles
lore
have
videos are
hitboxes
fucking
that affect
badass.
Mario, like we've talked about, and graphics
I love
triangles
lore.
are purely visual. Now, for the most part, the programmers
that
made it
emojis.
so that every surface triangle has a corresponding graphics triangle. But there are some exceptions, and so if there's a wall triangle with no corresponding texture, then that would count as an invisible wall. So let's look at some examples. In the hallway leading up to Bowser in the Dark World, there's an invisible wall right after the trap door.
What?
Obviously, it was put there because this whole hallway is a trap and you're not actually meant to get to the end of it. Then in Tiny Huge Island, there's an invisible wall in the water all along the edge of the course. So this is a rare case when there actually is a wall at the edge of the course instead of just out of bounds. Now if you remember, when you swim into out of bounds,
what
Mario's
difference would it
movement
make
gets
if they had
cancelled,
just
and
made
so
it
you're
out
just
of
kind of
bounds?
stuck there until you turn all the way around. The programmers obviously didn't like that behavior,
okay,
so they
that's
added
why.
a wall here so that you can swim along the edge instead of getting stuck.
That's why,
Because
so you didn't
remember,
get stuck.
walls let you move along them, but out of bounds cancels your movement. And note that this wall is also present in the tiny version of the island. Then in the Slide in Tall Tall Mountain, there's an invisible wall in the shape of a little rectangle at the top of the end of the first tunnel. So you might be wondering why that's there. Well, based on footage of the game's beta, we can actually conclude that this is a remnant of a left turn sign that used to be in that spot. It's kind of blurry, but it's there already. So that means at some point,
Wait, they
the
just
programmers
removed
removed the graphics
yeah,
for
the
left
texture
turn
for
sign,
it.
but accidentally left in the collision. Also in the Tall Tall Mountain slide, if you head the wrong way and go down the dead end path, you can see that they put a big invisible wall here. This is so that you can't fall off from here and land on a later part of the slide. Instead, they wanted you to plummet to your death. But since now we can see the exact edges of this big wall, we can actually just navigate around it and land on a later part of the slide anyway. In fact, here I've landed on a part after the loading zone, so the rest of the slide isn't even loaded. And so if I continue ahead, I just fall off and die. Then in Big Boo's Haunt, there's an invisible wall above the center of the merry-go-round. It's like a little column sticking right out of the pyramid. See, the camera in this room is normally situated right in the center above the pyramid, and they wanted to prevent you from going through that spot since that could cause the camera to turn really suddenly. But if we use hacks to remove that invisible wall column, we can see exactly what they were trying to prevent. See, the camera does a 180 in 2 frames, which probably isn't the best user experience. Then in Bowser in the Fire Sea, there are some invisible walls right after the funnel
I was
at
like
the
an
end.
invisible
These
wall
were put
hater
there so
because
that
at the
you don't
beginning of the video we
accidentally
showed
jump
all the
over
clips of
funnel
people
and
getting
fall
their
down,
speedruns
because
fucked
then
up
you
by
basically
random
have to
invisible
redo the
walls.
whole level. But
But this
also,
kinda
there's
makes
some
sense.
invisible walls under the funnel to make sure you can't touch the ending trigger from the side. And finally, in Womp's Fortress, there's actually a big invisible wall right under the course. So why'd they put this one here? Well, it actually has to do with the water that's in the level. Let me give you a quick rundown on water. So here's the side view of a surface of water. Note that I'm making it purple because blue is already taken by floors.
This is
So
like
there
the
are
only
two important
good
things to
justification. The
understand
rest
about
are gonna be
water.
pure
First,
evil.
the hitbox of water extends from the water's surface to infinitely downwards. Like, they never programmed water hitboxes to have a bottom. And second, whenever Mario enters a water hitbox, his height gets set to just under the water's surface and he goes into the swimming action. Now normally, you wouldn't notice the height change because you're only meant to enter water hitboxes from the top, which means you'll already be near the water's surface when your height gets set to near the water's surface. So in most cases, this height change doesn't have a very noticeable effect, but there are some ways to enter water from the side, in which case you can get a huge upwarp to the water's surface. For example, in Tall Tall Mountain, you can clip through this wall into the water behind it. And from there, if you go forwards, you can enter the hitbox of the water higher up in the level, causing you to upwarp to that water. And similarly, in Tiny Huge Island, we can clip into the mountain,
water
and then we upwarp to the top of the water that's in the mountain. So going back to Womp's Fortress...
So he said the water hitbox extends infinitely down, but not if there's like a different surface making like a new hitbox or whatever under the water?
The reason for this invisible wall is to prevent you from entering the water hitbox from the side. But they made a little oversight because to the right of this invisible wall, there's a gap. So you actually can enter the water hitbox after all and get the upwarp, which makes for a nice party trick. In fact, you can say to your friend, I bet you $10 I can jump off the edge and survive. Easy way to make money.
Chat,
so yeah,
scam your
that's
friends
the first
now!
cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call wall with no texture. Now let's look at the second cause, which has to do with ceilings. Remember, I said ceilings usually come in one of two forms. The top of an enclosed room or the bottom of an enclosed structure. I also said that the upper part of a ceiling hitbox is so far away from the ceiling texture that it just seems like its own separate hitbox that's invisible. So in these two cases, that would be above the enclosed room and inside the enclosed structure. These two areas are meant to be out of reach, but there are ways to interact with them, which we'd count as interacting with an invisible wall. So let's look at some examples, starting with getting above rooms. Like we saw earlier, in Wet Dry
Yeah.
World, you can use Chuckya to clip into the space above the tunnel, which is
He's
an upper
like
ceiling
a-
hitbox.
he's like
If we
a
bonk in there,
Mario
our
64
angle actually
super
gets
autist. Of course
reflected
it's gonna
every
be
frame,
really well done.
because when Mario's in the bonk action, he's programmed to reflect off of ceilings and out of bounds.
Oh,
Since
he's
here,
spinning!
Mario's surrounded by ceiling hitbox, he just gets continuously reflected, which looks pretty silly. In Hazy Maze Cave, it's actually possible to glitch this moving platform out of bounds. And so then, we can have the platform move out from under Mario while he's in the air, and so he ends up in the ceiling hitbox above a room down below. In the castle foyer, like we saw earlier, you can clip inside this pillar. And so then you're able to push on the ceiling hitbox of the area below. You know, the area with the stairs that go down to the basement. And also, like we saw, you can backwards long jump and end up behind the upstairs key door, and that lets you push on the ceiling hitbox.
I
above
always
the
wondered,
blue
like,
hallway.
if in
Now-
in that clip, was that like a real person actually doing it in real time, or was that like a clip of like Taz doing it?
Let's look at getting inside enclosed structures. In Jolly
This
Roger
isn't even
Bay,
second
it's
job
possible
shit,
to
this
clip
is
inside
primary
the
job.
floating
Hell
ship,
yeah, brother.
whose whole inside is ceiling hitbox. And in Rainbow Ride, we can use a Bob-omb to clip inside one of these glass blocks. And of course, their whole inside is ceiling hitbox too. So those are some examples of getting above a room
Bush,
and
thank you for
inside
the
an
follow. I
enclosed
really
structure.
appreciate it. Hope you
But
have
there's
fun
a
hanging
third
out with
case
us.
that can happen, and that's if we have something that should be an enclosed structure, but doesn't have a floor
Could've
on
been
top.
like,
In
couldn't
that
be either.
case, the
Yeah,
ceiling
I know,
hitbox would just continue
because
to
the
propagate upwards
speedrunners are
unimpeded.
fucking insane.
In theory, this should never happen in the game, but does it? Well, in the Tall Tall Mountain slide, we have these 3 arches. And let me make the background white so that it's easier to see. So let's look at the first arch. On its underside, we have some ceiling triangles, and on the top side, we have some floor triangles. So no
Yeah, it
problems
was me
here.
getting
But now
flashbanged
let's
in
look
real
at the
time.
second
The
arch.
model
On
tells
the bottom,
everything,
we have some
chat.
ceiling
The model
triangles,
tells
and on the
everything.
top, there are no floor triangles. The programmers just didn't
That
put
hurt
any.
my eyes,
so that means the
goddammit.
ceiling hitbox isn't covered by any floors, and so it just propagates upwards without anything to contain it. And what about the third arch? On the bottom, we have some ceiling triangles, and on the top, there are once again no floor triangles. So on this arch too, the ceiling hitbox just leaks out into the space above. And so basically, if you've ever tried to jump over the second or third arch, you'll have found that you're unable to, because Mario just bonks on the
Oh,
ceiling hitboxes.
because they
We
were
call
like,
these
yeah, we
exposed
don't need to
ceiling
add floor to
hitboxes,
this because there's no
unlike
reason
normal
anybody
ones
would
that
go
are
above
contained,
it.
These ones are just right out in the open. They're exposed. And then there's actually a fourth case for ceilings, which is a ceiling that's all by itself. Not the top of a room, not the bottom of an enclosed structure,
I did turn on
but
the
just
lights,
a
but
ceiling
my
in
computer
isolation,
screen is still
whose
freaking
hitbox
bright.
would also propagate upwards unimpeded. Surely the programmers never did that, right? Well, in Cool Cool Mountain, we have this bridge near the red coin star. At the end of the bridge are these 2 flaps on the sides. These were clearly meant to be walls, but they're actually ceilings since they're angled slightly downwards. And because the programmers didn't expect these surfaces to be ceilings, they didn't put any floors to cover them. So the ceiling hitboxes just rise upwards without anything to stop them, meaning that this is another case of exposed ceiling hitboxes. So watch out if you're ever playing around near these 2 flaps.
No,
So yeah,
Hi!
that's the second cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call
Your
above
PC
ceiling, below
screen
any
feels like a
floor.
space heater.
Because if there's
My,
no floor above the
when
ceiling,
I was using a
then the
really
whole
old
area
monitor as
above
my
the
secondary
ceiling is
monitor, it
bonkable.
got
And if there
insanely
is
hot.
a floor above the ceiling, then only the area
That was my monitor that has a warning sticker on the back of it. It has a warning sticker on the back of it saying not to throw it away normally because it has mercury in it. That one got really, really hot. And it burning my hand hot when it was on for too long.
area between them.
Yeah,
is
it has,
bonkable.
like, a big
So now let's
warning,
look at the third
like,
cause,
label on
which
the
has
back
to
of
do with
it.
out
It's
of
really
bounds.
old.
If you remember from earlier, all courses are surrounded by out of bounds, even if they have a death barrier.
It
and
has
that
a
out of bounds
fluorescent
is an
tube in
invisible
it?
hitbox that you
Oh.
can bonk on, so it counts as an invisible
It's like
wall.
from the
so
early
if the course
2000s.
doesn't have a death barrier,
Or like
then
early
the out
to
of
mid
bounds area will
2000s.
just be on the edge of the
Yeah,
ground.
it's like a really
and if the
old
course
monitor.
does have a death
Aren't you
barrier,
having
then the out of
nice?
bounds area will be at the edge of the death barrier, which you can reach if you jump far enough. So that's the third cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call
God,
out of
I
bounds
love
on course
watching
A.
videos like this,
and
chat.
So those are the first 3 causes,
It's
which
fun
I
to
said
be
were
able to
pretty
share this with
straightforward.
company,
And that's because
if
they
that
directly
makes sense.
correspond to the 3
I really like
hitboxes
watching
we
these,
talked
so
about
it's fun to
earlier.
be able to
Walls,
share it with other
ceilings, and
people,
out of
whether you
bounds.
like them or
so
not.
think of these 3 causes as the simple
It's
basic
fun to make other
implementations
people
of
watch
those
the
3
things that I like,
hitboxes.
you know?
The remaining causes are more advanced implementations. So let's
It's
get to
not
those
older
ones
than
now
to
by
me,
next
the
looking
monitor.
at the punished
It's
square.
like
Specifically, let's look at the fourth
I don't know.
cause. Like I said, these causes are more complex.
Like 18
so
to
instead
20
of me
years
saying
old,
the cause
maybe?
outright, we're
Something
going
like
to build
that?
up to it with examples so that you get some intuition. So imagine a structure like this. It's a staircase with two steps.
Parasocial friend.
Now
Don't
let's look at this
parasocial
structure
friend
from
me.
above. Not
I
just
just
like
want to
this,
share
but also on a
content with
unit
you
grid,
guys,
which looks like
okay?
this. So there's a floor rectangle on the bottom representing the lower step, and a floor rectangle on the top representing the upper step. Now I have two clarifications to make. First, a floor rectangle is just two floor
My
triangles
headphone cord keeps
together
getting,
that
like,
form a
freaking
rectangle.
tangled. There.
Like, we could analyze this situation on the triangle level, but it's simpler to just pair up the triangles into rectangles and analyze the situation on the rectangle level.
True,
So
true.
that's what
I
we're
agree
gonna
with
do.
your statement.
And second, even though we're looking at the same shape on the left and the right, they're at different scales. The
Let me
3D
move
shape
my
on the
drink.
left is at a normal scale that you'd find in the game, like hundreds of units
So I can
wide,
move
while the
everything
shape
on
on
my
the
desk a
right
little
is
bit.
scaled down to be really tiny, like less than 10 units wide. I made it
These
really
are the kinds of
tiny
videos
so
I
that
watch
it's
on
easier
2x
to
speed with
see
two other tabs
individual
open at the
units.
same time.
So
Dude,
for
I do that with,
example,
like,
if we
music.
rotate the two shapes,
I'll have
the
like
one
a
on the
bunch
left
of
will stay
different
normal
music
looking,
playing at
but
the
the one
same
on
time
the
at
right
different
will deform,
volumes.
because remember, all the vertices still have to have integer coordinates, which has a big effect at this scale. Now on the right side, the structure looks like two floor rectangles with a seam
Yeah,
in
it's pretty
between.
bad.
On the left side, the structure also looks like two floor rectangles with a seam in between, though if we look at the structure from the side, we can see that there's a whole wall on that seam,
What do you
which
mean,
causes
bro,
the floors
what?
on both sides
Like
of the
what?
seam to be at different heights. So on one side of the seam, we have the
So
floor
I can
edge at the
hear two
bottom of
things
the
at the
wall,
same
which
time.
is the
I don't
north edge
understand
of the
what the
lower
problem
step.
is.
And on the other side of the seam, we have the floor edge at the top of the wall, which is the south edge of the upper step. The question we're going to be analyzing is, are there any gaps between
Sickening.
these two
She
edges
just like
on
me
the
for real,
unit
for
grid?
real.
And in this case, the answer is no.
Don't
there
call
are no
me
gaps.
cooked.
The
I'm
lower step's
not
edge and the upper step's
cooked.
edge are exactly flush because they have the same lateral coordinates. So there are no gaps between them.
Focus
now,
up,
if the
chat.
floors
Listen.
were separated like this, then there'd be a gap. But for
True.
now, there is no gap. So let's clear that, put the structure back to a top-down view, and now we're going to rotate it to see if that causes any gaps between the edges. Now,
Yeah, my
even though the
favorite
two edges
rappers are
changing
Logic,
coordinates, they remain exactly in sync.
Eminem,
So for example, at
and
this angle,
Calliope
there are still
Mori.
no gaps between the two edges, since they still have the exact
That's
same
what
lateral
real rap
coordinates.
is.
So let's rotate the structure back to its starting angle, and now we're going to change the structure itself. You see that upper step? I've now split
Base,
it into
totally.
two steps. As you can see this change reflected on the unit grid. So again, let's think about the edges that make up the seam between the lower step and the upper steps. Or in other words, the edges at the bottom of the wall versus the edges
Callie
at the top
bodies
of the wall.
everyone
This time, that would
real.
be the north edge of the lower step, the south edge of the upper
What
left
is that
step,
tweet?
and
It's
the south
like-
edge of the upper
it's
right
like,
step.
is
Same
everyone
question.
ready?
Are there any gaps between them on the unit grid? The answer is no, but the reasoning is a little
fucking
different this time. Because
Tupac
now, there aren't
Sweats,
just two edges with the
Kendrick
same lateral
Gulps.
coordinates. Instead, there are three edges,
And
a long
some
edge
other
and
shit.
two short edges.
Yes.
And notice that the two
Calliope
short edges
Mori,
connect
they
at
all
a
say
point
in
that lies
unison.
exactly on the bigger edge. Because of that, we're going to call that point an edge vertex. In general,
Edging?
we'll define an edge vertex as a triangle vertex that's intended to lie laterally on another triangle's edge. So it's not meant to coincide with the other triangle's vertices, but instead be somewhere in the middle of the triangle's edge. And it doesn't have to lie exactly on the edge, but just be intended to lie on the edge. So in theory, it could miss by a little.
That's what
Now-
I say with the tax deductible stream expenses. I intend to use them for stream.
Going back to the structure, we can see
I'm
that the edge
edging.
vertex here
Hi,
does
Yuko.
lie exactly
Mhm.
on the bigger edge. And because of that, there are no gaps
edge
between
on
the
my
bigger edge
vertex
and the
till
two
I'm
smaller
not normal.
edges. In the 3D view on the left, that means that this edge vertex is laterally aligned with this edge. And just to
So what is
clarify,
this bro
I
yapping
could
about?
mark
He's
the edge
talking
vertex
about
here
invisible
or
walls
here.
in Super
It doesn't
Mario
really
64.
matter because those 2 points are basically guaranteed to line up with each other. So laterally, they're like the same point. So going forward, we'll consider them to be the same edge vertex, and I'll only be marking one of them. Okay, so let's clear all of that, put the structure back to a top-down view, and now let's rotate it again. This time, you
Whoa.
may notice something funky is going on with the edge vertex
Yep.
on the unit grid. So let's stop it here. And now same question. Are there any gaps
Look
between
at
the
that!
edges?
There's a big old
Interestingly,
gap!
in this case, there is a
Classic
gap.
half
And that's
A-press.
because the edge
Dude,
vertex is
we
no longer...
literally, I went on this fucking tangent because I don't know what made me bring it up, but we watched the half A-press video, and then there was like an updated 0 A-press, so I went and watched the 0 A-press, and now we're just
on the
watching this
lower
guy's
edge.
videos.
And how could it be? Because remember, triangle vertices must have integer
There's
coordinates, but there are no integer
Poggers!
coordinates that lie exactly on the lower edge. Earlier, when the
If you
structure
keep
was
saying
cardinally
edge,
aligned,
I'm
it was
gonna
easy to find an integer coordinate
bust.
exactly on the edge, because the edge went through so many. But now, since we're at a weird angle, the edge doesn't go through any integer coordinates, and so it's literally impossible for the edge vertex to lie on the edge. Instead, it just has to pick integer coordinates that are close to the edge. That means there are two cases. Case 1, the edge vertex overshoots and causes the floors to overlap. Floors overlapping like this is perfectly fine and won't cause any invisible walls. And then case 2, the edge vertex undershoots and causes a gap between the floors. And when there's a gap like this, then we have some problems.
We're gonna have
Remember,
some problems
the triangle
now.
area
Oh,
itself
shit.
doesn't
Think about
represent where Mario can stand. Instead, we have our little process for figuring that out, so let's do that again here. First, we mark all integer points that are within the floor or on the floor bounds. Then add the arrows, and finally fill.
And the only reason that something like this would happen is because they use shorts for determining the position or whatever instead of floats because it uses less memory.
In the unit squares. Now you can see the issue. There are two integer points
So
that aren't inside any
this
floors.
happens because of like
Consequently, their unit
because
squares
of
are
the
not
N64.
considered to be floor. Instead, we call them floor
Okay.
gaps. And so basically, any structure that
Okay.
resembles this could have floor gaps. Instead of this, it could look like this, or like this, or like this. It doesn't take very much. You just need a seam between floors, usually with a wall in it, and for the
tier
floor
3,
edges on
holy
either
shit,
side
and
of the
the
seam
14
to be
months, thank you
subdivided
so
differently.
much.
That causes there to be an edge vertex, which as we discussed is a vertex meant to lie on another triangle's edge. Specifically, a triangle on the other side of the seam. But if the structure is at a weird angle, then the edge vertex might be misaligned from its edge, causing there to be floor gaps. So to recap, we looked at 4 scenarios: whether there was no edge vertex or there was an edge vertex, and whether the structure was cardinally aligned or at a weird angle. And only when there was an edge vertex at a weird angle did we get floor gaps. So those are the two main ingredients. Now I think it would also be useful to look at floor gaps from the side. So let's take this structure, put it sideways, and now take the cross section of the steps. And to make this easier to work with, I'm going to make the wall a little taller and extend the floors. Now as we saw in the previous demonstration, there's some geometry that can cause these 2 points to be misaligned, meaning that the wall triangle can end up slanted. So what we're going to do here is look at 5 different alignments of the upper point in order to examine 5 different slants of the wall triangle. The 5 slants are leaning very far back, leaning a little back, perfectly vertical, leaning a little forwards, and leaning very far forwards. We're going to see which ones cause there to be floor gaps and what happens in those cases. So
Yeah,
let's start
but
with
there
perfectly
were like ceilings at like this angle. At the beginning of the video, there were ceilings that were at that angle,
vertical.
but this
In
is
this
still
case,
a wall.
the 2 floors are exactly flush. Now for each case,
The
we're going
5
to see
gaming
what happens
positions.
when we show the
I'm
out
a
of bounds
shrimper.
area. So first, let's add the floor
I'm
hitboxes,
not gonna lie,
and then
chat.
let's let the out of bounds area
I've always
propagate
said that I
upwards to
won't.
see where
I
it
do
fills.
not want to
In
add
this
leaning
case, the
to my
floors cover
model
all of
because
the out
I'm
of
a
bounds,
shrimper,
which
and
means
you
all
guys
the
will see
area
that.
above
I'll,
is habitable. So
well, you
I'll
can't
give this
see
case
because
a happy
I don't
face.
have the-
Then next,
it
let's look at
rigged,
leaning
but
very far back. Interestingly,
I'll always be
when
like
a wall
leaning
triangle is
forward
this
because I
slanted,
shrimp
it
so
actually
much.
gets classified
Yeah,
as a
like when
ceiling.
you lock
And
in
this
when like
happens
you're
in the
leaning
game.
back and then
There are
like you lean
triangles that are
forward
meant
when
to be
you lock in
walls,
on the
but are
game.
just a
I
little
do
too
that.
slanted, and so they're actually ceilings. For example, in Cool Mountain, there's this ceiling. So even though it looks like a wall, you can't kick on it or do any other wall interactions with it. And then in
Oh,
Rainbow
okay. The difference is the type of interactions you can do. That was literally what I was.
It's meant to be part of the big
Okay.
house's wall, but because it's just a little too slanted, it's actually a ceiling. So we'll call these wall-like ceilings because they're ceilings that look like walls and are meant to be walls. So going back to our demonstration, let's see what happens when we show the hitboxes again. Like before, the floors still
XQC
cover
slouch
all of the
posture?
out of
Dude,
bounds.
that's fucking-
In fact, we have
dude,
some floor overlap
that's
in the
mean.
middle, so there's floor
I
to
don't think
spare.
it's like that
So this
bad.
case gets a happy face.
There's
Then
no way
next,
it's that
let's look
bad
at
because
leaning a little
XQC
back.
looks like
Here,
a goblin.
The wall triangle
He
is
has
still
goblin
a wall, just a
posture,
slightly leaning wall.
if that makes
If we show the
sense.
hitboxes again,
Surely
we can
not.
see that the floors still cover all of the out of bounds, with a little bit of floor to spare. So this case gets a happy face. Though, one big caveat here is that this angle is not to scale. In reality, walls can only tilt about this much while still being a
it's
wall.
not to
but
scale!
I didn't want the arrows to be really crammed together. So in these visuals,
Okay, that's
we're just
why.
gonna pretend that walls can tilt this much
Dude,
instead.
that's why the visual was confusing me,
There'll
but
be a
this
wall
makes a
for
lot
the
more
sake of
sense.
convenience.
Now that he said
Then
that.
next, let's skip ahead and look at leaning very far forwards. Now the wall triangle is so slanted the other way that it gets classified as a floor. And this happens in the game too. For example, in Bob
Oh,
on
the
Battlefield,
classification
the
does
side of this third
change.
step has a floor triangle that's meant to be a wall. But because it's a floor, you can walk on it and slide on it. In Bowser in the Dark World, the side of this little bridge has a floor triangle. In Bowser in the Fire Sea, the side of this platform has floor triangles. And in the castle courtyard, the side of this structure has a floor triangle. So for these ones, we'll call them wall-like floors. But what effect does this have in our demonstration? Well, first let's show the floor hitboxes. You can see that the original two floors are now separated.
We're talking about
but
goblins.
luckily, this new floor covers the area in between.
Maybe
so
I am
if we
a
show
bit
the out of
goblin
bounds
coded.
area, we can see that the three floors together cover all of the out of bounds. So this case gets a happy face. And then finally, let's look at leaning a little forwards. Here, the wall triangle is still a wall, just a slightly leaning wall. Now let's show the floor hitboxes. The two original floors are still separated a bit, but now there's no third floor to cover the area in between. All we have is a wall there, but walls don't cover out of bounds. It's like the wall took on the responsibility of a floor, but doesn't actually have the powers of a floor. And so if we show the out of bounds area, we can see that a tiny sliver of out of bounds leaks through the leaning wall. And that sliver of out of bounds would be classified as an
I would
invisible
make a
wall.
good
This
XQC,
type
I
of
think.
invisible wall has
If
caused
he
a lot of
died, I
frustration
could
over
probably
the
like
years.
take over
Like, think
for
about this
him.
kind of
But
invisible wall
I would have
compared
to
the
get like
previous
a
three
what is
causes
it, like
that
a
we looked
nose
at.
job?
These three causes
Or like
aren't
a
actually that annoying. For the walls with no
Reverse
texture,
it's still
those
called
are put
just
there
a nose
intentionally
job. I would have to get
prevent
like
you
a
from
nose
going to
job
places
and
that you're
bleach
not
my
supposed
hair.
to go to. So they don't really get in the way
And
when you're
maybe
going
like
to
a
places that
hair
you are supposed to
transplant
go
so I
to.
get a little bit
For
of
the ceiling
facial hair.
hitboxes, those are mainly just above rooms and inside enclosed structures,
You
which
know?
are places that you don't
But
normally
I'm like,
interact
I'm built
with.
like a
Well,
twig,
aside
I'm
from the
super
arches
pale.
and the tall mountain slide and the bridge flaps in Cool Mountain,
And I can
those
talk
ones
like him if
can
I
get in
wanted
your
to, I
way.
think.
And then for out of
Also,
bounds on
welcome
the course
back!
edge, you know where those are, and it's not like they're in the way because they're only on the edges of the course. But for
Yeah,
this
and I would have
most
to
recent
be
type
French!
of invisible wall, it's just in the
Ooh.
middle of the course
I got
out in
2
the
checks
open.
down. Yeah,
it
I'm
could even
pale
be
and I
on
can
the
talk like
path
him.
that
I'd be
you're
like,
supposed to use,
like
so
that.
you might just bonk
I
on
would
it
just
out
have
of
to talk
nowhere
like
while
that.
you're trying to beat the game. So
And
this
I need
type
a
of invisible
lobotomy.
wall, along with the rest that we're going to cover, are in some sense the real invisible walls. Because
Oh,
they're the
chat,
ones
we
that
haven't even
frustrate
started the
players
real
and give a bad
invisible
name
walls
to
part.
invisible walls. So I'm
We were
going to give
looking at
this
fake
case an
invisible
angry
walls.
face. So to summarize, we looked at 5 possible slants of the wall triangle, and only a wall that's leaning slightly forwards causes there to be a floor gap that lets out of bounds leak through. If we move the upper vertex around continuously, you can see that it's only a very narrow range that lets the out of bounds leak through. Basically,
Ew,
the wall
French
triangle has to be
people?
leaning
Ugh,
forward so
gross.
that there's a gap between the lower floor and upper floor, but the wall can't be leaning too far forwards or else it acts as a floor that covers that gap. Now, I think it would also be useful to see what each of these 5 cases looks like from a top-down view.
True,
When
everybody
the wall
likes
leans
French
very
maids.
far back, the floors overlap. You can tell because the overlap area is an extra dark shade of blue. When the wall leans a little back, there's still a floor overlap, but a bit smaller in area.
Oh, and the
When
white
wall's
area is
perfectly
where out of
vertical,
bounds. When
there's
it
no
makes a
floor
white area,
overlap
that's
or
where the
floor
out of bounds
gap.
will leak.
The whole thing is just a uniform shade of blue. When the wall leans a little forwards, now there's a floor gap.
There it
You
is!
can tell because there's some white in the middle of all the blue. And remember, that white area is actually covered by the wall triangle, but that doesn't really do anything. And finally, when the wall leans very far forwards,
And
then the
it's
wall
just
turns
another
into
floor
a floor
triangle.
which covers the gap. So yeah, it's only the one case that causes floor gaps. But interestingly, floor gaps don't necessarily cause invisible walls. See, there are actually 3 cases for what effect a floor gap
we're
has
gonna have
because
a
it
test
depends
at
on
the
what's
end of
below
this.
the
Don't
floor
worry,
gap.
chat.
Case 1, there's another floor below the floor gap. In this case, Mario can freely jump over the floor gap and not hit any invisible walls. He can also go into the floor gap and fall through to the floor below, assuming there are no wall hitboxes in the way. Then case 2, there are no floors below the floor gap. Like we
Then he
saw a
would just
second
fall
ago,
in and
this
die.
lets a tiny sliver of out of bounds leak through. If Mario jumps into that sliver, he'll bonk, and if he
Oh!
walks into it, he'll push. And then case 3, there's a ceiling below the floor gap. This ceiling has a lower hitbox, but we don't care about that. It's the upper hitbox that causes a tiny sliver of ceiling to leak through. So this would also count as an exposed ceiling hitbox. And just
Yeah,
like the
can I
sliver of
copy
out
your
of bounds,
notes,
the
dude?
sliver of ceiling lets us bonk
I
on
just
it and
drew
lets
a
us
bunch
push
of
on
Mario
it. So it's
pictures
only
on
case 2
mine.
and case 3 that
I'm
cause
cooked.
invisible walls. Now if you ever
I'm fucking
encounter an
cooked,
invisible
bro.
wall like this, it might not be obvious whether it's from out of bounds or from a ceiling. Since you know, invisible walls are invisible, so in the game, we wouldn't see the hitbox colors that I'm showing here. But remember, only ceilings cut short your upwards trajectory. So a quick and simple way to distinguish between these two cases is to jump up into the invisible wall.
As if you can
If it lets
go
you jump up, then it's out of bounds,
Oh!
and if it stops you from jumping up, then it's a ceiling.
that makes
So let's
sense.
look at an example. In Bob on Battlefield, there's this wall on a floor seam. Here are the floor edges on both sides of the seam, which are subdivided differently due to the steps. And based on those, here are the edge vertices. Now you may be wondering why it looks like I'm showing the same thing on the left and the right.
Because he is.
Well, they're actually different camera modes. See, the one on the left is a perspective view, meaning that things get smaller as they go farther away from the camera. So it's like the normal camera mode that you'd see in the game. In contrast,
What do
the
we
one
need
on the
this
right
knowledge
is an
for?
orthographic
Well,
view,
it's in
meaning
case
that
you
things
guys
stay the
wanna
same
be-
size regardless of how far away from the camera they are. This orthographic view is useful because it allows us to have a nice looking top-down
Whoa.
view. So next, let's show all the course's floor triangles.
It's for
and now
if
we're
you
gonna
guys
zoom
wanna
in on
be,
each edge
Super
vertex
Mario
to see how
64
it misses
speedrunners.
its edge. Like, does it cause a floor overlap or a floor
Yeah,
gap?
don't you want to be a
The way this
speedrunner?
one misses is by causing a floor gap, because you can see the white area between the floors. Then for the next edge vertex, it also causes a floor gap. And for the last one, this one's a little weird.
Yeah, women-
See, the
women
bottom of the
don't
step
get
and the
scared
top
when you
of the
start
step
reciting
don't actually line up, even though they were meant to. That's what actually
Mario
causes the side of that
64
third step to be a floor instead
knowledge.
of a wall,
They don't
like
get
we saw
scared.
before. But anyway, this
Trust,
just means
it
we
will
have two
always
edge
work.
vertices to look at instead of one, and they both cause floor gaps. So let's zoom out a little, and now you can see that there are integer coordinates that lie in the white area between floors, meaning that those points are out of bounds. Now let's remove the triangle fill color so that we can mark
it's
which
so
unit
bright!
squares are out of bounds. For each of those integer coordinates, let's add the arrow facing away from the origin, and then fill in those unit squares with gray for out of bounds. And now let's pan across the seam so that we can see all of the unit squares of out of
it's so
bounds. So each of the unit squares on the right represents a little
Oh,
sliver
my
of
ass
out
is
of
getting
bounds
fucking
that leaks through the
flashbang,
leaning
man.
wall. And as we're panning on the right, I'm adding these slivers on the left so that you can see them in 3D. They're basically square columns that are 1 unit wide, though I'm drawing them each as 1 pixel wide because that's what's easiest to see. So that's the whole seam. Interestingly, there's one point near the middle of the seam that lies on the
My
x-axis.
eyes are open.
So
I
that
don't know if
point
the
has
model
2
is-
arrows
oh, it's
and
like
causes
spazzing
2
out.
unit
My-
squares
I'm
of invisible
squinting.
wall. So yeah, that's
Now
how
I'm
the
not.
out of bounds units are distributed along the seam.
the hell is
on
going
the
on
left,
here?
if we zoom in a bit,
Dude, we're
you can see the
watching
2 unit
freaking
columns in
Mario
the middle that are
videos.
extra close together,
I
since
love
they're both from that point
Mario!
on the x-axis. And if we step back a little, you can see just how high up this invisible
That's
wall
pretty
goes.
tall.
All the way to the top of the course, at a height of 32,768.
Pretty damn tall.
So it's pretty weird. There's just this invisible wall in the course that goes way higher up than anything else. And of course, because it's an invisible wall, that means anytime you go through that spot, you may end up bonking on it seemingly out of nowhere. On the other hand, you may end up passing right through it. So why is it that you only hit it sometimes? Well, let me explain.
Well, 'cause there's
Here's
gaps
a top-down
in
view
it.
of the unit grid, and let's say we have invisible wall units on a seam like this. Now normally, invisible wall units are at a slanted angle, but just to keep this demonstration simple, we're gonna say that they're all in a nice row like this. And let's say
It's
Mario's
Mario's
currently
birthday
south of the
today.
invisible
Did you
wall
know that?
seam and wants
It's
to cross
Mario's
it going
birthday.
north. Now it's important to understand exactly how Mario's movement works. So Mario has a horizontal speed, which
They aren't
represents
real
how many
gaps.
units forwards he moves per frame. For example, if Mario's speed is 8, then he moves 8 units forwards per frame.
Oh,
but
is
even
he
that's
just
a bit of an
moving faster than,
oversimplification because the game doesn't move Mario
his
forwards
speed is
all
higher
at
than
once.
the width of
Instead,
the
it takes his speed and subdivides it
invisible
into
wall?
4 equal pieces called quarter steps. So a speed of 8 would be subdivided into 4 quarter steps, each having a size of 2. Then on each frame, Mario moves forwards by 4
What is
quarter
that fucking
steps.
noise
So in the
outside?
game, you'd see
I
Mario
don't know if
before
it's,
he
like,
does the 4
raining,
quarter steps. You'd see Mario
or if
after
there's
he
just, like,
does the
some
4 quarter
noise, or if
steps.
somebody's
But
just,
you
like,
wouldn't
being
see him
loud
at these
outside my
intermediate
house.
positions because they happen mid-frame.
I
But
don't
I'll
think
still
it
show
picks
them
up on the
here
mic
because
though.
they're very
so
relevant
I
for
just
this
seem
discussion.
crazy. Yeah.
So here, I'm making full steps pink and quarter steps yellow so that it's easy to distinguish them. Earlier, when I
It's
showed
Jeff the
movement
Killer.
arrows,
He's-
they were
yeah,
kind of a
he's outside my
mishmash
house
between
right
quarter
now.
steps and full steps because I was oversimplifying. But you see, it's only every full step that Mario's animation updates and gravity applies, while it's every quarter step that floors, walls, ceilings, and out of bounds apply. Since here, we're interested in whether Mario hits invisible wall units, which are ceilings and out of bounds, we're only going to focus on the quarter step arrows. And I'll add even more arrows to his pathing, because we're interested in whether he hits the invisible wall at any point in his pathing, not just on the next frame. Anyway, since Mario's moving forwards 2 units at a time, that covers every second unit. That means there are 2 kinds of spacings, a spacing like this, and a spacing that's offset by 1 unit like this. You can think of them as one covers the even unit squares and one covers the odd unit squares.
Oh, it's not.
If we look at the invisible wall seam, you can see that the pathing on the left
It's
skips
not like
straight over the
rocket
seam,
science.
while the
Ooh,
pathing
'cause
on the
it's not
right
like-
hits it.
It's
Since
just like
invisible walls
explaining
stop
the
your movement,
mechanic
I'll remove
in-game-
all the arrows
in-game
after the
because it's
collision
like-
and put this symbol at the collision point.
I mean,
So
I
in
guess
this
there's
example,
probably
there's
some
a
way to
50%
abuse
chance that we
invisible
hit the
walls
invisible
for like
wall,
speedrunning.
since 1 out of every 2
This
spacings
specific
hits
type
it.
of autism
Another
is
way
my
to
shit.
see this
That's
is
what
if we
I'm
take just one of the
saying!
spacings and move the starting
love
point
it.
continuously. You can see that half the time it makes it through and half the time it stops. So that's why invisible walls
Yeah,
can
in
seem
practice
sort of
it's
random.
rocket science.
Even though they're always
But that's
there and
why
don't
a
move,
lot of the
you're not
speedruns
guaranteed
are-
to
they
hit them
just
when you
do
cross the seam.
tool-assisted.
Instead, it just comes down to whether your spacing crosses over it or goes into it. So in theory, you could always avoid hitting them by controlling your spacing just right, but in practice, at least casually, that's way too precise to control. But luckily, there are some other factors that are easier to control that also affect how often you hit an invisible wall.
Imagine
For
doing
example,
the speed,
your
like the A press
so far,
run
we've just been
yourself,
working with a speed of 8,
where you
which
have
has quarter
to
steps of
walk
size 2.
towards a
But let's
corner
double that to 16
for 12
speed,
hours
which has
straight
quarter
to get
steps
enough
of size
speed
4.
to do it.
This time we have 4 different spacings, which you can think of as covering all the unit
You gotta
squares that are a
splooge
multiple
spacing.
of 4, 1 more than a multiple of 4, 2 more than a multiple of 4, and 3 more than a multiple of 4. There wouldn't be any more than that, because like, if we added a 5th one, 4 more than a multiple of 4, then really, it's just the same spacing as the first case, but starting 1 quarter step forwards. But
Trigger
anyway,
point,
you
do
can
you
see
like
that only one of the 4 spacings hits the
Mario
invisible
64
wall, meaning that there's a
speedrunning
1/4
autism?
chance of hitting it. And just like before,
You're
we can
just
also
in
see this
time.
by
We've
taking
only
one
been
of the
watching this
spacings
video
and
for an
moving it
hour.
Continuously. Most of the time it makes it through, but 1/4 of the
Hell
time
yeah!
it hits the invisible wall and stops. So at
We're
8
only
speed,
an hour
there was a
in, you've
50%
barely
chance
missed
of hitting the
anything.
invisible wall,
Also,
and at 16
Birdmeister, thank
speed,
you for the
there was
follow. I
only a
really appreciate it. I hope
25%
you have
chance
fun
of
hanging
hitting
out
it.
with us.
So basically, the faster Mario's moving, the smaller the chance of hitting the invisible wall. Because more speed means your quarter steps cover more distance, and then they're more likely
this
to
is
pass
better
right
than
over the
ASMR.
invisible wall units. Separately, your chance of hitting
It
the
must be
invisible wall
planes.
also
I
depends
think
on
it's
Mario's
planes
angle to the invisible wall
that I
seam.
keep hearing.
Currently, we're moving perpendicularly to the seam, which is optimal if you're trying to avoid hitting the invisible wall. So that'll be the control case, and we'll compare it to this case of Mario turned at an angle.
Oh, that's
at
not
this
good.
angle, each quarter step moves 3.5 units
Yet
to the
another case
right
of
and 2
high-speed
units
breaking
forwards.
games.
Now,
Yeah,
if you
I
think
think
about
it's
this,
awesome.
the 3.5 units to the right doesn't contribute towards crossing the seam.
Wait,
and
you
so
actually
it's like that
have
part
done,
of the
like,
movement is going to
speedrunning?
waste at this angle.
Yeah,
It's only
I
the
love
2
this
units
guy!
forwards that makes progress towards crossing the seam.
This
If
is
we
like my
move both
third
cases
video from this
vertically,
guy I've
you
watched
can see that
today.
the angled case hits the invisible wall twice
What
as
can
much
I
as the
say? He
control
just
case.
scratches the
since
right
the control
brain
case
itch,
moves forwards 4
I
units
think.
at a time, while the angled case
Well,
moves
that's
forwards
badass,
only 2
actually
units at
doing
a
the
time.
speedrunning,
So
that's
even though they're the
badass.
same speed, the angle changes
Like
how
10
much of
years
your
ago,
speed
still
contributes towards getting
badass.
past the invisible wall. Going perpendicularly uses all of the speed to try to get past the invisible wall, while a slanted angle only uses a component of the speed to
I
try
have
to
to
get
do.
past
I
it.
can do
And
like
now watch
boundary
this.
breaks.
If we
when
make
I've
Mario's
never
angle even
played
more
Super Mario
slanted,
64.
now he moves 3.9 units to the
And
right
then, like,
and
my
only
first
1
time
unit
playing, I'll be
forwards.
trying to do
Since
all
the
this
invisible
weird shit
wall
that I
is
saw
1
on
unit
YouTube.
thick, that means Mario can't even cross it now. See, no matter where he starts, his quarter steps just don't move forwards enough to cross the seam.
He will
So
die.
to recap so far, if you're trying to avoid hitting an invisible wall, then you should be moving at a fast speed and moving perpendicularly to the seam. But if you're trying to hit the invisible wall, then you should be moving at a slow speed and moving nearly parallel to the seam. But there are also properties of the invisible wall itself that affect how often you'd hit it. Up until now, we've just been looking at the simplest example of an invisible wall,
wish he didn't
which
use
is a
white.
1
It,
unit
like,
thick,
burns my
continuous
fucking
seam.
eyes.
But invisible walls often don't look like this. For example, maybe we have an invisible
Change
wall
the
that looks
color
like
of the
this,
background,
where
I
it's
can't
2
see,
units
it's
thick.
too
Now if we
bright.
look at all the spacings, we can see that 2 of the 4 spacings hit it, which is a 50%
By the
chance.
end of this video,
In
you'll
other
wonder
words,
how
the
anyone ever
thicker the
beat this game
invisible
at all.
wall is, the higher the chance of hitting it.
It
On the other hand, we
burns!
might instead have something more like this, where only every second unit on the seam is an invisible wall.
I don't see
not only
light
do
very
we have 4
often.
possible
I didn't
vertical
go
spacings,
outside
but we have 2
today
possible
at all.
horizontal spacings, because you may or may not line up with an invisible wall
Did I
unit.
go outside
To
yesterday?
illustrate this,
Yeah,
we
I
can subdivide each of the
kind of.
existing
I
cases
kind of went
into 2
outside
cases.
for a little bit
So
yesterday.
now we have 4 different classes of vertical
I
spacings.
hate going
3
outside,
of them
chat.
cross right over the seam, but
Not-
one of them
not in,
lands
like,
on the
a
seam
quirky,
directly.
I'm such
not
a neat-
necessarily on an invisible wall unit,
You
but
know,
just
haha,
on the seam.
no, I
and
hate
separately, we have 2 different
I
classes
hate
of
going
horizontal
outside
spacings.
in,
One
like,
of them
a
passes
bad way.
between the invisible wall units,
In
while
like
the
a
other
I
one
don't
lines
leave
up
my
with an
house way. I
invisible
just
wall
don't like
unit.
going
So in
outside. I don't know
total,
why.
that's 8 possible spacings, only one of which hits the invisible wall.
I know
so
I
there's
need
a
to
1
go
in 8
outside
chance
more,
of
but I
hitting
just
it.
hate going
Another way of
outside.
saying it is, there's a 1 in 4 chance that we land on the seam, and a 1 in 2 chance that we line up with an
just
invisible
wanna
wall
play-
unit. So multiply
I
those
don't know.
together,
Like, I
and
would
you get that
rather
there's a
lay
1
in my
8
bed in a
chance of
dark
hitting
room
the
than go
invisible
outside.
wall.
There's
I note
just-
that this is in comparison
I don't
to
like
before when it was
light.
a continuous
It
seam,
hurts
where
my
we had a
eyes.
1/4 chance of hitting it. But now that it's
Not
half
a
as
vampire,
dense,
by
we
the
only
way,
have half that
but
chance of hitting it,
I
which
hate
is
the
1/8.
light. It just
So
hurts
basically,
my
the
eyes.
denser the invisible wall is, the higher the
And it
chance
makes
of
my
hitting
skin
it.
feel
and
all
finally,
hot.
many invisible walls don't even have a uniform spacing along the whole seam.
And
For
also,
example, maybe
I
it's
have to
more
be
dense
invited
on
to
the left and
enter
less
a
dense on
house.
the right. In this
Not a
case, trying
vampire,
to cross
by
it
the
on the
way.
left side is more likely to hit it, and trying to cross it on the right side is less likely to hit it.
Okay, I know you
So
guys
yeah,
could
that's
hear
the
that like a
basics of
tiny bit,
interacting
maybe.
with this kind of invisible
There's,
wall.
like, planes
That should
inside
help
my
you
house.
understand and appreciate
I
the
don't
rest of
hate
the
garlic,
examples as we go
so I
through
can't
them.
be a vampire.
Now,
I do like
I'm not
garlic.
just gonna show you a few
Yeah, I like
examples and
garlic,
call
don't
it a
worry.
day. That's
I
not
told
how
you
we
I'm
do
not a
things here.
vampire.
Instead, I'm gonna show you every invisible wall in the game for
Yay!
a few reasons. First, I want this video to serve as a reference
Every
guide for
single
every
invisible
wall, showing
wall!
where they are and what they look like.
How
That
long?
way,
Oh my
the
god,
next
this
time
is
you
the
bump into
longest.
one,
This is
you
like
can
the
come back
longest
here and
section
see
of the
exactly
video.
why it's
Every
there.
single invisible
And second,
wall.
I want to show you just how prevalent invisible walls
Yeah,
are,
this is
and
the
just how
longest-
glitchy this game is. That way, you won't feel
The
so
longest
bad about
sections
bumping
of the
into
video are
invisible
just
walls.
every
They're
invisible
so
wall.
abundant that you didn't really stand a chance.
There are so fucking many.
If you do want to see every example, because you want to know every inch
Yes.
of this game's weirdness,
I wanna
then
know
you can
every
just sit back
inch
and
of this
relax
game.
as I break it all down for you.
Yay!
And if you don't want to watch all the examples because you see some
What's
of
the
them and
channel?
get the gist of it, that's fine too.
I think
You
the
can
guy we
skip
were
forward
watching
to the
pronounced
next
his name
section
as
using YouTube's chapter
Canon
system.
Coic,
And so
but
now,
he said
let's
that's
get
not
into
how
the
you pronounce it,
examples.
so I don't know.
So also in Bob on Battlefield, we have this wall
Okay,
on the
lock
bar
in.
fence. Based on how its edges are subdivided,
I
it has
know.
one
I
edge
like seeing
vertex on
people
the
that are
bottom,
super
which misses
dedicated
its
to
edge
something
by
like
causing
really
a floor gap.
specific.
And so that means that all along the seam are units of out of bounds. Note that the density of this invisible wall varies along the seam, and there are even some gaps in it. And so basically, if you ever go above this bar fence, you may end up bonking on this invisible wall.
But if
And
you go
remember
further to
earlier
one
when I
side,
showed
you have
that
less
could
of a
bonk
chance of
inside a
hitting it?
ceiling hitbox and get reflected
Oh
every
yeah, we
frame?
saw this one
Well,
at
you
the
can
beginning
also
of the
do
video.
that on this kind of invisible wall.
Yeah, he's a
essentially by
speedrunner.
wedging yourself
Hi,
between
Bojaden!
two of the
It's
unit
good to see you. Hope
columns.
you're doing well.
Playing it again, if we pause it and zoom in, we can see exactly what's going on. So on this frame, Mario does a quarter step going forwards as part of the dive
he's gonna
action.
land in the out of
this quarter
bounds.
step lands on a unit square of
You
out
go
of
sick
bounds,
after
so it
AX.
gets cancelled and Mario
I like the
bonks.
worst AX
Though note
FOMO,
that
man.
Mario's
I
bonking
wanted to go
animation
so
is
bad.
one frame behind what it should be, so on the left
I
it-
wanted this to go so bad because one of my friends who went, she had like, what is this a ping for? Okay. I get Discord notifications on my phone even though I keep it in Do Not Disturb. She kept sending me pictures of the Arknights and the Blue Archive area, and I was so fucking jealous. I had such bad FOMO,
doesn't
but
quite look like he bonked
it's-
yet. I mean,
it's
you
too
can see
hard
the
for
star
me to go to the
particles,
West
but
Coast
his
all the
animation
time.
is still
It's too
diving.
expensive
but
for
he's
me to keep going
bonking,
to the
so
West
next he
Coast.
moves backwards a quarter step, which also lands on a unit square of out of bounds. So that gets cancelled too, and Mario reflects his
Ooh.
angle. And now since he's still bonking, he does another quarter step
Uh-oh.
backwards the other way, which also lands on a unit square of out of bounds.
I didn't get
so
a
that
badge?
quarter step gets cancelled and causes another
Wait!
reflection. And now
You
we're
can
back
get
to the
into the
same state as
convention
before,
center
so
without
it
a
just repeats
badge?
over and over. Mario just bounces
that
back
even
and forth
possible?
between between those 2 unit squares. So yeah, that's
you
why
just
that
couldn't
can
go
happen.
in like the
Then
vendor
still in
hall
Bob on
or
Battlefield,
whatever?
we have this wall on the far side of the gap in the mountain path. It has 2 edge vertices on the top.
You walked
Interestingly,
around
the left edge vertex
outside?
causes a floor overlap, so that's fine. But the edge vertex on the right
With
causes a
enough
floor
speed,
gap,
it's
which is where
possible
the
to
problem
clip
is.
into the
So near
building.
that right edge
As long
vertex,
as
we have some
your
unit columns
speed
of out of
is
bounds.
greater than the
Specifically,
width
2
of the
groups
wall's
them.
hitbox,
Now this invisible
you
wall
can
is
just clip
especially
into the
evil
convention
because if
center.
you hit it, you fall into the gap. Like, I can't imagine a worse place in Bob on Battlefield to have an invisible wall than on the far side of a gap you have to jump over. Then even still in Bob on Battlefield, we have this wall right after the bridge on the mountain path. It's
That's
kind of a weird
crazy.
shape, but it has 1 edge vertex on the top near the bridge. This edge vertex misses its edge by causing a floor gap, which means that there are some unit columns of out of bounds near the bridge. And interestingly, if we zoom in on the bridge, you can see that some of the unit columns actually rise up into the bridge, and so they stop there instead of continuing to rise up. But anyway, that means that for this gap too, if you try to jump over it, you may end up hitting this invisible wall and falling
that's
into
fucking
the gap.
crazy.
And one more
That
in
there's
Bob
so
on
many of these,
Battlefield,
like,
we have
walls.
this wall below the upper alcove in the mountain. It has 2 edge vertices. Zooming in, we can see that the right one causes a floor overlap and the left one causes a floor gap. So the result is that mainly on the left side of the alcove, we have some unit columns of out of bounds.
Yeah,
and these ones are fully
there
contained
were a lot of
within the
people
alcove.
for that,
So this means
in that
anytime you
collab.
enter or exit this alcove,
It was like
you
7
might
of
bonk
us.
on this invisible wall.
Made it a little
Then
bit
in Jolly
hectic
Roger
to try
Bay,
to
we have this
learn,
wall on the right
but
side
I think
of
I
this
can
alcove.
learn it a little bit
has
better
1
on my
edge
own.
vertex on the top.
So I might
Will
play
there
it
be a
again
floor
soon.
overlap or a
Hee hee.
floor gap? It's a floor gap. I mean, it has to
How
be.
did bro
Otherwise,
find all
why
of
would we
these?
be here examining it? Now, a cool
We
thing
have the
about this
power
one
of
is that it only
Mario
has 4
and
unit
autism on
columns
this
of out of
side.
bounds, so you can see each one of them individually. And since this one's in water,
Yeah,
you can
okay.
swim into it.
After the collab, I was like, man, EU4 seems kind of boring, especially compared to Hoi 4. But then chat was like, it was boring because you guys were playing it on 1 speed the whole time, and also it was paused half of the time too. And I was like, oh, I just need to play it on the higher speed and then it'll be
so
fine.
it looks pretty odd. Then in the Jolly Roger Bay ship, we've got a lot going on. So first, there's this lowest platform that has a wall with an edge vertex, and so it has an invisible wall on its edge. Then next, we have this slightly higher platform. Very similar thing going on here, because
So
the
if you
bottom
were to
of
try
this
to
wall
jump
has
off
an
the
edge
back of the
vertex
platform,
leading
you
to
would just
another
hit an invisible wall.
Then on one of the higher platforms, we have yet another wall with an edge vertex that causes an invisible wall. So that makes 3 platforms with invisible walls, but can we get a 4th one? And yes, we can, on the highest platform of them all. This time, the wall's a slightly different shape, and there are only 3 unit columns of out of bounds. So yeah, those are the 4 platforms with this type of invisible wall.
He needs to stop using
so
a
if
white
you thought
background,
climbing
I'm
up
gonna
these
go
platforms
fucking
was hard on its
blind.
own, just remember that out of nowhere, you might bonk on one of these invisible walls. But hey, at least now you know where they are, so you can avoid them. Or
That
hit them
would
on
make this,
purpose,
like,
if that's
way
what you're
harder
into.
for, like,
I'm not here to
speedrunners.
judge. Then in Cool Mountain, we have this wall. It's like an upside down
Like,
triangle.
this game has
so
gotta
it has
be
1
extra
edge vertex
difficult
on the
for
bottom.
speedrunners
Now,
because
if we
it's
show
got
all
all
the
of these
floors
little
except
fucked
the
up
death barrier,
areas.
you can see that there are some floor gaps. But this time, they're filled with ceiling instead of out of bounds.
Ooh.
Because if we look on the bottom of this structure, we can see the ceiling down here, whose upper hitbox leaks through those floor gaps. So what that
Clueless
means
just
is
this
that
game.
all
Yeah,
along the
well,
seam, there are unit columns of
general.
ceiling leaking through. Now, as a general rule, in courses with death barriers, all the invisible walls coming out of floor gaps will be due to ceilings and not out of bounds. Because think about it, if the course has a death barrier, then the whole thing is protected from out of bounds. That means you wouldn't find out of bounds anywhere in the
true.
main
I
part
agree
of the
with your
course.
statement.
And it's not like the course geometry can generate its own out of bounds. That's not how that works.
So the only
Here's
difference
another
between
way to
the
think
out
about
of
it.
bounds
Let's say we have a
invisible walls
floor
and the
and it
ceiling
has a
invisible
floor gap
walls
in
is
it.
that
In order for this
your
floor gap to have
movement
out of bounds
stops
under it,
on the
there would have to be
ceiling
no
ones.
floor under it, because that's what out of bounds means. But even if the main part of the course doesn't have any floors under it, the death barrier is still guaranteed to
upwards
be a floor
movement.
under
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's
And
just
you
not
just go-
possible to
Yeah,
have
yeah,
out of
yeah.
bounds come out of the floor
Like when
gap.
you jump
Instead,
at it, you just
the
go
only way
down.
for there to be an invisible wall coming out of the floor gap would be if there's a ceiling hitbox leaking through it, because courses can generate their own ceiling hitboxes. Now let me clarify how jumping into ceiling columns
Oh, see,
works.
he's teaching us again
Basically, there are
anyways.
3 cases. Case 1, you move
So
into
when are
the
you gonna
ceiling
start your
column
Super
while
Mario
falling
64 speedrun
down.
arc?
In this case,
Cozy,
your
I've
quarter
never
step
played
gets canceled
Super Mario
and you bonk,
64
assuming
in my
you're
life.
moving fast enough. Then
I've
case
never
2,
played
you
it.
move into the ceiling column while moving upwards.
Ever.
Then your quarter step gets canceled and the ceiling cuts short
My
your
family
upwards
never had
trajectory,
an
meaning you'll now start
N64.
falling down.
Our
But
first
then let's say
Nintendo
you missed the
console
ceiling
was a
column
Wii.
on the next frame, either because your speed changed or you're holding a slightly different
I've-
angle on the control stick. Then you'll
Speedrun
pass right
Mario
through the
63?
invisible wall and
Well, if I
continue
can
with
get
your
more than 10
trajectory,
FPS
though
in
it'll
that
now be
browser
moving
game,
downwards.
maybe.
And then case 3, you move into the ceiling column while moving upwards, so your quarter step gets canceled and it cuts short
I
your
had a
upwards
DS,
trajectory. And then you hit the ceiling
but I
column
only had
again
the
on the
2D
next frame with
Mario
your downwards
game.
trajectory. Then just like
I
the
only
first
had the
case,
2D
your quarter step
game.
gets canceled and you bonk, assuming you're moving fast enough. So it kinda looks like you went straight from moving upwards to bonking, but it was actually a 2-frame process because
Ooh.
of the way ceilings work. So yeah, those are the 3 main interactions that can happen when you jump into a seam of ceiling hitbox. So going back to the game, let me show you what these
You just always
interactions look
move
like.
downward.
So first I hit the ceiling while
Take a
moving
drink every
downwards,
time he says
which causes
bonk.
me
You
to
will
bonk.
die!
Next, I
Don't
hit
do it!
while
You will
moving
literally
upwards
die!
And then miss it afterwards, so it cuts short my triple jump. And then I hit it 2 frames in a row, so it looks like I go straight from moving upwards to bonking, but it actually took 2 frames. And like I mentioned earlier, an easy way to confirm that this invisible wall is a ceiling is to just walk into it and then try jumping.
'Cause you
can
won't
see that
go
my
up.
jumps don't go anywhere, meaning it's a ceiling. On the other hand, if we
Wait,
push
there's
against
a
an invisible
PC
wall that's out
port?
of bounds and then try jumping, the jumps actually go up. Then next in
Hello,
Cool
me,
Mountain,
Lord
we
the
have this wall.
Glorper.
It's a
Hi!
pretty interesting shape because there's like a little overhang structure on the right.
But wait,
and
what
here are the
controller
relevant
are you
edge
meant to
vertices.
play this with?
So the first one misses by causing a floor gap.
If
then
this
the floor
was originally
overlap.
like an
Now let's
N64
zoom out
game,
and
what
hide some of the
controller would
lower
you be
floors to
using
make
to
this
play
next part
this?
easier to see. So then we have a floor overlap, and the
I
last
don't
one
know
is a
shit
floor
about
gap. And
old
based on our
Nintendo.
earlier discussion, you should already know that these ones are going to be ceiling leaking through and not
The
out of bounds, since Cool
N64
Mountain has a
controller,
depth
the
barrier.
GameCube
Now you can see
controller?
that there are 2 sections
The
of
GameCube
invisible
is
wall.
older, right?
The section on the left is due to this ceiling on the underside of the wood, and the section on the right is
Maybe.
due to this ceiling on the underside of the overhang.
might be
So
wrong.
these invisible walls could get in
I'm
your
wrong.
way if you're doing movement
No.
near the red coin star. And remember, the bridge flap invisible
GameCube.
wall is
Okay,
around
I'm
here
looking
too.
it up
so
on
surely
my
there wouldn't be
phone.
a third one around here, right?
GameCube
Well, also in Cool
release
Mountain,
date.
there's this wall right next door to the
It's
previous one we
older
looked
than
at.
me!
Now this wall is actually made
So
up of
you
2
can't
floors, 2
expect
ceilings,
me to
and 2
know.
walls. And it's the big wall on the left that's the issue. It's another
You
triangle,
cannot
so it has
expect
one
me to
edge
have
vertex
reliable
on the
knowledge
bottom.
on
This edge
anything that
vertex
was
misses
from
the edge
before I
by
was
causing
born.
a floor gap, resulting in 2 sections of invisible wall. The section on the right is due to this ceiling triangle that we've been looking at the whole time, and the section on the left is due to this ceiling down here.
God damn,
you know,
there's
the
so
top
many
of the little
triangles.
cave. And so basically, if you're messing around near the blue
Most
coins,
of
you
what
might just
is
bump into
was
this
before
invisible
you were
wall.
born, but
Now
ask
this
me about
invisible wall is
the
interesting
Skibbity
because
Toilet
it's actually
universe.
used in the task for collecting
I
100
might
coins
know
while doing the
a
Big
little
Penguin
something.
race, which was tasked by Crackhex. See, she uses the invisible
It was
wall to
used-
backwards
tested
long
by a
jump in order to
crackhead?
get lots of speed.
What the hell?
That makes for a quick trip back up the mountain to enter the cabin for the Penguin race.
Ah, there's no
Now,
way
I've
I can
talked about
speedrun this game.
backwards
What
long
the hell
jumping
was
and
that?
up the mountain wall to back Penguin race, which was tasked by Crackhex.
Oh, it was
See,
tasked.
She uses
Okay,
the
it was
invisible
tasked.
wall to backwards long jump in order to get lots of speed.
I
that
thought
makes
a
for
real
quick
person
trip back
did
up
that.
the mountain to enter
I
the
thought a
cabin for the
fucking
Penguin
real
race.
person
Now,
did
I've talked about
that.
backwards long jumping a
I
couple
was like,
times,
oh,
but I haven't
no.
really explained it. So let me do that now. So Mario has a move called
Okay.
a long jump that you
No,
can do by
it was
pressing Z
tasked.
and then
I could
A while
never
you're
do
moving.
it.
Now the cool thing about a long jump is that when you start it, it multiplies your speed by 1.5.
I'm sure
Let
there
me
are
show
some
this
like
on the
insane
graph.
people
If
that
we start
could
with one
actually do
speed
that
and then continuously
on their
long
own.
jump, our speed increases by more and more each time. Because each time it multiplies by 1.5, or in other words, gets
Ooh.
50% bigger. Now the programmers didn't want you to be able to get infinite speed this way, so they capped it at a maximum of 48
Cringe!
speed. So a long jump will never go above 48 speed. But the programmers made a little oversight because they forgot about the negative numbers. So let's say we start with -1 speed. Now if we start continuously long jumping, our speed will decrease by more and more, since multiplying by 1.5
Wait,
just
what
makes
the
these
fuck does a
negative
negative
numbers more
speed do?
negative. And this time there's no cap, because
What
the
does a
programmers never
negative
put a
speed
minimum
do?
speed that a long jump
Does it
can
just mean
do.
you're jumping
So
the other
basically,
way?
we can get unlimited negative speed by long jumping backwards. And so
Oh,
we call it a
backwards!
backwards long jump, or BLJ. Now, doing backwards long jumps doesn't automatically result in unlimited negative speed. That's because even though the starting speed of a long jump is uncapped, Mario loses speed while he's in the air from the long jump. So trying to backwards long jump on a flat floor with nothing else won't work because Mario loses too much speed in the air. Looking at the speed value, you can see that I get to negative 20 speed right after starting a long jump, but then it goes back to negative 15 by the time I land and can do the next long jump. To avoid losing all this speed, we need to do a bunch of backwards long jumps in quick succession. So you can do this on a steep floor, because then each long jump lands back on the floor instantly, and so you can do a bunch of long jumps in a row without any airtime. You can also do it on a rising platform, because the platform rises into your jump,
Holy shit!
so you land instantly and can then backwards long jump again. And finally, you can do it using a ceiling, because the ceiling makes you land instantly instead of letting you jump up. See? It's all coming together. So going back to the cool mountain task, let's pause it, zoom in, and now I'll show Mario's movement arrows. And I'll make the arrows green if they're on the first frame of a long jump. So you can see that each backwards long jump was strategically done to move into a ceiling column, which prevents Mario from jumping up and instead makes him land right after.
So
that
he can
allows
get speed
Mario
faster?
to do the next backwards long jump right away, and so he's able to
now
build
we're
up
just
speed
learning
very
about
quickly by
invisible
doing
walls.
that.
Every
So see,
single invisible wall
walls
in
can
the
actually
game.
be helpful for something. Then in Big Boo's Haunt, we have
We're
this
reading
wall
about,
on a
or
scene
we're
between
watching
floors.
every
Now you
single
might be
invisible
wondering
wall
what
in the
floor the
game.
magenta line
Also, hi,
belongs to.
Mike.
Well, there are actually some invisible, intangible floor triangles in this room covering the giant gap in the floor. So why are they there? Well,
For
you see,
fun.
when Mario's in a course with rooms, like Big Boo's Haunt, then only 1 or 2 rooms are active at a time. Specifically, the game activates the room that Mario's in and any room that he's next to the door of. And the way the game figures out which rooms to activate is based on the floor triangle that Mario's above. So to put it simply, if Mario's above a floor in room A, then room A will be active. If he's above a floor in room B, then room B will
Sounds
be active.
straightforward
And if
enough.
he's above a sort of intermediate floor, usually next to a door, then both room A and room B will be active.
Sounds
Now this system works pretty
straightforward.
well, but think about how it would work in this room. The thing about this room is that there's a big gap in the floor that leads to the room down below. Since Mario's current room is based on which floor he's above, in theory that would mean jumping over the gap would change your room to the room down below. That'd be bad
so they
because
need
then
the
the room
floor
down
tiles
below
there
would be
so that it
active
doesn't do
instead
that.
of the upper room, even though you're still in that upper room. So to
That
solve
makes
this,
sense.
the programmers
Gotta
did
cook
2
supper.
things. First,
Okay,
they
thank you
added
for
some
hanging out with
invisible,
us. Also,
intangible
hi,
floors here that
dude.
belong to this upper room. That way, even if you're above the gap, your floor triangle is still a floor from this upper room, and so the upper room stays active. And second, a bit lower down, they added a second layer of invisible, intangible floors. These floors are intermediate floors, meaning they activate both the upper room and lower room. So when Mario falls into the gap, first the upper room is active, then both the upper room and
but
lower room are active, and then only the lower room is active. So yeah, that's why these floors are here. And now let's resume the visual, which reveals that there are floor gaps. But this time, it's not
And then
ceiling or
because
out of
there's a
bounds
floor
that's below
there-
the floor gaps. Remember earlier, I said there were 3 cases for floor gaps. So far, we've only seen case 2, which is out of bounds, and case 3, which is a
Oh, so
ceiling.
he'll just
but
fall
now, it's our
through.
first time seeing case 1,
Assuming
where
there's
there's
no
a floor gap with a
walls
floor under
further
it.
down,
So it's
which it
not
looks like there's
actually
not.
an invisible wall,
Are you
though
planning
it
on
does
playing the
stem
game at
from
some
the
point in
same
the future?
cause.
Maybe.
So in our demonstration, that means
Maybe?
each of these floor gaps has a floor under it, so I'll put blue points to represent that. And remember, these are
It's
floor
so
gaps in the upper
bright.
intangible floor. So when Mario goes above these floor gaps, his new floor is the lower intangible floor. So doing that causes the lower room to also activate and hides the objects in the upper room, like the Boo and red coin. So that's why out of nowhere, the Boo can
This
just
guy's
teleport
videos
back
are
to
all
its starting
gold, by the
position
way.
while you're
Dude,
in
this
this
is literally
room.
the third
And
video
finally,
from him I've
since it's a
watched
floor
today.
gap
I
with
love
a
his
floor under
videos.
it, we can just jump into it and fall down to the room below.
It's a nice, easy watch.
What? What the hell? Did anyone just see that?
Then in Hazy Maze Cave, we have this mesh ceiling that you're supposed to swing across. If you're not familiar with it, there's this path on the right that's just a dead end, there's this path in the middle that leads to an item block with a 1-up in it, and there's this path on the left that leads to the star. Now this one isn't actually an invisible wall,
Dude,
and
hell
it's not
yeah.
even a floor gap, it's a ceiling gap. Because remember, all the properties
the
about
kind of
floor
video I would put on
detection
the
also
background to keep
apply
the
to
voices from being
ceilings,
too loud?
so they can have edge vertices that cause
See,
gaps
you
too. And the
want the
reason these
voices
ceiling
to
gaps
quiet
matter
down.
is because
I
if you're
want the
swinging
voices to
across
be
the mesh
louder,
and
and I want
into
them
a
to sound
ceiling
like
gap,
this.
then you fall off the mesh.
Also, should've
So
done it
anyway,
for the
on
5-year
this mesh
watching. Let's
structure,
go.
we have these 4 edge vertices that lie on this edge, we have this edge vertex that lies on this edge, and we have
Yeah,
this
I
edge
want the
vertex
Super
that
Mario
lies on this
64
edge.
speedrunner
So
Tulpa.
first, let's look at the seam on the dead end path. Its
Yeah,
edge
this is
vertex
dinner time
causes a ceiling
main monitor
overlap, which means that
content.
there's no problem here.
Hell yeah.
So there's no risk of falling off if you
I've
explore
told
the
you
dead
guys
end.
something
Then
like
next, let's
very
look
like the least zoomer thing about me is that when I eat, I don't really like to have like media. I don't like to have a screen in front of me when I eat. I don't like to watch things when I eat, which
at the
is
seam at the start of the one-up path.
apparently very
This one
rare
has
for a
2 edge
zoomer.
vertices. The right one causes a ceiling overlap, and the left one also causes a ceiling overlap. So this seam is also fine. Now let's look at the seam near the end of the one-up path. Its edge vertex misses by causing a ceiling gap, meaning that there are ceiling gaps all along this seam. And I'm making them orange because we need a new color for ceiling gaps, and I'm kind of running out of
Fake
colors
zoomer.
here.
Yeah.
Then next, let's look at the seam at the start of the star path. Just
I've just
one
been
edge
stealing
vertex,
zoomer
which misses
valor
by
this
causing
whole
a ceiling
time.
gap. So on this seam too, there are ceiling
I'm
gaps
an
that
old
could make
soul.
you fall
I'm
off.
a boomer.
Not very good, since this is the path to the star. Like the one path you have to take. And finally, let's look at the seam near the end of the star path. Just one edge vertex again, and this one also causes a ceiling gap, which is extra not good because that means the path to the star has 2 seams of ceiling gaps, which like I said, can make you fall off out of nowhere. So in total, the mesh has 3 seams of ceiling gaps, 1 on the path to the 1-up and 2 on the path to the star. You know, this whole thing kind of feels like one of those carnival games that's secretly rigged against you. Like, they let you practice your swinging skills on the dead end to let you get the hang of it and build up your confidence. Because there's no risk of falling off there.
So how
That one's
difficult is it
perfectly
to get
safe.
that star
So
if
then
you have
try
to
testing
avoid
your
the
skill on the
seams?
1-up path. There are no ceiling gaps near the beginning of it because they want to make you think you have a chance. But then right at the end is the trap to make you fall off. Here I hit a ceiling gap and fall down, but luckily I still land on the platform. And finally, if you want to go for the big prize, the star, well now it's double rigged against you. These first ceiling gaps are less dense on the right side, so that's the safer side to go on. And the second group of ceiling gaps is less dense on the left side, so that's what I recommend
so if you
there.
don't know
Though
and you
here,
take
I
the
still
more
end up
dense
hitting it
side?
and falling down, which could easily lead to your death if you're not expecting it. And
the
also,
fuck?
because these are ceiling gaps, that means it's possible to just jump right up into the gap, because the ceiling doesn't block
Wait,
you there. Here's
okay,
what
so
jumping
that
into the gap
you're
looks
playing
like
a
in the
game,
game.
listening to my
And
stream,
just for good
and
measure,
watching a
I
movie
bonk
review
in
at the
there to
same
show
time.
that I'm surrounded
So you
by
actually
ceiling
have 4
hitbox.
different
Then
forms
in
of
Lethal
media because
Lava
you're
Land, we
watching
have
the
this arched
stream
platform.
where we're watching
Its
a
shape
video.
is like a breeding ground
Here-
for
sorry,
edge
I'm, like,
vertices. Look at it, we have
scooting into
7
my
of them.
hoodie.
So let's see, we have a floor overlap, floor
I
overlap.
like to let me give you a visual of what's happening right now. I like to what is it? I get my hoodies real big because I don't usually wear them out of the house. So here's my chair. Here's me. Here's my glasses. That's me watching my computer. I have the hoodie on. There's my hair. And the hoodie is like this. And there's the legs. There's my feet. There's my hands. That's what I'm sitting like right now. That's what I'm sitting like right now because it's cold. That's what I do
Floor overlap,
when I get
floor
cold when
overlap,
I'm streaming.
floor gap, floor gap.
I have
floor
better
gap.
posture than
So mainly on the
XQC.
right
Don't
side,
compare
we
me
have
to
a bunch of
him.
unit columns of out of bounds that leak out.
You're built
but
like the
we can't forget
Malmo.
about the other side of the structure,
Actually,
because on this
his name
side
is
we have something
Crawley,
very
and he's
similar
a
going
wizard,
on. 7
not a
edge
gnome.
vertices. Looking at these ones, we have a floor overlap, floor overlap, floor overlap, floor overlap,
I use my PC
floor
to heat
gap,
me up, yeah, but
floor
the rest
gap,
of my legs are
floor
cold.
gap.
So,
it's
my
actually the
entire
same
legs are
pattern on
cold.
this side that it was on the other side.
So I have
but
to,
yeah,
like,
be careful if you're
I
on
have
this structure.
to
And when
scrunch
Mario
up.
does a lava boost, he's able to reflect off of out of
Looks
bounds,
like a gnome,
which means we
waddles
can wedge
like a
Mario
gnome,
between unit
is a
columns to make him
gnome.
reflect every
I
frame,
actually
just
had
like
an-
earlier
I
with
actually
the
had a
bonking.
debate with,
Then in the volcano.
what was it, with Smug Doka about Crawley being a gnome. Okay, but maybe I shouldn't show my entire Discord if I'm going to explain it. I'll just read the messages that won't get me in trouble. Because there might be something that might get me in trouble. Okay. I said, do you think he's part gnome? And Smug said, it's a midget that's posing as a gnome. Know the difference. He's bigger than a gnome, and gnomes are more whimsical. Allegedly.
In Lethal
So
Lava
he's not a
Land, we have
real
these flare
gnome.
triangles near the lava fall, which have an edge vertex
He's not a
between
real
them.
gnome.
So this is a rare case when
But
it
I don't
involves a
think
seam
Crowley's
between floors without there being a wall
stealing
on the
gnome
seam.
valor. I
But
think
we can
he's just a
analyze
little
it just the
wizard.
same and see that the edge
I like
vertex
that
causes
wizard
a floor
guy.
gap. So there's not even a wall over the floor gap this time, there's just nothing there. And that's why we get unit columns of out of bounds,
A gnome
which
is
extend
just a
all the
short
way up
elf.
to near this upper path.
I think-
So if you try to take a
But
shortcut
they've
by
got
jumping
gnomes
over
and
the
elves
gap,
have
you
different
could just end up
proportions, so I
bonking
don't
on
think
this
they're that
invisible
closely
wall and
related.
falling down. And the cool thing about this one is that it's actually used in the A button challenge. You know,
The A
where your
button
goal is
challenge!
to not
The
press
A button
A.
challenge!
See, bouncing off the invisible wall helps you redirect your momentum when
That's
you're doing
fucking
lava boosts
crazy!
up the lava fall, which lets you get all the way over to the star
Hydrate.
platform without having to press A at all. Then in Dire Docks, we have this wall near the 5 yellow coins.
5 yellow
Based on the
coins.
edges, it doesn't look like there should be any edge vertices here. It just looks like two edges that should laterally align. But what you don't see is that the floor on the bottom is bigger than
It's crazy that there's all of these invisible walls that are like, yeah, this is for a like special run strat, or this is for a speed run strat. It's like huge for the runs, but like they were like the devs just like, I don't know. I guess they just didn't plan for that sort of thing to happen when they made the game. They were
you
like,
think, and extends behind the wall.
Like, it was completely
so really, the bottom
unintentional,
edge
I
looks like
assume.
this,
I hate
which
knife
means we
ears.
have two edge
Fuck yeah, I
vertices
do.
on the top. Now this one's weird because the edges are not at a weird angle, they're cardinally aligned, which means that it was completely doable to put these edge vertices exactly on
Yeah,
the
it's
edge.
'cause they,
but for whatever reason,
they
they
always
miss.
round
and
down
so we end up with a 2
to
unit
go
thick
from
continuous seam of
floats
invisible
to
wall,
shorts
which makes this
because
one
it takes
pretty
up less
egregious.
memory.
Like, if you cross over this seam, you're very likely to hit this invisible wall, compared to the other ones we've seen whose units are more scattered. So you might bonk on it, you might try to jump up from the water onto the ledge
Oh,
and
but you
only manage
can't.
to ledge grab, and you might try to run off
Oh.
this ledge and end up ledge grabbing instead, because walking into an invisible wall slows down your speed, and walking near a ledge with too little speed makes you drop down into a ledge
just
grab
placed
instead
it
of just
wrong.
walking off the edge. Then in Snowman's Land, we have this wall. The top of the wall is
It doesn't
subdivided
have time
into
to
two
put up
different edges,
invisible walls
so we have an
everywhere.
edge
When
vertex
did this
between
game
them,
come out?
and that edge vertex causes an invisible wall. And you can see that some of these unit
When
columns
did
only
this
rise
game
upwards
originally
until
come
they
out?
meet the icy bridge. But anyway, I guess this invisible wall could actually
96?
help you if you were
You're
about
telling
to
me this is
accidentally
older
jump
than
off,
Age of
because then it could
Empires?
bonk you back on. Then another in Snowman's
You're
Land,
lying.
we have
You're
this
telling me
wall
this
near
is
the
older
igloo.
than Age
Though
of
two of
Empires?
these triangles are actually ceilings. So here are the
AoE2
edges,
was
and here are the
99,
relevant
wasn't
edge
it?
vertices. Zooming in on them, we have a floor overlap on the left,
AoE2
and
was
on the
99, I
right, the
think.
vertices miss in a way
It's
that
from
causes
June
a floor gap.
1996.
But just a little one with exactly 2 columns of out of bounds. And you can see that these columns only rise upwards until they meet the icy bridge. So it
This
seems
game is
unlikely that
older than
anyone's
I
ever
thought
hit
it
these
was.
ones before,
What the
since
heck?
there's just 2 of them and they're in such a weird spot next to this green wall. Also in Snowman's Land, we have these floor triangles on the snowman's head. Once again,
1392
this
is
is a
when this
seam
came out.
between
There's a
floors
reason
with no
Cleo-
wall in it, and the
Cleo
floors
knows
have an
about
edge
it.
vertex
True.
that causes a floor gap. But do these floor gaps let through out of bounds or a ceiling? Well, why not both?
Yeah,
See, farther
AoE2
down
is
on the
99.
snowman,
I'm
there's a
pretty
ceiling
sure.
that covers some of the floor gaps, but not all of
Look
them.
at how
So
beautiful
floor
that
gaps to the
snowman is.
northwest let out of bounds leak through, and floor gaps to the southeast let ceiling leak through. So it's
There
like
was
a
an
hybrid
ancient
invisible wall, half out of bounds, half ceiling,
Mesopotamian
but
copy
100%
of
trouble,
Super
because
Mario
one bonk on this
64
could send you falling all the way
that
down
was
the snowman,
recently
and I mean all
excavated.
the way down. Then still in Snowman's Land, we have this wall near the moving snow mounds. It has 2 edge vertices on top because the wall is a trapezoid. The left edge vertex does a floor overlap, which is fine, but the right edge
Goddamn
vertex does a floor
trapezoids.
gap, which is the problem.
They ran
so
it
all
on
along the seam, there are unit columns of out of bounds. So if you're playing around near the
They
snow
just
mounds,
used
you
a
might
red
just bump
bead
into
for
this
Mario.
invisible wall.
Yeah.
Now there's something
They
very
just had to, like,
interesting
swap
about
out
this
the
invisible
beads to
wall,
make the
which has to do
animations
with
and
the snow
levels
mounds.
work.
If we look at it from the side and take a sort of cross section, you can see that each of the snow mounds actually drops down into the ground and covers the invisible wall for a split second before disappearing. and the extra big snow mound covers it a lot. So this is the only invisible wall where unit columns of out of bounds continuously appear and disappear. And because of that, we can actually have the out of bounds appear into Mario, causing him to die.
What?
You get it? Like normally, out of bounds
Why
prevents
did he
you from
start
going into it,
breakdancing when
but
he
we
died?
can go there when the out of bounds is gone, and then it reappears into us. So basically,
Wait,
you
does
can
Mario
just die out of
actually die
nowhere.
when his
And
hat
I should
comes off in
mention,
Mario
if you go back
64?
into bounds, you can move around some more, but the death transition already started, and so it'll still take you out of the level. Now you have to wonder, did anyone ever
No.
die like this in the history of the game? Surely it would take like 1,000 years before this ever happened to someone by chance, right? Well, wonder no more, because it did happen to a guy named Bebop Bandit live on stream.
Show the
So
clip.
let's watch.
Yay! He's just like, oh, he's
Yeah, of course I
speedrunning.
do. Please. Please! For the love of f***ing God! What the hell? Are you f***ing kidding me? What the...
Oh, the clip is silent because he's fucking,
So it just goes
he's
to show, when
cussing.
you have so many people playing the game for so many years, crazy rare stuff will happen
That's
eventually.
insane
And
because like 2/3 of that clip was silent. 2/3 of
Finally,
that
in
clip was
Snowman's
censored
Land, we have
out.
This wall belonging to the green slope.
Omega
You know the
shafted,
drill. There's an edge
unironically.
vertex, it misses by causing a floor gap, and so there's unit columns of out of bounds.
I
all
would be
along the
mad
seam.
if I
Now,
thought
you
I
might
was
think
getting.
this
I
one
thought
wouldn't
I
be
was
too
having
bad,
V
because who
run
goes
and
on
then I
that
just
green
die
slope?
randomly.
But actually, speedrunners climb over it as a shortcut, so it could definitely cause them to bonk and mess up their run, because now you're sliding all the way down into the water. Then near the top
That's
of
crazy.
Tall Mountain, we have this.
Like just bonking the invisible wall could screw up your run, but that dude not only bonked the invisible wall, he went to climb back up and then died
little
in it.
sliver of a wall. It has one edge vertex on the bottom, and if we look
I'd
closely
listen to
at
him
it, we
do a
can see that
physics
it causes
presentation.
floor
Hell
gaps.
yeah, dude.
And these are the kind of floor gaps with a floor under them because the
Ooh.
death barrier is below them. And so interestingly, we can actually just
So
jump
he
right
could just
into one of
fall
these
into
floor
the death
gaps
barrier
go
and
through
die.
the mountain, falling all the way
Oh yeah,
down
that
to
is
the
what
death
happens.
barrier. And these floor gaps
just
are
got
actually
unlogged.
used in the A button challenge.
Oh,
See,
like,
Mario's able
yeah,
to
you're
dive
right.
up
I think
that
he went
seam
through
using
it.
the
He
floor
went
gaps,
through the wall
because
the
each
first
floor
time,
gap
and
makes
then
him
trying
become
to get past
airborne,
it
which
the
lets him
second time
dive
died
again
in it.
even though he's on a steep floor. And diving straight up this seam is the fastest way to get to the star on top of the mountain. Then in Rainbow Ride, we have this wall on the ship. This one also doesn't look like it should have any edge vertices. It just looks like two edges that laterally align. But if we look at the surface triangle view, you can see that there are multiple floors here. And that's because the floors on the right trigger wind, like most of the ship does, whereas the floors on the left don't trigger wind, probably to let you get up to the star more easily. So because of that extra subdivision of triangles, now we have an edge vertex on the bottom. That edge vertex causes a floor gap, so some unit columns of ceiling leak through.
Invisible.
Specifically, from a
Yeah,
ceiling
they're
on
the
the
ghosts
bottom
of
of the ship.
No, it's like a
So I don't know how often
creepypasta.
you're gonna go right there, but
It's
if
like
you do,
Hero
you
Brian,
can hit
but
this invisible
for
wall.
Mario
Then in the
64.
castle grounds, we have this wall above the steps in the
Like
moat.
Slender
As you'll come
Man.
to learn,
Yeah,
steps are
Slender
super
Man in
prone to
Mario
invisible
64.
walls, since each step adds another edge vertex. This one has two, so let's see. The left one causes a little gap, and the right one causes a huge gap. It's off by 6 units. It's like they weren't even trying to align it. And
It's
so the
like they
result
weren't
of
even
this is that we get an
trying!
extra thick invisible wall, at least compared to the other ones we've seen so far.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, you might hit this one if you try jumping into the moat. And good luck if you line up with the extra thick section. And also in the castle grounds, we have this wall near the bridge. Like I said, having
It's
steps
like they
is
weren't
likely to
even
cause
trying.
invisible
Wow,
walls,
stupid
and this is
fucking
no
devs.
exception. So this side of the bridge has some invisible walls. But there's also the other side of the bridge, which also has a wall above these steps. That also causes a bunch of edge vertices, some of which cause floor gaps to the right of the bridge. So on this side too, there are unit columns of out of bounds. So if you ever want to go from one side of the bridge to the other, maybe just walk on the bridge instead of jumping across the corners. You'll thank me
That
later.
would piss me
And then
off,
inside the
actually, if you
castle,
can't
we have
jump
the wall
across
above
the
stairs
corners.
down to the basement. With this many steps, we have more edge
I love
vertices
long
than I know what to
jumping.
do with.
I
Some
don't
cause
know.
gaps, some cause overlaps, you get the idea. You know, some part of me was like, there can't be invisible walls inside the castle. Like, this is the hub area, our safe haven. But nope,
There's
even the
no
hub
way.
area can have invisible walls, especially
Alright.
with how many steps there are in the
Fart
castle.
boner.
Well, most of the castle steps
Thank
are
you for the
cardinally
follow.
aligned, so
Fart
they don't have
boner.
any issues. But the sides of these steps are
Thank
at a
you.
weird angle, which is the problem.
I hope you
So
have
yeah,
fun
on
hanging out
both
with
sides of
us.
these stairs, there are invisible walls that could get in your way. So watch out for those.
The
Now
Zoomer
remember,
attention
if you
span
jump up into a ceiling,
allegations.
it cuts short your upwards
He
trajectory.
wasn't here
and
for
then
the
you fall down.
12-hour video
Also
essays.
remember, if you jump up into out of bounds, the horizontal component of your quarter steps gets cancelled, but you still move vertically. Interestingly, the programmers made an oversight because they never considered what should happen if these two cases occurred together. And
You
so,
just
if
die.
you jump up into out of bounds with a ceiling above you, the out of bounds cancels the horizontal
Hi,
component of
Governor!
your
Shout out for
movement
the
and you
3
still
stream
move
watch streak.
vertically, completely ignoring the ceiling. In other words, the ceiling has no effect. You can just go straight up into the ceiling hitbox. Now this invisible wall is made of out of bounds and it
Uh-oh.
extends up into the ceiling.
watched this
so
before,
here,
hell
if
yeah,
we
that means
jump
you
up
have good
into
taste.
the invisible wall, it lets us pass straight through the ceiling, putting us next to the upstairs key door. This trick was actually used in the 120 star task, since it's the fastest way to go from the courtyard to upstairs. And the last example,
Wow.
in the Snowman's Land room, we have yet another
God, I fucking
staircase
love
whose
this.
sides are at an angle. So lots of edge vertices, and
really
some of them
cold.
cause floor gaps. And so the
It's really
result
cold
is
in
that
my
we
room
get
for
some
some
unit
reason.
columns of out of bounds.
I
Not
don't
too
keep
many,
heat
just
in
8
my
of
body
them.
very
So
well.
watch out for those when you're making your way through this
I
room.
don't retain
So yeah,
heat very
that's the
well.
fourth cause of
I get
invisible
cold super
walls, which
easy.
we're gonna call floor gap due to misaligned edge vertex. And so now, let's look at the fifth cause.
I'm an
So
edge
remember that
enthusiast.
structure we
I'm
had
more of a
before,
goon-
where it was just
goon
2
guy
steps?
myself,
Let's
but
look at it from above again.
I can
Remember,
see the
when this
benefit of
structure
an edge
rotated,
once in a
the
while.
2 floor edges making up the seam stayed perfectly flush with no gaps between them. But now focus your attention on this vertex of the upper step. If we move this
Okay.
vertex to a slightly different spot, then the
That's
2
bad.
floor edges aren't flush anymore. There's a gap between them. And if we do our little process, we can see that there are now floor gaps which could cause invisible walls. And geometry like this happens in the game. There are vertices that are meant to be aligned, but for whatever reason, they're a bit off.
Boy.
You know how the previous cause of
Also,
invisible walls
welcome
stemmed from a
back!
misaligned edge vertex? That one was at least understandable because the edge vertex had to have integer coordinates, so it couldn't be placed exactly on the edge.
Oh,
But in
why
this
did my
new
PC do
case, there's
that?
really
It's
no
scaring
excuse.
me.
The programmers literally just didn't line up 2 floor vertices
Wow,
that
these
could have
programmers
easily been
fucking
lined up,
suck.
causing
What
there to
were
be
they
floor
doing?
gaps. So let's look at some examples.
Yay,
In Cool Cool
examples.
Mountain, we have this wall near the beginning. Here are the floor edges, and we're gonna focus on this vertex. So let's go to a top-down view, show the floors, and now zoom in. The
Uh-oh.
vertex I highlighted should have been lined up with this other vertex.
Uh-oh.
But instead of exactly coinciding, we have 2 vertices that are 1 unit apart. And all because the programmers didn't
Yeah,
line
what
them
were
up
these
right.
idiots
So because of that,
thinking?
we have some gaps
They should
along
have
the
just
seam.
referenced
And
the
it's not
last
a ceiling or out of
3D
bounds
Mario
that's below
game.
these floor
Oh,
gaps, but
wait.
another floor. Specifically, the death barrier. So the result of this is that we're able to jump into these floor gaps, assuming we do it at the corner where the wall is too small to push us away. And by going through this gap, we don't necessarily die, we can actually land all the way down here. That's why this technique is used in the 120
Oh,
star
what
task,
the
because
hell?
it's the fastest way to get to the Wall Kicks Will Work star. Then in Shifting Sands Land, we have these 2 floors in the quicksand, which presumably share a vertex over here. But if we zoom in, we can see that their
ambitious for the
vertices are actually
time!
5 units apart. That means all along the seam between those 2 triangles, there are unit columns of out of bounds. Not very good, because if you're riding the shell over that seam, then there's a chance your shell might break out of nowhere and you'll die.
I love seeing the speedrunner clips of this.
Invisawald?
And it could also mess up your flying, because if you fly
I
into
love it
out
when
of
they show
bounds, your
clips of
angle
people
gets
being
redirected
like,
downwards.
dude, they do
so
the-
you might
they
be
do
flying
the no
along,
weighing.
and suddenly you're redirected downwards into the quicksand.
They do the no weighing face.
Pero man, ¿qué es este juego? ¿Por qué te estafa así?
Then in Wet Dry World, we have this wall that lies on a seam between floors. If we focus on the lower
I
right
love it.
vertex, we can see that it misses the upper right vertex by 1 unit. So all along the seam, there are units of out of bounds that leak out. And so when you're collecting that ring of 8 coins, you might accidentally bonk on this invisible wall. Then in Tall Tall Mountain, we have this wall near the rolling log. We're gonna focus on this vertex on the right, but also there's an edge vertex on the left that we should also look at. So if we zoom in on them, we can see that the edge vertex misses by causing a floor gap, and for the other vertex we highlighted, it's off by where it should be by 1 unit. So all along the seam, unit columns of ceiling leak out from the ceiling on the underside of the structure. And hey, this is the invisible wall that I showed in the intro. Remember that? You were so innocent back then, you had no idea how deep this rabbit hole went. Then still in Tall Tall Mountain, we have this wall triangle. Note that the triangle next to it is actually a floor and not a wall. And now we're gonna focus on this vertex. Zooming in on it, we can see that it's off by 1 unit, which means
these
that
are
all
like
along
all
the
of
seam,
the
there
known
are floor
invisible
gaps
walls
with floor
to
under
date.
them because the death barrier
We
is
actually
below
still
you.
have more.
And so
We
it's
have
actually
more.
possible to
There's
just fall
many
right
more
through one of
invisible
those
walls
floor
to look
gaps
at.
and fall to the death barrier. Now this was the last main example of floor gaps with
you
floor
thought
under
we were
them,
done
aka
looking
the
at
kind of floor gaps
invisible
you can just
walls?
jump into.
No,
But there are a few
we're
other
only
examples
halfway.
that aren't as interesting because you can't jump all the way into them. But they're still worth mentioning, so let's briefly go through them. In Cool Cool Mountain, there's some floor gaps at the start of this bridge, so whenever you walk over this seam, you could enter freefall for a split second if your movement happens to line up with a floor gap. And if you try to fall into one of these floor gaps, the wall pushes you out before you're all the way through. Also in Cool Cool Mountain, there's some floor gaps in the wall kicks will work area at the start of this icy bridge. If you try to enter these, you get pushed to the side by the walls. In Snowman's Land, there are some floor gaps right where this walkway connects to the bully platform. If you try to enter these, you get pushed to the side by the wall. And in Tall Tall Mountain, there are some floor gaps right near the Monty Moles. Like the others, if you try to enter these, you get pushed to the side by the wall. So yeah, I just wanted to point those out. And now back to the real examples. Lastly, in the castle grounds, we have these 2 walls near the waterfall. So this one's like a 2-for-1 special, because this vertex misses by a bit, and this vertex also misses by a bit. So all along the seam of both of these walls, we have unit columns of out of bounds that leak through. So if you want to be like Yoshi and jump into the waterfall, you'll have to hope you miss these invisible walls. So that's the 5th cause of invisible walls, which we're going to call floor gap due to misaligned vertices.
I think it's nice to be that dedicated to some like extremely specific thing. I think that's awesome.
Next, we're going to do the right side, which focuses on a floor edge and a ceiling edge failing to line up. You might get some deja vu as I explain it, because we're going to be going through a similar process to what we did before, but everything will be a little different. So, let's look at the 6th cause. So consider a box, just a regular old box.
To find
on the
any
top there's a
problems in our
floor,
gear
on
or
the bottom
security.
there's a
If
ceiling,
we
and on the
actually
sides
fix them
there are
is a different
walls.
matter.
Now we're
Like,
going to look at it from
do you
above on the
like?
unit
Oh
grid.
my god, do
This
you
time,
like
I'm
this
gonna
guy?
draw the floor.
Wait, do you like this guy's YouTube? Do you like this guy's YouTube?
From the
I'm
top
in such
of
a
the box
fucking
and
rabbit
the
hole
ceiling
right
from
now.
the bottom of the box.
I've
Right
never
now,
played
the 2
Super Mario
rectangles
64,
exactly
but I've been
coincide,
watching
so
so
it just
many
looks purple.
Super Mario 64
But I assure
videos.
you, both a floor
It's so
rectangle and
awesome.
a ceiling rectangle are being drawn.
I am
So
sitting
this time,
XQC
we're going to
pose
focus
right
on
now.
the floor rectangle's south edge and the ceiling.
We've evolved. I'm sitting like this. Whoops. Where is it? We've evolved. Here's a little... I have a friend who showed me a lot of it. You've been sucked in? Hell yeah, dude! Alright, here's my chair. There's my chair. There's the hoodie. There's the feet. There. There's the hands. There's the keyboard. That's the pose we're in.
South edge. Or in
I'm
other words, the edge at the top of the wall versus the edge at the bottom of the wall. The question we're going to be analyzing is, do these 2 edges line up, or does one jut out more than the other? On the unit grid, we can see that these 2 edges have the same lateral coordinates, so they do line up. Now, if we see any red area, then we know the ceiling is jutting out more. And if we see any blue area, then we know the floor is jutting out more. But if all we see is purple, then we know the floor edge and ceiling edge are exactly aligned. So let's put the structure back to a top-down view, and now let's rotate it. Still, the floor edge and the ceiling edge stay exactly in sync, so neither one juts out more. See, the 2 edges exactly match in terms of their lateral coordinates. So let's rotate the structure back to normal, and now we're gonna modify it. Now it's 2 steps going to
took
the
a
right.
bite out of
And you
it.
can see this change reflected on the unit grid, because now
The
the floor
feet
is
and
subdivided
drawer.
into 2 rectangles, while the ceiling is still just 1 rectangle. And if you notice, the floor now has 2 edge vertices, because these
Thanks,
vertices
the
are meant
feet
to
and
lie
drawer.
exactly
I
on the
really
ceiling edges
appreciate it.
below. Now, since the whole structure is cardinally aligned, it's easy for the edge vertices to lie exactly on their edges, and so no ceiling leaks through. On the 3D structure on the left, that means that this vertex exactly lines up with this edge. So let's clear all of that, put the structure back to a
I'm
top-down
gonna be honest,
view,
guys,
and now let's
I'm not
rotate it
celebrating
again.
follower
You can see that now
milestones.
we run into the same issue from earlier
makes me
because we
feel
have
too
edge
focused on
vertices at weird
numbers.
angles. For example, let's stop it here.
I don't know
At
why
this
it
angle,
set an
it's
automatic
impossible
goal
for
for
the edge vertex to
16K,
lie in its edge,
but I don't like
because
to
the edge
celebrate
vertex has to
follower
be an integer
numbers.
coordinates, but the edge doesn't go through
Yeah.
any integer
I
coordinates.
think it's cool though.
And so
We
the
can
edge
do-
vertex
I guess
just
we can
has
do
to
a
pick
little something
integer
for, like,
coordinates that
20K.
are close to the edge. In this case,
But-
the result is that the ceiling edge juts out a bit from the floor
Wait,
edge,
it does it
because
for
we can see
YouTube,
some
like,
red
it
area.
sets up
Now,
automatic
if the edge vertex were
goals.
here
Yeah,
instead,
it's
then
weird.
the floor would be jutting out because
Set
we
it to
can see some
100K.
blue
I don't
area.
know how
That
to.
would be
I'll
fine
I'll
since it
try
means
to
the floor
after stream,
covers
but
the
I don't
entire
know how to,
ceiling
because
and
it
some
does it on
extra.
its own.
In fact, that's what's happening on the other side of the structure. But
It's
since the
this
edge
past
vertex
month.
is here, now
Dude,
we
they've
have
been
an issue
adding so
because the
many,
ceiling
like,
juts
features
out,
to
which
Twitch
lets
that are,
some
like,
ceiling leak through.
stupid.
To see this, we can
That are
do our little
stupid
process.
that nobody wants,
So
but
first,
they
we'll
just
mark
keep
each
putting 'em
integer
in.
point as either floor or ceiling.
Like
if it's
the
both
stupid
floor and
ass
ceiling, then I'm coloring it purple. Then
paid
add the
bits
arrows,
to put a big
and then
emote
fill
in
in
chat.
the unit squares. And so we can see that
Like,
some of the unit
stupid
squares
shit like
are
that.
ceiling with no floor
It
to
makes me
cover
feel
them.
bad for
Consequently,
slacking. That
those
too,
ceiling units leak
honestly.
through the leaning wall and cause invisible walls. And
Uh-oh.
so, any structure that resembles this structure could have the same problem. The floor could have the edge vertex, the ceiling could have the edge vertex, they could both have edge vertices.
Uh-oh.
In
They
fact,
could
the
both
structure could
edge.
even look like this, or like this, or like this.
Fuck you, the
Basically, it'll
gigantic
be a
emote is
structure
cool.
where on top there's a floor, on the
Okay,
bottom
in theory, gigantic emote is cool. Paywalling? Force paywalling the gigantic emote. I cannot make it free even if I wanted to. I cannot make it cost channel points even if I wanted to. It can only cost bits. Force paywalling it, I think, is cringe. And it also does not show up for me. It doesn't show up for me because of the extension that I'm using for my emotes.
bottom there's a ceiling.
It does
and
not
on the
even
side
show
there
up.
are walls. Then
So
you
I
need
wouldn't
the
even
floor
see
edges
it.
at the top of the wall and the ceiling edges at the bottom of
Yeah,
the
I
wall
just
to be
made mine super
subdivided differently.
expensive.
That causes there to be edge vertices,
That's
which are
7
intended
TV
to line
devs
up with
being
an
lazy.
edge. But if the structure is at a weird
Well, like,
angle,
in my
then the edge
OBS, I don't
vertex
see
might
it
be
in my
misaligned
OBS
from
when
its
people do
edge,
it.
allowing some ceiling to leak through. So to recap, we looked at 4 scenarios, whether there
These
was
are
no
like
edge
the
vertex
autism
or there
test
was an
puzzles.
edge
I'm, like,
vertex,
rocking in my
and whether
chair,
the structure was
having the
cardinally aligned
time
or
of
at a
my
weird
life.
angle. And only when there was an edge vertex at a weird angle did the ceiling jut out. So those are the 2 main ingredients. Now let's look at the situation from the side. So, consider the box again. Let's put it sideways and take
Yay!
the cross section of it. As we saw in the previous demonstration, there's some geometry that can cause these 2 points to be misaligned, meaning the wall triangle can end up slanted. So just like last time, we're going to look at 5 different alignments of the upper point. But this time, instead of checking whether 2 floors completely cover out of bounds, we're checking whether 1 floor completely covers a ceiling. So let's start with the
So
wall
this
being
one,
perfectly
if
vertical.
the
In this
floor and the
case, the
ceiling
edge
don't
of the
match, it
floor
would
is
make a
exactly
floor
flush with the edge of the ceiling.
like
If we
a
show the
floor
hitboxes,
invisible
we can
wall
see that
or
the
a
floor
ceiling
completely
invisible
covers the
wall,
ceiling hitbox.
not an out
And
of
since none
bounds
of the
one.
ceiling leaks through, it doesn't cause any invisible walls. So I'll give this case a happy face. Then next, let's look at leaning very far back. Here, the wall triangle is so slanted that it's now a ceiling.
have to
So that's
sub
an
to
extra
do.
ceiling that the
That's
floor now
literally
needs
why
to
I
cover.
swapped over
but
to
if we show
7
the
TV,
hitboxes, we can
because
see
I
that the
hit-
floor
I was,
does
like,
cover both
hitting
ceilings
the
completely.
limit or whatever,
So this case
and
gets a
I was
happy
like, let me
face.
just go to
Then
7 TV
next,
so I
let's
can
look at
have
leaning a little
1,000
back.
of them.
Here, the wall triangle is still a wall,
And I
just
think
a
I've only
slightly
used, like,
leaning wall.
300.
If we show the hitboxes
This is only for
again, we
ceiling
can see that the
invisible
floor
walls.
still covers the whole ceiling.
everyone
This
dropped
time
it?
with a little bit
Yeah.
of floor to spare. So this case
Kind
gets a
of
happy face.
unfortunate.
Then next, let's skip ahead and look at
I
leaning
pay
very
for
far
it.
forwards. Here,
Because
the wall
look at
triangle
my
is
name.
so slanted the other way
I-
that it's
yes,
now a
motherfucker,
floor.
yes,
if
I
we
do
show the
pay for it.
hitboxes, we can
Red,
see
white,
that
and
the
blue,
two
baby,
floors
stars
together
and
cover
stripes.
all of the
Don't
ceiling.
look at the name
like,
of the color,
original
just
floor
look
no
at the
longer
colors.
covers the whole ceiling because its left
Don't look
edge
at the
is
name
to the
of the
right of the
color.
ceiling's left edge. But fortunately,
USA!
the new floor is there to pick
USA!
up the slack and cover
I
that
pay
part.
for it,
So this
too.
case gets a happy
'Cause I
face.
want to,
And
yeah.
then finally, let's look at
I
leaning
pay
a little
'cause I like
forwards.
the silly
Here,
colors.
the wall triangle is still
Even
a wall,
if everybody
just
makes
a
fun
slightly
of me, I
leaning
think it
wall.
looks silly
Now
and
let's
I
show
like
the
it.
hitboxes. You can see that in this case, some of the ceiling leaks
It's
through
just
the
yellow
leaning
for
wall
me.
because
Well-
walls don't cover ceiling hitboxes. It's just like I said earlier, walls
And
that
you
lean
should get
slightly
the
forwards are
extension so
taking
you
on
can
the
see the
responsibility
colors.
of
Okay,
a floor,
Colgate.
but without the powers of a floor. So I'm gonna give this
Is
case
Colgate
an angry
actually
face.
red, white, and blue?
So to
Because
recap,
my brand
we
of
looked at 5
toothpaste is,
slants
like,
and only a wall that's
white
leaning
and a
slightly
little bit
forwards lets
orange.
ceiling hitbox leak through.
like a light
and if we move
orange.
the upper vertex around continuously, you can see that it's only a very narrow range that lets the ceiling leak through. Specifically, the wall triangle has to be leaning forwards so that the ceiling juts out more than the floor, but the wall can't be
Oh.
leaning too far forwards or else it acts as a floor that covers that
True.
distance. And finally, let's look at the side view and the top-down view at the same time. When the wall leans very
How do
far
you
back,
even
the fill is just a
set
uniform shade of
custom
purple,
names
so no
for
ceiling
the-
leaks.
for
When the
people
wall
on
leans a little
Twitch?
back, we see some blue, meaning the floor juts out more than the ceiling. But that doesn't
I'm
cause
not
any
gonna
trouble.
lie, if
when
I-
the
it
wall's
only gives
perfectly
me-
vertical,
whoa,
it's
if
also
I
a
ban
uniform
somebody, don't
shade
get
of
mad at
purple,
me.
which is fine. When the wall leans a little
If I
forwards,
right-click
now
on
we
any
see
of your
some
guys'
red, meaning the
names
ceiling
in,
juts out more than the floor, so some
it only
ceiling
gives me
might
a
be
ban
leaking through
option
the
because I
leaning
think
wall.
my OBS
And
is
when
a
the
little
wall
bit
leans
buggy.
very far forwards, then the wall becomes
little
a
bit
floor
buggy.
that
I can
covers
only
the ceiling
ban,
hitbox.
purge,
So it's once again a
or
uniform
delete.
shade of purple, which is fine. And so it's only the
Random
one
ban.
case where ceiling leaks through.
Oh yeah,
let me
and the
clarify
GIF
something.
profile picture.
Last time
True.
we looked at floor gaps, which actually had 3 different subcases. It could be a floor
I've
gap
been
with a
meaning
floor
to set my
under it,
profile
a floor
picture
gap
to
that
a
lets
GIF
out of bounds
because,
leak through,
I don't know, they
or
just
a
look
floor
really
gap
silly.
that lets
I like
ceiling
them.
leak through. But this time, there's just one case. When the ceiling juts out,
Oh,
ceiling
through
leaks
Twitch.
through.
Okay,
So
yeah,
I just
yeah.
wanted to clarify that bit of asymmetry.
That
And
makes
so
a bit more
now,
sense.
let's look at some examples. In Bob on Battlefield, we have this gray tunnel. Here's the wall, and you can see that the edges at the top and
Show
bottom
me
of
how
the
the
wall are
ceiling
subdivided
juts out.
differently, which causes there to be edge vertices.
Uh-oh.
So let's go to a top-down view, show the floors on the top of the tunnel, and you can see that on the underside of the tunnel, we have some ceilings. So let's add those to our map as well. Now we're gonna zoom in on each edge vertex. On all 4 of these edge vertices, you can see some red area, meaning the
It's so
ceiling juts out
cold.
more than the floor. And so the result is that all
I'm gonna
along this
check the
edge, there are
temperature
ceiling units with no
outside.
floor to cover them, resulting in an invisible wall.
It's so
But
freaking
we
cold.
can't forget about the other side of the tunnel, because here we have something very similar going on. Another 4 edge vertices. But will the ceiling
It's
jut out or
literally
the
in
floor
the
jut
80s
out?
right
Let's
now.
see. First the
Fahrenheit.
ceiling
I
juts
don't know
out,
why I'm so
then the
cold.
floor juts out, then the ceiling juts out, then the floor juts out. So
Can we bet
interestingly,
channel
we
points on the
actually
coin
end
flip
up with
soon?
only 2
Maybe if you're
ceiling
good,
units of
if you're
invisible
well behaved,
wall, one
maybe.
at each of the 2 vertices where the ceiling jutted out. So that's a
I
cool thing
do-
about this
do
type of
enjoy a little
invisible
bit of
wall.
gambling.
Sometimes there will just be a
Anemia?
single
I
unit
don't
column
know.
sticking out right at the ceiling vertex itself. And now I'll show you another cool thing you can do with invisible walls,
I don't
walking in
consume a lot of
midair, then
iron.
down warping. So how does that work? Well, let me explain. So as you know, Mario's movement consists of him moving using quarter steps. Now, the quarter step function in the code has a return value. You can basically think of the
They're using
return
their
value as the
microwave
status for how the
freeze
quarter
ray.
step went.
The
In
goddamn
total, there are
commie
4
mind
possible
control.
values that can be returned. First, the movement succeeded.
They're
This is
controlling
basically
me.
the
I'm
default
like,
value
I'm
and
like
means nothing
being like, oh, I'm
unexpected
being
happened.
gang stalked. I'm being
Second,
gang
Mario
stalked.
became airborne.
You have
This
to believe
happens
me.
when
I
you
am
leave the
being
ground.
gang stalked.
Third, the movement got cancelled, either because Mario
Airborne
moved into
Mario.
a ceiling or out of bounds. And fourth, Mario hit a wall, which happens when Mario hits a wall. Now, the quarter step function can only return one of these values, so even if it seems like multiple things happened, the function just has to pick one and return it. So for example, let's say we have a setup like this, and
I want it
Mario
to
does
take
a
his
quarter
hat
step.
again.
This quarter step both leaves the ground and moves into a ceiling that cancels the step. The function can't return
I want
both
it to
that
take
Mario
his
became
hat.
airborne and the movement got cancelled, so it just has to pick one. And in this case,
It's
it
the
picks
mole
that the
people.
movement got cancelled. That one
I
takes
saw a funny
priority.
tweet about
So
like
what happens
schizos
here is that
today,
the movement
but
gets canceled
I don't think
and
I would be
Mario
able
ends
to
up
pull it
pushing
back
in
up.
place. He does not become airborne. Here's what that looks like in the game. Mario's movement gets canceled even though
It
the
was
quarter
like It was like a screenshot of a Reddit post, and somebody replied to the post. They were like, "Oh, I had to read through this 3 times till I realized you were you were talking about sci-fi aliens when you were referring to aliens. Like, gray, like the gray aliens. And the original poster replied to that and was like, yeah, I'm referring to gray aliens. They run the government, but like completely serious. Like completely serious. I don't know if any of you guys saw that post today, but I wish I could pull it up, but it was like literally just uncaptioned.
Let's say Mario's
picture.
walking into a ceiling and then suddenly the floor moves out from under him. You'd think he would fall down, but that's not what happens.
Do
He's
they though?
actually able to
I'm a
stay in
bigger
the
fan
air
of the
walking
lizard
into
theory.
the ceiling. See, the normal way that the game realizes that Mario's
I like the
airborne
lizard
is by
theory
checking
more.
the return value of the quarter step function
I think
and
lizards
seeing
are
if it's
cooler.
the airborne option. But as we just established, if Mario walks into a ceiling
We
and
do.
the air at the same time, then the quarter step function
Shout
just
out
returns
Taco
that the
Maxing.
movement got
Let me drink
canceled,
some of my
not
energy
that
drink.
Mario became airborne. So at no point does the game realize that Mario should become airborne, and instead, he's just allowed to continue moving into the ceiling in midair.
Delicious.
An easy place to see this is on this elevator in Big Boo's haunt. We can walk
Not
into the ceiling
necessarily
next
delicious,
to the
but
elevator, and then Mario stays in
satisfactory.
place pushing even as the
Satisfactory
elevator
energy
moves
drink.
away. Now when you're in this state, there are a few things you can do. You can press A to jump out of it, you can press B to punch in place, and you can press Z, which downwarps you to the ground while crouching. Why does it downwarp you? Well,
fun.
when you press Z while you're moving, you go into the
For
crouch
fun?
sliding action. Now, an
There's a
interesting thing
surprising
about the
amount of
sliding
GameStalker
actions is that they
streams
tilt
on
Mario
Twitch.
based on the floors around him.
Wait,
See,
wait,
even
what the
though
fuck
Mario's
you-
on a flat
what?
floor,
What do you mean gang stalking streams? Like you're saying there's people that stream because they're convinced that people are stalking them and they're like trying to get it on record, or like what? What does that mean? What the fuck does that pause? What the fuck does that mean? Paya, thank you so much for the tier 1! I really appreciate it! What the fuck? I'm not unmuting this, but what the fuck is this? No, this is a meme. This is a meme. This is like... Oh, wait, this is... What? This is a meme. This has to be a meme. Is this about RF signal interference? Frequency waves are getting worse. Snatched from phones invisible. Okay, you know, maybe this is like a schizophrenic person. Speaking out before I disappear and it's an hour long. And it's just like some video game videos. 1 minute 45 seconds and you'll see the first real proof of my phone. Okay, this is like a schizophrenic person. This is just somebody sleeping. Why is there like strobe lights? Dude, that's creepy. That's
or the sliding
creepy!
action causes him to tilt based
What
on
the
that hill
heck?
next to him. Here's the function in the code responsible for
That's
setting that tilt. But you can
creepy!
see that the first thing this function does is set Mario's height to be at the height of the floor below him. So that means every time you slide and get your tilt set, you're also being snapped
I
to
feel
the
like
floor
live
below you.
streaming that
More
is like
specifically,
giving
this floor
people
snap
power.
happens on every frame except if your last
That
quarter
was on
step
Twitch.
became
Yes, that
airborne.
was somebody's
You
stream
know,
on
because they
Twitch.
didn't want you to get a big downwarp
I
when you
think-
slide off the edge.
Don't go down.
So let's
Yeah,
say you're
chat.
in
Don't go down the schizo streamer rabbit hole. I think streaming that to Twitch is like, I don't know. It's enabling other people to fuel your like schizo hallucinations. That's dangerous,
there
man.
and you're walking into
Hi,
a ceiling.
Kenji, we're looking
then you
at
press Z to
schizophrenics,
crouch slide
and also
into the
Mario.
ceiling. The first quarter step of the crouch slide enters the ceiling hitbox and gets canceled.
This guy
so the
created
return
his own
value
gang
of that quarter
stalkers.
step
I
is that
will
it got
watch it
canceled,
after
not that
Mario!
it became airborne. And like I said, any sliding movement that doesn't become
Mario right
airborne
now.
aligns Mario with the ground. And so he gets
No,
a big
I'm the gang
downwarp to the
stalker.
floor below him. So
I'm the
that's how
gang
the
stalker.
downwarp works in Big Boo's haunt. So this mostly explains how I downwarped earlier. I walked into a ceiling in midair and then pressed Z. But how did I initiate walking in midair without standing on a platform that moves out from under me? Well, it has to do with the turning
Posey's being
around
gang
action.
stalked right
See,
now,
when Mario
actually.
starts turning around, he goes into the turning around action. Then a bit later, it transitions into the walking action. You know, because he finished turning around. Here's the code for the turning around action, and here's the relevant logic. So if Mario's done turning around, specifically if the turning around
This is like the
animation
game.
is
This is like
completed,
the game's
then Mario
code.
goes into the walking action. Now a bit earlier, we have some other important code. This one says, if the quarter steps result in becoming airborne, then Mario goes into the free fall action. So you can see the issue. Let's say on the same frame, Mario both leaves the ground and finishes turning around. Then first
How
his
many
action
lines
gets
of
set to
code are
free
in this
fall, and
game?
then second his action
It
gets
wouldn't
set
be
to
very
walking.
much, right?
So
'Cause
that
it's an
first
old
action
game.
change gets overridden by the second action change. And so even though Mario
3?
left the
At
ground,
least
he
3,
still ends
I'd
up in the
say,
walking
probably.
action. Now this exploit by itself just results in one frame of walking in the air before transitioning to free fall on the next frame. But let's say we use that one frame of walking in the air to walk into out of bounds. Now Mario stays walking in midair and can down warp by pressing Z. We can also use that one frame of walking in the air to walk into a ceiling, which also lets us down warp.
What?
Now since invisible walls are made of out of bounds and ceilings, we can also do the trick on them by
Maybe
walking
even
in midair
4.
and then pressing Z to
Well,
down
yeah,
warp.
like
So let me
like
summarize
compared to a
everything.
modern game.
I did a turnaround and then walked off the edge on the same frame that the turnaround ended.
The
That first set my
number
action to
of
free fall,
lines of
but then
code is generally
overrode
down
it
to
with the
the
walking action.
complexity and
So I was
skill
in
of the
midair, but
programmer
still in the
more
walking action. Then I
than
walked
how
into the invisible
technically
wall,
impressive
so the
it
quarter
is.
step return value was that the quarter step got cancelled, not that I left the ground. Because of that, the game didn't know that I should have become airborne, and so it just let me walk in midair. And finally, I pressed Z to down warp.
Like, like this one. Where is it? God, why is coding chess so hard? This is a classic. Granted, I don't know nothing about coding, so but I think this is pretty impressive. I think this is pretty impressive though. Am I a coder? I would rather die.
Because the
Frankly.
crouch sliding action aligns
Let me be
Mario with
frank.
his floor if it doesn't
I'd
become
rather
airborne.
die
And here, it didn't become
than
airborne, it got cancelled
be a
because I
coder.
crouch slid into
Programmer?
the invisible wall. So
Probably
a lot
there's
going
20,000
on there,
lines
but that's how you
of
can down
change
warp on
code
basically
randomly
any
included
invisible
in the
wall.
game.
And still in Bob on Battlefield, we have this wall on the mountain. This is the wall with the lower alcove. Now, there's
Yeah,
one
I would
triangle
probably
on the
drop
wall
out
that's
too,
actually
honestly. It
classified
seems
as
too
a ceiling.
difficult.
So, let's mark that ceiling's
me.
edges as well.
No, I'm not
so
that
gives us
smart.
4 edge vertices. And as you can see, all 4 of them have the ceiling jut out more than the floor. So that means both on the ceiling of the alcove and along that little extra ceiling, we have ceiling columns leaking through. Luckily, none of them block the entrance of the alcove itself. But if you're on top of the mountain, you could hit this invisible wall if you try to cross above this edge. Then right above that previous wall, we
It's
have
not
this
about
wall on the
being
mountain.
smart, it's about
This is the
using
wall with the
Google.
upper
I
alcove,
have a few
which if
friends
you
that,
remember,
are
already had an
programmers,
invisible wall in it.
And they
But
actually
anyway, we
they
have
actually
4
have
edge
talked about what is it? Being annoyed that there are some people like in their teams or that they know that literally only use ChatGPT to write their code and they don't know how to do anything if they don't have access to ChatGPT. It seems really bad.
vertices on the ceiling of
Yeah,
the
it
alcove.
seems really
So let's
fucking
see.
bad.
Floor juts out, ceiling juts out,
But
ceiling
apparently
juts
there's a
out.
lot of
So
people that have
basically,
jobs
just on the right side
programming
of the
that like
alcove
only know how to
ceiling, we have
use
some ceiling columns
ChatGPT.
leaking through. So you could hit these if you try
Yeah.
to travel above the alcove. Now, speedrunners
Those people
actually
should
come
be
out
fired.
of that upper
No, I
alcove
agree.
and side flip up to King Bob-omb, potentially going right through the invisible wall. So if you ever try that side flip and
There are
you only
people like
managed
that in
to
most
ledge
subjects
grab,
at
you
uni
probably
now,
got
but-
blocked by that invisible wall. Then in Jolly Roger Bay, we have this wall on
Listen, I know AI is unreliable. I think the only time I've ever used ChatGPT was for a meme on stream where I wrote a Chinese St. Patrick's Day story. But look at this. If I go to Google, what zodiac is it? We literally saw an example of this earlier in stream. If I Google, what zodiac is it right now? As of July 1st, 2024, the zodiac sign is Aquarius. That's what the AI says. AI says it's Aquarius right now. Like, it's so fucking stupid. It's like 100% unreliable. Speaking of, zodiac, it's Cancer. And it's also Mari_EN's birthday. Make sure you say happy birthday to her. We're gonna raid her when she does her birthday stream. But it's her birthday. It's her birthday. It's my gamer pad. Alright, lock the fuck
Ship.
in.
The wall is a diamond shape, so it has two edge vertices, one at the top corner and one at the bottom corner. You can see that both edge vertices let the ceiling jut out, and it juts out by a lot. So once again, we have a really thick invisible wall. Now this is our first invisible wall that stems from surface triangles on an object, because the sunken ship is an object and not just static geometry. And the thing about objects is that they're only tangible when Mario's within a certain radius around them. For example, if you're standing on an object and you jump up too high, you may notice your shadow change positions. That's because when you jump up too high, you move out of the object's tangibility radius, and so the object stops being tangible. In other words, the object stops loading its surface triangles,
but
and
nobody
so your
gave
shadow
her any
drops
birthday
from on
wishes.
top of
Can
the
I get an
object
amen?
to just on top of the ground. So let's go back to the sunken ship.
I
The
love
invisible
generating
walls here
Facebook
stem from
boomer
the ship's
slop.
ceiling triangles. In other words, these invisible walls only exist when the ship's surface triangles are loaded, and that only happens when Mario is within this radius around the ship. So if Mario's outside of that radius, the ship won't have any surface triangles, and so effectively, there are no invisible walls outside of the radius. And so going forward, all invisible walls stemming from object triangles will have their height capped at the object's tangibility radius. So here, you can see that
So
if we
it's
swim
only
above
gonna
the
have an invisible wall if
nothing
you're
happens,
near the
since
item.
the ship is intangible when we're this far away from it. But if we
But if
swim
he
a
goes
little
down a
lower
little
down
bit,
into
he'll
the
get-
invisible
he'll
wall,
bump
then
on
the
it.
ceiling triangles are loaded and affect Mario, causing him to downwarp.
Oh!
Because remember, when you're in water, ceiling hitboxes downwarp you to the bottom of their hitbox.
Oh!
What the what? What just happened? What just happened?
Then in Cool Mountain,
I love
we have
the-
this wall on the side of this
I
snowy
love the
bridge.
clips, 'cause
It's
those
just a
speedrunners get
triangle,
so
so
mad
it has
and
one edge
confused.
vertex on the bottom.
Like,
If
it's the
we
most
zoom
random
in, you can see that
bullshit.
the ceiling juts out, meaning we have ceiling columns all along this edge. And I really like the way this one looks. It's very aesthetically pleasing. But anyway, if you're sliding down this path, be wary of jumping off to the right side here. Then still in Cool Mountain, we have this wall near the wall kicks will work area. It has one edge vertex on the
What
top,
just
and when
happened?
we zoom in, you can see that the ceiling juts out. So we have a decently thick invisible wall, which thins out farther away from the ledge. Now you might think, who would ever run into this invisible wall? Like, you're not just
Show me
gonna
a
jump
clip.
off the edge
Show
right
me a
there,
clip of
right?
somebody doing
Well,
it.
not exactly. You see, speedrunners jump down that way to get to the wall kicks will work star. So let's take a look at some past
Yes.
attempts.
Show me a speedrunner hitting it.
What?
How am I standing here? Oh. Mario?
What the fuck? Oh my. Oh my.
So what's going on with those? Mario's doing some weird animations.
God, I
well,
love
let me
that.
explain. Firstly, when Mario's on a steep
Mario.
floor, he slides down. You can
Hello,
even slide
Mario.
into ceilings and out of bounds, in which case your movement gets cancelled and
And
you
he's
just stay
sitting- he's a
sliding
little
in
bit
place.
sleepy now.
And note that when you're sliding, you can use the control stick to tilt Mario's upper body. Now, usually when you're
What
in a
if the
sliding
Facebook
action,
boomer AI
your
stuff is a
animation
psyop
updates every
to
frame
convince
to be the
people that
sliding
all AI is
animation.
shitty?
But there's an oversight in the sliding code, because if you're sliding and your
I could
movement
see
gets
it.
cancelled, either from moving into a ceiling or out of bounds, then Mario's animation
He's doing
doesn't get set to
crunches.
the sliding animation. Instead, you just keep whatever animation you are already in. I mean, here, I was already in the sliding animation when I started sliding into out of bounds,
He's
so I kept that
exercising.
sliding
He's
animation.
skimming.
But
Yeah.
let me demonstrate it with a different animation.
He's,
Here,
like,
I did
rocking
the pushing
back and
animation
forth.
and then start sliding into out of bounds. The sliding into out of bounds doesn't update Mario's animation, and so his animation
He's-
stays
yeah,
as
he's
pushing,
tweaking the
even
fuck
though
out.
he's actually sliding. And when you're in this state, you can still use the control stick to tilt Mario's upper body. So going back to Cool Mountain, you can see that the invisible wall here is right next to a steep floor that makes you slide. So we can use the invisible wall to let us slide in place with various other animations. For example, here I slide in place in the back flipping animation. So it doesn't even look like Mario landed yet, even though he's
Dude,
actually
he looks
on the
like a
ground
fucking
sliding.
superhero.
Here I slide in the jumping animation, and remember,
Straight
I
up
can still
jorking
tilt
it.
Mario's upper body,
But
which looks
it-
pretty funny in this animation. It
Let's
definitely
just
wasn't
say-
intended to handle that. Here I
My
slide in the
pixels.
walking animation. This one also looks pretty silly when you
Ooh.
tilt him, especially because he's just running in place. Where are you trying to get to, Mario? You trying to go somewhere? Oh, almost got there. Come on, Mario. You can do it. Oh, almost there.
nice
Come
to
on, a
Mario.
little more. Oh, there we go. Here I do a triple jump into it, so I slide in the triple jump animation. And here I slide in the sparkly triple jump animation, which
Yeah,
results
you
in
know
Mario
what? Show me
somersaulting
Mario
for
sliding in
forever.
every
So
single
yeah, It's fun
animation.
to play around with. Then in Hazy Maze Cave,
Show me
we have
every
this wall on this
single
little floating
animation.
structure. It has two edge
Good night.
vertices on the
Bye,
bottom. So will the floor jut out or
Thank
the
you for hanging
ceiling
out with
jut
us. I really
out? On this
appreciate it. Hope
first
you have a good rest
vertex,
of your
actually
evening, dude.
neither one juts out. They're exactly aligned. So give it up for the programmers, guys. They made an edge vertex that exactly lies on its edge. No one thought it could be done, but here we are. Well, to be fair, this edge is at a 45-degree angle, so not exactly a weird angle. And then for the other edge vertex, the ceiling juts out. So actually, that results in just one ceiling column of invisible wall, right at the vertex itself. But then there's also the other side of the structure, which is like a mirror image of the first
there's
side.
one on the
So we have two edge
diagonal
vertices, one of them lines up exactly, and the other one lets the ceiling jut out. So on this side too, we have another ceiling column all by itself. So I actually don't know if anyone's ever hit these ones before, given how little
Well,
area
he
they
just hit it
cover.
right
Then
there.
underneath the lava land, we have this wall at the start of the walkway.
just hit it
There's one
right
edge
there.
vertex at the bottom. Now the edge vertex misses its edge, but it's interesting, because to the left, this causes a floor gap with out of bounds units, and to the right, this causes the ceiling to jut out with ceiling units. So it's once again a hybrid invisible wall, with some out of bounds and some ceiling. So be careful when you jump onto the start of this path, because you will get burned if you mess up. Then in Snowman's Land, we have this wall on the ledge with the tree. It has one edge vertex on the bottom. Now this one's also a hybrid in a sense, because on the left we have a floor gap with ceiling
God, I
leaking
fucking
through,
love this
and on
video.
the right
I
we have
love
the
this
ceiling
guy.
jutting out more than the floor does. So that means all along this edge there are ceiling columns leaking through. So if you're ever climbing up the snowman and then you randomly have your height cut short or bonk while you're crossing this edge, now you know why. Then still in Snowman's Land, we have this section near the top of the snowman. This one's a little weird because it doesn't involve a wall. Instead, to the left we have a ceiling, so let's mark the ceiling's edge, and to the right we have a floor, so let's mark the floor's
Wait,
edge.
how the fuck
And
does
so
that count as a
basically,
floor
the
and a
edge vertex is
ceiling,
here
and not as
because the floor
walls?
vertex is meant to lie on the ceiling's edge. Now the edge vertex misses, which means that farther to the right we have the ceiling jutting out more than the floor, and so all along this edge we have some invisible wall from the ceiling leaking through. This one could get in your way if you try cutting across the corner while climbing the snowman. But also, this invisible wall is next to a floor so steep that you can't stand on it or slide on it. You just fall
Oh,
off
it's
of
still
it.
classed
So
as
a
a
cool
floor, but
thing
you
can
can't
do
stand
is
on
wedge
it.
Mario between the floor and the invisible wall, and he just kind of gets stuck there in the falling animation. But it is possible to get out of it.
Yes, no.
Wait. This motherfucker is doing, I don't know if you guys didn't see this. This motherfucker is doing a 70-star drum percent. 70-star drum percent run.
What? I've never seen that.
What the
Then
fuck?
in Tall Tall Mountain, we have this wall near the
Base?
rolling log. See,
Ole,
there's a reason
how?
I picked this place to use
Literally
for the
how?
intro, and it's because there's so many invisible walls around here that I figured the most people would relate to
Do
bumping
you
into
guys
one of
think
them.
there's a
Then
toilet
we also have
percent
one
where
on
you
this
have
wall,
to,
which
like, you
includes
have to
that part
piss
on the
in
left
different parts
without
of
a
the
wall.
toilet bowl
We actually have two different
different
edge
controls.
vertices here, which both miss
And
the
you have to
edge.
drink a
So
lot
that
of
means
water
to the
so that you
left, we
can-
have some invisible wall from the ceiling jutting out. And then on the other
Probably.
side of the log, we also
Yeah,
have something going
you don't
on.
have to be
Two
all
edge
rude and give me a
vertices.
weird.
The
You
right
can
edge
just say
vertex
probably
lets the
because
floor
there
jut out,
probably
which is. Okay.
is.
But the left
There
edge
probably
vertex
is
misses in a
one.
way that both makes a floor gap with ceiling units and also lets the ceiling
He's
jut out.
speedrunning
So
Mario.
yet another hybrid
Yep.
case. So yeah, this area is even more hazardous than you would think, with
That
3
person
more
is dead
invisible
from
walls
water
that you have to
poisoning,
worry
yeah,
about.
true.
And there's actually one more
Well, they
invisible
just have to
wall
drink
that's around
Gatorade
here,
instead of just
but we're not
water.
gonna get around to that one until a bit later, so stay tuned for that.
Banned in the casino.
Uh.
What the fuck was that? I'm pretty sure that was an invis wall.
What? Oh my god.
Ugh.
Then still in Tall Tall Mountain, at the top of the waterfall,
Yes,
we have
show
these
me
two
the
walls.
speedrunners
It's another
dying.
alcove, and alcoves seem to be basically as bad as stairs are. But anyway, we have two edge vertices, and they both let the ceiling jut out. So along both ceiling edges, we have some invisible wall. Though it's much more concentrated on the left side than it is on the right side. So basically, if you try to enter the alcove from above, you might get blocked by this invisible wall. Then in the Tall Tall Mountain slide, we have the first arch. Remember when I said the first arch was fine because it had a floor on top, unlike the second and third arches? Well, turns out it does have some invisible walls. We just weren't
So
ready
you
for
can't
them
like
back
jump
then.
over it?
But you can see that its shape creates a ton of edge vertices, so it's almost guaranteed that some of them will let ceiling leak out. And then there's also the other side
That's
of the
not even
arch.
that much.
There's not actually a wall on this side, but I'm still drawing a theoretical
How
wall
long did it take
just
to
to
edit
help you
that?
see
This
the
is
shape
like
of
this
the
guy's
arch.
entire
So
life
on this side
is like
too,
Super
we
Mario
have a bunch of edge
64.
vertices,
It's
some of
kinda
which let
crazy.
ceiling leak through. And the invisible wall on this side is basically a mirror image of the invisible wall on the
Yeah, and
other
you'd
side.
have to train your
so while you
bladder to
can
do
go on top of the
P%
first arch,
runs.
unlike the second and third
Wait, this
arches,
video took
there's
him
still
10
some
months?
invisible walls to worry about.
This is like
Then
his
in the
most
huge
popular
version
video.
Of Tiny Huge Islands, we have this wall, one edge vertex at the bottom, which lets ceiling jut out, so we have some invisible wall to the right of the edge vertex. But we're actually not done yet, because on this wall too, we have something going on. Two more edge vertices that both let ceiling jut out, so we have some invisible wall on this edge too. So
Yeah,
I guess
he
if you ever
devoted
wanted to just
himself
jump
to the
off one
greater
of these
good.
two edges, then these invisible
Scientific
walls could
research,
get in your
if
way.
you will.
Or just think of them as guardrails keeping you on
Bones
for your own
Gun,
safety.
thank you for the follow, I
And
really
then
appreciate
in
it.
the
I hope
tiny
you have fun
version of
hanging out
Tiny
with
Huge
us.
Island, we have basically the same thing. Well, only for the first invisible wall. The second invisible
Yeah, this
wall
has
actually
probably
isn't
been
present
watched
at
by
all
like
here.
every
But for this
single
one, it's
speedrunner
just
for
one
this
more
game.
invisible wall that you have to worry about. Then in Tick-Tock Clock, we
They
have
can
this wall
min-max their
on,
runs
you
even
guessed
better.
it, more stairs. So that's 3 edge vertices. The outer 2 line up exactly, but the middle one lets the ceiling jut out. So just near that middle vertex, we have some invisible wall, specifically on the first and second steps. But then we
he
also
wasn't
have the
talking
other
to you.
side of the
He was
stairs.
talking to me.
Note that the wall
No,
on this
me.
side
He
doesn't
wasn't
include the
talking
upper
to
2
you.
steps, because the wall for those 2 steps is a bit further out in order to be flush with the treadmill. But that means we just have 2 edge vertices, one of them lines up exactly, and the other one lets the ceiling jut out. So on this side of the stairs,
Get
we have
in
some
line.
invisible wall just on the
Hey,
first
wait,
step.
guys,
And so these
wait,
invisible walls are
guys.
pretty bad, because they might kill you on the very first jump in the level,
How can you
only
be
a couple
so
seconds
sure?
in.
For the one time, Mario, don't die.
Uh-oh.
Balls absolutely everywhere. Like, literally, go f yourself.
And since
Mamma
Tick-Tock Clock is a
mia.
vertical stage, that means invisible walls here have a much greater impact, because now the invisible wall can affect you at later parts of the level too. This invisible wall goes all the way up until it meets this walkway, but
Oh,
more
he's talking to
importantly, it's right
everybody.
in the middle of this gap you
Yeah,
have to
can
jump
I get a
over,
yo
where
with
sometimes
4
it gets
O's
cut
in
off a
chat?
bit by this rotating triangle. But that means anytime you jump over this gap, you have to worry about this invisible wall. And bonking in Tick-Tock Clock usually leads to falling way far down, often with dire consequences. So it's pretty unfortunate for speedrunners, but that's just the way it is.
Oh my cock, dude.
And speedrunners will also
he
try
say
to
my
jump from this cog to the get a hand star, which goes right through this invisible wall. So you could easily bonk during that jump too.
Alright, so I can do it here and there's no invis.
That guy looks like he has a really big brain.
What? What? Okay. I don't have any words for that invisible. I've never seen that invisible.
That's a crazy wall, actually. That's a crazy wall. Ugh. Ooh.
Oh my god, invis wall, really? Oh my god, another invis wall!
They fucking subtitled the noise he made!
Then in that same area, we have this wall on the treadmill. Because of the way the floor slopes down on both
Why
sides,
did
we
they
get two edge
subtitle
vertices.
that?
The left one has the floor jut out, and the right one has the ceiling jut out. So
Yeah,
primarily on the
I
right
think
side, we
speedrunners
get some
are cool.
invisible walls. But
I
not
think
above the
speedrunners
last
are
two
cool,
stairs,
actually.
because they connect to the treadmill and block the invisible wall from coming out. Now luckily, this invisible wall doesn't extend up too high since it's from an object, but it can still lead to your death if you hit it just right. Then still in TikTok Clock, we have this wall on the pit and the pendulums area. Kind of a weird shape, but it has 3 edge vertices. So let's see. First the ceiling juts out, then they're exactly aligned, then the ceiling juts out. Consequently, we have ceiling columns all along the edge.
Classic.
Though you may notice that there's a single gap in the invisible wall, which is right at the vertex that was exactly aligned. But basically, that means that anytime you jump over to this area, you risk bonking and falling all the way down
I'm
to your
learning
death.
actually.
So
This is
definitely not a
educational.
very
I think
fair
it's a good
system.
thing. This fucking grabbed his camera. That was scary. Wait, I need that screen.
Why is there an invisible wall there?
Hey, now you know why. Now this invisible wall also extends pretty high up in the level.
That was
you can
a
see
good
some of it
scream,
stops at this
actually.
walkway, but then the rest of it rises up all the way to the ceiling of the course. So yeah, this one can be pretty annoying given how far reaching it is in the level. Specifically, it passes by 2 walkways. For this lower walkway, if you try to take a shortcut by jumping across the gap, you may bonk and fall down to your death.
That is the saddest thing since sliced bread.
Yo!
He screams and then he just like deadpan. He screams and then his face doesn't move.
That is the saddest thing since sliced bread.
Yo!
Clearly, this is not the run. Clearly. Jesus.
And for the upper walkway, if you try to
I
jump
love
down, as
speedrunners, man.
speedrunners do,
I love
you could definitely hit the
speedrunners.
invisible wall.
I love speedrunners. Oh.
I'll be back.
Oula, je vais juste aller sur l'aiguille histoire d'éviter les murs invisibles.
Is he French?
Wow.
Wow. That's as angry as French people can get. Okay, the most legit speedrunners are the ones where their face cam is like this. You guys can't really see, but he's in like there's like no lights on in his room. It's like pitch black in the room that they're streaming from. Like the only light is coming from like the monitor. That's how you know they're locked the fuck in.
Someone help me, man. Jesus fucking Christ.
But this one actually has a solution. See, you can go forwards on top of the clock hand because it creates a little safe haven above it. It's like Moses parting the Red Sea, but it's
Like
the
in
clock hand
Beyblade.
parting the invisible wall. Then even still in TikTok Clock, we have these 3 treadmills.
The clock
now
hand
the
is a
treadmills
religious
themselves
figure.
are cardinally aligned, so there's no issue with them. But focus your attention on these mesh
Yeah,
walls
that's a-
between
that's
the
a real
treadmills.
speedrunner
These
if
walls are
I've ever
actually both
seen
sides
one.
of 2 little boxes. So if we look at them, you can see that they're 3D shapes. It's just that normally you only see the
Listen, you're
texture for one
French.
side of them.
No,
Now
those
on the
from a
bottom
couple
of
hundred
these
years ago would
boxes,
like to have
we
a
have
word with you.
ceilings. So the question is, do the ceiling hitboxes leak out? Well, you see, the boxes don't have floors on their tops. Instead, they rely solely on the treadmill floors to cover them. So let's see how well that plays out. For this first seam, there's a 1 unit wide gap between the treadmills. Consequently, we see some red area, so you might think some ceiling leaks through. But actually, every integer coordinate is covered by a floor, so all the ceiling is covered. Now let's take a look at the other seam. Between these two treadmills, there's a 2-unit wide gap. So
That
this
means
time,
there's a
we do
one-
have integer coordinates that are ceiling with no floor to cover them.
There's a
this
little
gives
bit
us
of-
a 1-unit thick, continuous seam of invisible wall between those two treadmills. And so as you're climbing from the
Wait, so
second
there's
treadmill
just a
to the
random
third treadmill,
chance.
you might hit this invisible wall. But that's not actually the full story
There's
here.
just, like, a
Remember
random
what I
chance you will
said,
get
the
blocked?
boxes have ceilings on the bottom, but no floors on the top, so they rely on the treadmill floors to cover the ceilings. But the treadmills are objects, meaning that they're only tangible when Mario's near them. So it probably wasn't a very good idea
4
to
hours
cover
of
the ceilings with
speedism? Hell
floors
yeah,
that are
brother.
only sometimes there.
Make
I'll
it
illustrate
7
what I mean
hours.
with a
Make it
diagram.
10
So here are
hours
the 3
of
treadmills,
speedism.
here's the upper box,
We're
and
gonna
here's
watch
the lower
every
box.
video this
Now
guy's
we're
ever
actually gonna
posted.
subdivide both boxes into 2 chunks. So both boxes have a right chunk and a left chunk. Next, let's add the ceilings on
I
the
know,
bottom
like-
of the boxes.
I know, like, the React Andy meta is that, like, React Andys are supposed to upload a 10-minute video of them reacting to something where it's super chopped up and clipped. I don't give a fuck. If I want to watch 12 hours of the same guy talking about the same thing, I'm gonna watch 12 hours of the same guy talking about the same
the right
thing.
chunk of the lower box. In isolation,
In
its ceiling
extreme
hitbox
depth.
looks like this. But this chunk is covered by the lower treadmill. So if Mario's within this radius
None of
around
them
the
actually.
treadmill,
Well, no,
then
like
the
on
treadmill
YouTube, like YouTube. They like post videos, like highlight reaction videos. I'll watch React Andys on YouTube.
will have its floors
Sorry,
to cover
sorry
the
I
ceiling,
couldn't. Yeah,
so there's
Mari,
no
sorry I
invisible
couldn't make
wall
it to your
within that
birthday. I
radius.
was.
But
If I told Mari I couldn't make it to her birthday because I was busy watching Super Mario 64 speedrunning videos, I think she would understand.
the invisible wall is
frankly.
there when Mario's outside of the radius. Then next, let's look at the left
I think
chunk
she'd
of the
get it.
lower box. In isolation,
Yeah, she would.
its ceiling hitbox
Mari,
looks
of
like
all
this,
people,
but this chunk
Mari
is covered
would
by the middle treadmill.
Like,
So if
literally of
Mario's within
any
this
streamer
radius,
I
then the
know,
treadmill has its
Mari
floors,
would
and so
fucking
there's
get
no
it.
invisible wall within that radius. But it is there outside of the
Yeah,
radius.
and then she would ask
Then
for the
next,
video
let's
or
look at
some
the right
shit.
chunk of the upper box. This one's not covered by any treadmill, so the full ceiling hitbox is exposed.
Yeah,
And
5 seconds of
finally,
video play
let's
before
look
they
at
go
the
on a
left
rant.
chunk of
That's
the
how you're
upper
supposed
box.
to react,
In
Andy.
isolation, its ceiling hitbox looks like this.
Like, so
but
you're
this
not
chunk is covered
plagiarizing,
by
so the
upper
content is like
treadmill.
your own, you
So
have
if
to add your
Mario's
own
within this
takes.
radius, then the treadmill has its floors, and so there's no invisible wall within that
This is
radius.
terrible.
But it is there outside of the radius. And so now you can see the true nature of these
The
invisible
true
walls.
evil nature of the
Specifically,
invisible
we have 4
walls.
separate chunks of invisible wall. One of them is fully exposed, and the other 3 exist
This is
only
why I'm
outside
like,
of the
oh, I could
tangibility
never play
radius of
this.
the
Like,
corresponding
watching this
treadmill.
video on how
Now
the
I'll show-
speedrunners have to avoid all of these tiny little specific things, I'm like, oh, damn, this is difficult. As if this wasn't a game made for
what these
kids.
invisible walls look like in the game. So we have the right chunk of the lower box. The
It was
left
just
chunk of
made in
lower
the
box,
90s, so
the
there's a
right
lot
chunk
of
the upper box, and the left
unintentional
chunk of the upper
issues.
box. So yeah,
'Cause
this
they
is
didn't
the
know.
true nature of these invisible walls.
They didn't
so
know
you
that
can
it
see
was
that the
gonna
lower
happen.
invisible walls rise up into the walkway, while the upper
Wait,
invisible
how old
walls
is the
rise up all
speedrunning,
the way
like,
to the ceiling of
community?
the course. So even
How, like,
between the
early
first
on
and
were
second
people trying to
treadmill, there's
speedrun
still
this
the
game?
possibility of bonking if you jump
ju-
up
yeah,
high
it's
enough.
literally just always
And
in the
because
way.
the upper invisible
So it's
wall
like- it would
rises
be,
all
like,
the way to the top,
frustrating,
it
but-
can get in your way if you try to long jump from the clock hand over to the
Yeah.
thwomp. And remember, it's not just a single seam
Far
of
back,
invisible
like, still
wall,
in the
it's a whole
90s?
box area's worth. So there's really no chance of you getting lucky and passing right through it, like you could with many of the other invisible walls. And then one more in TikTok clock, we have this wall on the uppermost treadmill.
It was one of the
Just like
first
the first
3D games,
treadmill,
literally
it has 2
nobody
edge
knew how to
vertices
do
on
them.
the top. When we zoom in, you can see that the right one lets the ceiling jut out, and the left one is exactly aligned. So just on this side of the treadmill, we have some-
How do they, like, so they're, like, when they're modeling this stuff for the game, how do they make, like, one set of corners align, but the other set of corners doesn't align? Was there, like, no way to, like, copy and transform across one plane? Did they just have to try to guesstimate and pray that everything was gonna line up when they were making it? They just had to guesstimate and say, well, this looks close enough. Probably no visuals?
invisible wall. And remember, because these invisible
Wait,
wall
they-
units stem from an object,
What?
I cap their height at the object's
I totally forgot we could have gotten C-batted. I totally
tangibility
forgot we
radius.
could have gotten
And so
C-batted.
even at the
It's
very
like,
top of TikTok clock, there's this final invisible wall to worry about. Then
Uh-oh,
in
that's a
Rainbow Ride,
big-ass
we're back to the ship.
invisible
We have this
wall.
wall on the ship's outside, which has one edge vertex on the bottom. Zooming in, you can see that the edge vertex misses by 2 units
They
even though the
removed
edge was
unnecessary
cardinally
geometry
aligned.
for
So the
optimization.
invisible wall is 2 units thick right at the edge
3D
vertex,
editors already
and
existed,
everywhere
yeah,
else
but
it's
were
a
they, like,
1 unit
advanced
thick
enough? Did people
continuous
actually
seam.
use them?
And so if you try long jumping onto that part of the ship, this invisible wall could lead to your death. Then in Vanish Cap under the moat, on the uppermost platform, we have this wall. It has 1 edge
It's been a
vertex
bit-
on the
I
bottom.
understand.
Now this one's another
I
hybrid,
understand.
because to the right, we have the ceiling jut out more than the floor, and to the left, we have a floor gap that lets out of bounds leak through. So we end up with some out of bounds and some ceiling, both stemming from the same misaligned edge vertex.
Oh, it's
But
so
then we
cool.
have
I
something
just,
similar
like, took
going
my
on
hoodie
the
off
second
of-
platform.
I'm gonna go put on
and by
PJ
similar,
pants.
I mean exactly
putting on
the
PJ
same
pants.
thing,
It's fucking
because
cold.
this
I
edge
don't know
vertex
why.
also causes a hybrid invisible wall, with some out of
It's
bounds
a
and some
pants kinda
ceiling.
day.
But we're not done yet, because the third platform also has a hybrid invisible wall, but this time on the other side of the platform. So you might be wondering just how many of these platforms are going to have invisible walls. Well, we're on the 4th platform right now, and there are only 7 platforms total, so why don't you take a guess at how many of them have invisible walls? Right now we're seeing the 5th platform's invisible wall, and the 6th platform also has an invisible wall. So we're 6 for 6, place your bets for the last one. And the 7th platform also has an invisible wall, this time on the other side again. Can you believe that? That means all 7
the
platforms
corner
have
of my
invisible
room.
walls on
I
them.
don't wanna go
Look
get
at
'em.
that. Look at what you have to go through every time you traverse this area. A whole gauntlet
I
of
don't feel like
invisible
getting 'em.
walls. So you thought
I'm
the
not
challenge
changing.
was
I'm
just to
literally.
make your way down
I
some
was literally
platforms
putting
while
on another
collecting the red
another
coins.
layer of
But nope,
clothes.
there's an additional secret
I was only
challenge,
adding
which is
clothes.
to hope
There
you
was
get lucky on every
nothing was
platform's
removed.
invisible wall. And speedrunners will do a triple jump on the 7th platform in order to get onto the railing, which goes right through that last invisible wall.
I got invis-walled.
Ugh. Yeah, it's my jammies.
Oh, no.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
What?
You got an invis-walled.
Mm-hmm. What the? Oh, okay. What?
Oh, it's just like random chance if they actually hit the invis wall.
Yeah, alright. Moving right along.
And then finally, we have this wall in the castle foyer. Factoring in the hole for the door, it has 3 edge vertices.
I like all
we
the
have
Mario sound
exactly
effects. They're
aligned,
just silly.
exactly aligned, and
They're silly,
ceiling
and I
juts
like
out.
silly
So that
things.
means mainly on the right side of the door opening, we have ceiling leaking through. So you might just be going through the foyer to your next course, and then bam, you hit this invisible wall. So not even the foyer is safe. So that's the 6th cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna
We've
call
got 2 more
ceiling
causes.
juts out due to misaligned edge vertex. And so now let's look at the 7th cause. So remember that structure we had before, where it
We've
was just
still
a
got
regular old box? Let's
an
look at it from
hour
above
and
again.
15 minutes
Remember,
left.
when this structure rotated, the floor edge and ceiling edge stayed perfectly flush without letting any ceiling leak
We've
through.
got
But
more.
now focus
I'm
your
very
attention on this
excited.
vertex of the ceiling. If we move this vertex to a slightly different spot, then it can make the ceiling jut out. And if we do our little process, we can see that some units are ceiling with no
Ooh.
floor to cover them. And so those ceiling units leak through the leaning wall and cause invisible walls. So once again,
That
there are
makes
cases where the
sense.
programmers literally just didn't line up 2 vertices that could have
Stupid
been lined
fucking
up.
programmers!
In this case,
They
it's
don't
a
know
floor
anything!
vertex and a ceiling vertex that aren't lined up, allowing some ceiling to leak through. So let's look at some examples. In Bob on Battlefield, we have these 2 walls on the mountain, on the ridge with the spinning heart. Based on their edges, they connect at this vertex. So will the floor vertex and ceiling vertex line up? Nope. The ceiling vertex
Lazy
misses by 1
bastards.
unit
Oh my God,
and
they
causes the
couldn't
ceiling
even
to
get
jut
this
out
right.
on both walls. So we end up with invisible wall on both of these edges.
Ooh.
So this is just one more invisible wall
Why
on
is
the
there a
mountain
brown
that you have to
heart?
worry about.
Why is there a
Then in
brown
Whomp's
heart?
Fortress, we have this wall on the axle connected to the rotating elevators. Note that the axle is shaped like a triangular prism. We can see that the floor vertex and ceiling vertex are 1 unit off,
gives you
so the
poop?
ceiling juts
That's
out on this
stupid.
edge.
I think
Though
I'm a-
it
I
only
think I'm
results
a
in 3
shit
units
guy.
of ceiling leaking through. But nevertheless, it's still a potential thing that can make you bonk out of nowhere as you play this
What does
level.
he say?
Then
He's
in
like,
Cool Mountain, we have this wall in the
Mr.
wall kicks will work area.
Brown
This time, the floor
Christmas.
vertex and ceiling vertex miss by quite a bit. And so all along this
I'm
wall, we end up
Mr.
with ceiling units leaking through. And so this is the second invisible wall that we've seen near the wall kicks will work area. And remember, speedrunners go through that spot as they make their way
I
to
like
the
the
star.
line
So
where
it's
he's
extra
like-
bad for speedrunners.
Something something urinal full of dirty brown squeeze.
What's that?
Amy,
Did
pull
you
up
see
the
that?
shit and
The
cum miser
invisible wall?
videos. Yeah. Let's pull up the shit and cum miser. Okay, you know, no, I only want the shit.
I'm Mr. White Jism. I'm Mr. Spunk. I'm Mr. Meat Twister. I'm Mr. Buckets of Cum. Friends call me Cum Miser. Whatever I touch turns to cum in my clutch. I'm gonna bust. I never wanna blow a load without pictures of anime feet. Not a day goes by in November without beating my own meat. I'm Mr. Brown Blaster. I'm Mr. Poo. I'm Mr. Excrement. I'm Mr. Number 2. They call me Shit Miser. Whatever I touch turns to shit in my clutch. I'm too much. I never wanna use the toilet and only have to pee. I'd rather go up to the urinal, fill it full of dirty brown squeeze.
Fill it with dirty brown squeeze. That's like one of my favorite videos ever.
Wow. I never seen this.
I've never seen this.
Wow.
Then in Snowman's Lands, we have this wall on the snowman.
We have to
and
take
let's
little
also mark
breaks.
this floor edge next to it because that also connects to the
We have
vertex
to take
we're
little
about
breaks
to
to
look
watch
at.
brain
Zooming
rot.
in,
I
you can see that the
understand, you
floor
guys.
vertex misses the ceiling vertex
It's
by
hard to
1 unit.
focus.
So on the left, we have a floor gap with ceiling coming out, and on the right, we have the ceiling jutting out more than the floor. So another hybrid case.
Quake
and earlier,
and
we had
Super
another
Mario
invisible
64
wall right around
released
here.
right at,
so
like,
I guess
the
this
same
part of the
time,
snowman
the
wasn't
cum
put together
grenade.
too well. Then in Tall Tall Mountain, on the mushroom near the start, we have these
This
4
is a
walls
sticky grenade
based on
made
their
during
edges
World
that
War
gives
II.
us 5
It-
vertices
cum
to examine.
grenade.
So let's see. Floor juts out, ceiling juts out, exactly aligned, ceiling juts out, and both floor and ceiling jut out in
Is
different
this a
directions.
mathematical
That means
tangent?
along all
No,
4
no,
of
I
these
just
edges
really
on the
like Super
mushroom,
Mario
the ceiling
64
juts out
speedrun
and causes
videos.
invisible walls. So anytime you jump onto the starting mushroom, you might bonk and die. Though on the bright side, you don't actually need to go onto that mushroom for anything. But what if it affected a mushroom that was a lot more important, like the lonely mushroom? Because on this mushroom too, we
Fast
also have 4
inverse
relevant
square root
walls.
video
When we look
next,
at these
sure.
vertices, we see
Anything
something
for
very
you.
similar, with the vertices
Faker and
missing
the
each
previous
other.
30 games
That
didn't
gives
have
us
these
invisible
problems
walls along
because they
these
were
4
designed
edges
to
too.
run on more
And this one's
powerful
even worse,
hardware.
because this is a mushroom that you have to go to.
So
and
is
so you
it
might
like-
bonk at
So, the only reason it does this is because of the farts to sharts, the floats to shorts, and they only did that to optimize the game so that it would actually run on the N64's hardware. So if they didn't convert it to shorts or whatever, there would be none of this. Oh,
out of nowhere and
wow.
die as you're trying to get the star on it. But we're
Flarts
not done
to
yet
sharts,
because there's one
yeah.
more mushroom we have to do, and that's the mushroom with the red coin star on it. You know, I'm starting to suspect that they just copy and pasted these mushrooms, which would explain why all 3 of them have such similar mistakes in terms of not lining up their vertices quite right. But yeah, that means that this mushroom
Peak
also
game
has
design is
4
having
edges
an
worth of
innocuous piece of
invisible wall.
geometry that
So you could
sometimes
easily
kills you
hit
for
this
no
and
reason.
die as you're
It's
jumping
just
to
a
the red
little bit
coin
of
star.
added
And
challenge,
don't
you know,
count
to
on the
keep you
wings
on
to
your
save you.
toes. Programmers copy pasting? No, they never do that.
No, what the?
Red coin star, and don't count on the wings to save you.
What? No, what the?
His smile and optimism gone.
What? What do you? What? What the? Nah, no, I refuse to believe that. Just come on.
This is crazy. Yeah, he's so fucking
You look like
drained.
the NPC version of Mark Ruffalo. Just get what is going on? What is going on? So anyway, how are you guys doing today? Pretty good, or?
That would
You
have
know,
been
how's
scary
work?
as
How's
shit.
school?
And just the other day, Liam was on a world record pace run and lost a run to this invisible wall.
Rounds up to fucking 13.
Mulch coded.
He's so upset. That's crazy though.
I don't
This
deserve
was going to be a world
Why does this
record
only happen to
run.
me?
That
Why
was
do I
going
only
to be
get
a
the
world
worst
record
invis walls
run.
in all of my runs? Why
And
do I
he hit an
consistently
invisible
get
wall.
the worst coin RNG, the worst luck at all
Ugh.
in every run?
Oh, and he got hit by an
Keep
invisible
going? Dude,
twice.
I'm gonna die.
At 95 stars? God damn.
I was like playing fine, man. Like I was playing fine. I would have saved time, man.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Dude,
man.
that's painful
So
to
to
watch.
avoid hitting this invisible wall during a speed run, you just have to aim more to the right. Specifically, make sure you cross onto the mushroom to the right of this vertex that I'm highlighting here. If you do that, then you will avoid the invisible wall. Then in Tower of the Wingcap, we have this wall
But
on the
the
side of the
invisible
rook.
wall is just
this
like a
wall
wrist.
has two edge vertices, but we're also going to look at this vertex on the far left. So let's see what we got. Ceiling juts out, floor juts out, and then this vertex misses by 2 units, causing the ceiling to jut out. So all along this edge, we end up with invisible wall
That's
from
such
the
like a
ceiling
weird
leaking out. But we're
distribution
not
of the
done
wall.
yet, because we also have to look at this wall on the rook. Once again, we have 2 edge vertices and another vertex to look at. This time, we have ceiling juts out, floor juts out, and this vertex misses by 2 units. So it's the exact same thing on this side, which makes me wonder if this was copy and pasted too. And we're still not done because we have one more thing to look at, and I literally mean one more. Because on this vertex, if we zoom in, you can see that the floor vertex
They had
misses
to
the
add
ceiling
extra
vertex,
invisible
and
walls
it
in the
results in
wing
just
cap
1 unit
stages
of
to
ceiling
keep you
leaking
on your
out.
toes.
So in total, we have 2 edges of invisible wall, which are symmetric
Ugh.
to each other, and a separate single unit of invisible wall in a different corner. But it's not jumping
Yeah,
into
fucking
these invisible
amateur
walls that you should be worried about,
Mario
but
64
flying
players that
into
don't
them.
even know the
Because
locations
remember
of
what I
every
said,
invisible
flying
wall in
into
the
an
game.
invisible wall redirects you downwards. So you might be trying to fly onto the rook and then mysteriously get redirected downwards, bonk, and fall down.
Alright, down. It's gotta be. This has to be aggressive.
That's crazy. Oh no.
Okay, so. Somebody explain! When you land on something, why aren't you sliding?
Then in Bowser in the Fire Sea, we have some stuff going on this springy staircase. So for this ramp, if we take a look at the floor
He's
on top
really
of the
mad.
ramp and the
Yeah,
ceiling
he's
on the
really
bottom of the
mad.
ramp, we can see that they're offset by about 20 units. So basically, the floor is in the right
No
position,
way,
but the whole
invisible!
ceiling is just 20 units to the side of where it should be, which results in some invisible wall. And then
Imagine
actually,
how
we
much
have
like
something very
studying,
similar
like
going
nonstop
on
you would
on
have
this
to do to
ramp.
be able to
Because
memorize
if we
the
look at the
location
floor and
and the
ceiling
counter
here,
for
we can
every
see that the
single
ceiling is also
invisible,
about
though.
20 units off of where it should be. And right in this
He got
spot,
pissed
that
as
causes
fuck,
a
yeah.
huge chunk of ceiling to leak out, like a whole rectangle's worth. And then there's also invisible wall along the rest of the edge. And you can see that some of the unit columns rise up into the walkway above. Also, the bottom of these unit columns move up and down because the whole staircase moves up and down. So as you're climbing your way up this staircase, just be wary of bumping into those invisible walls.
Yahoo!
What the fuck was that, dude? Holy shit.
But there's also a cool thing you can do with these invisible walls. We can walk into them, and then the staircase moves away, resulting in Mario walking
Oh,
in
you can
midair.
just fly?
Like we discussed earlier, this is because every quarter step returns that it got cancelled instead of that it went airborne. So the game never realizes that Mario left the ground and just lets him walk in midair. Let's watch as one speedrunner discovers this trick all on their own.
The worst down angle anyone has. What the hell? I didn't know you could do this. What?
Fuck it.
What? What is what? What is happening? He's what is happening? Dude, I did
He
not
can't even
know.
talk normal, man. Losing
Then
his
still in
fucking
Bowser in
mind.
the Fire Sea, we have this wall on the walkway, and we're gonna focus on this vertex. When we zoom in, you can see that the floor vertex misses the ceiling vertex by 1 unit, and so along this edge, we get a 1 unit thick, continuous seam of invisible wall from the ceiling leaking out. So this one's not actually too bad, because you're never really gonna jump off the edge right there. And then in Bowser in the Sky, we have something remarkably similar. Another wall on the corner of a walkway where there's a fire spitter nearby. And this floor vertex misses the ceiling vertex in exactly the same way as the previous one did, making me think that this may have been copy and pasted too.
Damn,
and so we
lazy
end up with a
game
very
devs
similar
copy and
invisible
pasting.
wall. Note that this invisible wall only rises upwards until it meets the Goomba platform. So luckily, you don't have
Oh,
to
'cause
worry
it gets
about
cut
it
off.
affecting
It
you
gets
up
cut
there.
off by the
but if you
other,
were to jump off the edge right here, then you'd have to
platform
worry
type
about it. So to
floor.
reiterate, this type of invisible wall
Yeah!
happens when a floor vertex and a ceiling vertex are meant to be aligned, but they're slightly misaligned, which lets some ceiling leak through the leaning wall. Now earlier, I said these cases happen due to the programmers failing to line up the vertices. But this type of invisible wall can also happen even if the programmers lined up the vertices perfectly. Specifically, it can happen if the structure is an object that rotates. See, if it's rotating like this, then it's basically guaranteed that the structure will go through certain
is so
angles that cause
badass.
there to be
I love
slightly
this.
leaning
Oh.
walls.
Good
And so
night,
those walls can let
Josie.
ceiling
Thank you for
leak
hanging out
through.
with us. I really
So that's why
appreciate
the
it. Hope
front
you have a
and
good
back
rest
of
of
the
your
structure
evening.
would let ceiling leak through due to misaligned vertices.
Don't you hate it
But
when your
interestingly,
ceiling
even the
hitboxes
sides
leak?
of the
Yeah, that
structure
shit
can
pisses
let
me
ceiling
off.
leak through because
Especially
these
when
vertices
I,
can have slight fluctuations
clip
to the
on the
left
wall
and right,
and
which
move
creates a leaning
upward.
wall that lets ceiling leak through. Though note that these side ones would actually be classified as
When
the
it doesn't
previous
cancel
cause
my
of
vertical
invisible
movement
walls,
and I move
which was
upward,
ceiling
but I
jutting
don't
out
warp,
due
I
to
only move
misaligned edge
upward.
vertex. And even if the structure is rotating perfectly sideways, that can still cause invisible walls.
It's a lot of
because now we have
walls.
edge vertices at weird angles. So let's look at some examples. The rolling log has some invisible walls. You can see that the short sides of the log basically always have some invisible walls on them, and the long sides of the log have invisible walls.
What if you
only
try
at
to like
certain
hop
angles.
off of the
and
log
this was
and
the
it
one I was referring to
hits
earlier
you?
about how there was another
And, like, you
invisible
hit
wall
the
in
wall
this
at
area.
just the wrong
and as
time?
luck would have it, the angle that the log starts at has an invisible wall on the long side of it. So before you do anything, there's already an invisible wall there ready to get you when you jump onto the log. So let me just recap all the invisible walls
My
in this
Twitter keeps
area.
going off.
On the left side, we have the inner seam,
Oh,
the outer
my Twitter
edge,
keeps going
and the
off 'cause
smaller
people
edge. Then
like
on the
a
right
tweet on my
side, we have
account.
this edge, and then for the rolling log, it starts off with this invisible wall. So a regular journey through
Ooh.
here could go through 4 different invisible walls.
What the
2
heck?
on the starting side, 1 on the rolling log, and 1 on the far side. So this is just not a very friendly area. The swings in Rainbow Ride have some invisible walls. Specifically, both the blue rectangle part on the bottom and the yellow axle part on the top create invisible walls at certain angles. You probably won't run into the one on the yellow axle anytime soon, but the one on the blue rectangle can get in your way as you make your way across the
Nintendo, why are
swing.
you so lazy with your games?
What? The crusher in the volcano has an invisible wall on just 1 frame, specifically on the first frame when it starts retracting back into the wall. So you could hit this one if you try jumping over the crusher while it's out. The rotating bridge in Womp's Fortress has invisible walls.
Dude, this
at
has
many
gotta
different
be, like,
angles.
insanely
Though note
difficult
that the
to
invisible walls
speedrun.
only come out of the very tip end of the bridge. That's because its cross section is an upside down triangle, which causes there to be an edge vertex at many different weird angles. And bonking on this one is usually pretty bad, because then you fall down the ramp.
What? Hello? Dude.
At least these people are only like a minute into the, or like they're less
What
than
was
5
that
minutes into
invisible,
their
dude?
runs.
Are you shitting me, man?
The spinning triangle in TikTok Clock has some invisible walls, but just on the front side. You wouldn't think there'd be any there, but
99%
the
of
floors on
players
the
have zero
top are
idea of
subdivided
enemies? Yeah, so
midway
that
through
literally
the
means
edge,
I'm
which
better
is
than
what gives it
99%
an
of
edge
players,
vertex. So
even
we
though I
already
haven't
talked
even
about how this
played.
gap has invisible walls in it, but even the triangle has invisible walls on it, which could easily mess you up and cause you to fall all the way down. Rotating elevators have invisible walls when they rotate around at the top of their movement. So
Why
if
is
you
the
thought it
speedrun
was
in
annoying how
Japanese?
they
I don't
rotate
know.
around, now you know that it's even more
Well,
annoying
don't
because
they?
those rotations produce invisible walls. The rotating
Don't
cubes
people
in
like to
TikTok Clock
speedrun
have
old
invisible walls when they
Nintendo games
rotate
in the
around,
Japanese
so you could hit one
version?
of those ones and fall down to
Or
your
don't
death.
some
the
of the
rotating
Japanese
triangles in
version
TikTok
of
Clock
the
also
games
have
like have
invisible walls,
it's like
both when they're
shorter wait
rotating and at
times
certain
in
stationary
certain
angles.
places
So
than,
these
like,
ones
the
could
English.
also trip you up and make you fall down.
'cause
The
the
elevators
text is-
that
yeah,
are
the
on
text
fixed
is
tracks
shorter.
have invisible walls.
There's less
since they
time
tilt
you
as they go
spend
around
scrolling in
their
the text
pathing.
than in
Look
the
at how
English
many
version
there
or
are.
something.
This elevator was supposed to help
And
us
you
get
save,
around,
like, a split
not inhibit
second
us
or
from
some
getting
shit.
around by blocking us with invisible invisible walls.
If you're
for the most
locked
part,
in,
I'm just showing one
you're
instance
speedrunning
of
on the
each
Japanese
object,
version.
because it's just not feasible to show every
Thing,
instance of an
speedrun,
object in
speedrun
every
Japan.
position at every angle. But for these fixed track elevators, I'm making an exception. See, since they do the same
Oh, his
movement
butt
every
caught on
time,
fire.
their invisible walls are the same every time. So it just feels more worth it to show each of the 3 fixed track elevators in their entirety. Think of it like a carnival ride. Not that rigged carnival game from earlier, but like a nice peaceful ride where you're
How
sitting
could I
in a
do
boat,
Japanese
nice and safe,
speedrunning?
and it's
I don't
passing
know
by the scary
Japanese.
pirates or something. But in this case, you're riding on the elevator with me as we're watching all the invisible
I
walls.
thought, like, Chinese
so relax,
was the
take
most
a breather.
condensed
You
language.
earned it for getting this far into the video. We can just have a friendly conversation. Me and
No,
you.
tell me more.
Who's recording these voice lines months in advance, and you who can't actually talk back. That'll work, right? So I hope you're enjoying the video
show me
so
more
far. This
walls.
is literally the video that's taken the most effort of any video I've
I
ever
want more
made.
walls.
So I hope you find it worth the effort. And don't worry, I'm not gonna disappear for forever after this video. I have a lot more video ideas that I want to make. I got regular video ideas, YouTube short ideas, music
I don't
video
wanna watch shorts,
ideas.
I wanna watch
So if you wanna
5-hour
see all those,
videos.
make sure to subscribe. And our
wanna
elevator
watch
ride is
5-hour
almost
videos.
over.
Please,
so let me
please, please,
commemorate
please,
this
please.
occasion with a little poem. Before Here and Now, I was all on my own. Then you came around and I found my new home. A place for just us to talk
Why is
about
he
it
reading
all, and as an
poetry?
added plus, some invisible walls. So if you want my view, all joking aside, I love being with you on this elevator ride.
Wow, how kind of him. Yay, we can watch somebody die!
Oh my.
Ooh.
Oh.
And now,
That's actually a fucking crazy invisible wall. She just walks forward and Mario gets hit.
And now, let me show you something cool you can do on these elevators. A down warp that can happen when you bonk. I know we already had one down warp, but this one works a little differently, so let me explain it. So here's the frame before Mario down warps. So let's go to a top-down
He's
view,
doing the
show the
push-up.
floors, show the ceilings, and now zoom in. You can see that currently the floor juts out a bit, so in the unit square view, it's mostly purple but with some blue squares. Now let's walk through what happens on this frame. First, the elevator moves one frame forwards, which slightly changes its triangles. So now the ceiling is jutting out more, giving
so
us
if
some
you're
red
like
squares.
standing
Then
where
Mario moves
the
forwards, not because of his
invisible
quarter step
wall
movement,
would be
but because he's
when
on a
it
moving
changes.
platform. See, when
It'll
Mario's
warp
on
you
a moving
down.
platform, like the elevator, then the platform moves
Right?
Mario along with it every frame to keep him on it. Now normally, this platform displacement would keep Mario in the same relative spot on the platform. But here, because Mario was so close to the edge, and because these edges fluctuate a bit due to them only having unit precision, the platform displacement puts Mario off the edge. Like, now he's on a white square that isn't floor or ceiling. Now, when a quarter step moves Mario off the edge, the game knows to put him into an airborne action. But this does not happen if the platform displacement moves him off the edge, because I guess they never expected that, since it's supposed to keep you in your same relative position on the platform. And so, Mario just stays in the action that he was already in, which is the grounded diving action. So like the other down warp, Mario's now in a
My
grounded
eye is
action,
getting
but in
itchy.
the air. And now Mario does his quarter steps. His first quarter step lands on a unit square that's only ceiling, meaning he moved into an invisible wall. So the quarter step
Okay, yeah, so
returns
he-
that it
he
got
does
canceled.
down warp
Instead
when
of that,
he
it
gets
went airborne.
put into
and
an
like I mentioned
invisible wall,
earlier,
or when
any
he's
sliding
standing
movement that doesn't become airborne
in
aligns
somewhere
Mario
that in
with
like
the ground.
a tile or
And
whatever
since Mario's
on a
not
unit,
actually above the
that
elevator at the
becomes an
moment,
invisible
aligning
wall.
him with the ground gives him a huge down warp,
Oh,
all the
he's
way to the
gone.
floor down below. So it's similar to the previous down warp because we found a way to be in a ground action in the air and then slid into an invisible wall. But instead of using a turnaround to walk in midair, we used the displacement from the moving elevator. Then the ski lift in
Kelsey,
Cool
thank you for
Mountain
the
has
follow.
some
I really
invisible
appreciate it. Hope
walls,
you have fun
which
hanging
makes
out with
sense
us.
because it tilts based on where Mario stands on it. Well, I guess most people just stand still when they ride the ski lift because they're already worried about falling off of it. But if you decide to jump, you could bonk on one of these invisible
what
walls
the heck?
and fall down. The controllable platform in Hazy Maze Cave has some invisible
dangerous,
walls,
man.
since it tilts both when Mario stands on it and when it bumps into a wall. Seesaws also tilt based on how Mario stands on them, so they can have invisible walls too, so you might bonk on them if you go near the seesaw's edge. The long wooden seesaw in Bob on Battlefield has some invisible walls, though they're
Wait,
just little tiny ones on
This
the
is a
corners.
bad question to ask 3 hours into the video, but how many unique stages are in Super Mario 64? Because I've never played
Your
the
chain
game.
chomp. So you'd have to be really unlucky
Yeah, I'd
to
say
ever
at least
accidentally
2.
hit one of these ones. The big seesaws can
There's
also have
64.
invisible walls when they tilt at the
Yep.
right angle. And this one was hard to hit because you have to tilt
64,000.
it and then get into the right position really fast. So I kinda doubt
350.
anyone's ever hit this one by accident.
5.
And the squiggly seesaw in Bowser in the Sky has a lot of invisible walls from even the slightest tilt. And this one's very bad for speedrunners because as you're jumping across the seesaw, you can bonk and fall down to your death.
Ooh, there's 15.
I was a bit confused of that, so I got a visible wall!
I got a visible wall.
What? What?
I like it when the speedrunners, they're wearing like a Xbox Live like headset.
I've never seen that in my life.
Like they have a really shitty mic. I like that.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he said it. What the f?
He got double
Fix your
walled.
shitty game. I'm doing 70. I'm sorry.
The loose floor panel in Big Boo's Haunt can have an invisible wall, which you could bonk on and fall all the way down into the water. Floating wooden boards can have invisible walls because they tilt based on Mario's position, but these invisible walls only occur on the sides of the platform that are away from Mario. That's because the platform
yeah, you have to
updates
do the
its
same
tilt
level multiple
instantly,
times to get
and
all the
it's only
different
the far
stars.
sides
Yeah,
of the
yeah, yeah.
platform that are walls that lean slightly forwards, meaning they let ceiling leak through. So you can't really hit these invisible walls because they stay away from you. It's like the platform is playing monkey in the middle with you and moving the invisible wall to wherever you aren't. When you fight Bowser for the second time, the
Some of
stage
these videos
itself
are probably
rotates
from
when
the early
Bowser jumps
2000s.
onto it. So as
Ooh.
the platform is wobbling back and forth, it creates invisible walls. You're probably not going to hit these ones though, because if the stage is wobbling, you're most likely trying extra hard to stay on the stage and not going near the edges. Falling
Bowser.
blocks rotate as they fall down, so you could end up hitting one of their invisible walls as you're
shit.
traveling across the blocks.
Dude, that's
The coffins
crazy.
in Big Boo's Haunt rotate, so they have invisible walls. Specifically, they have invisible walls on the first frame that they start rising upwards, but no invisible walls on the downwards
long,
movement.
Bowser.
Womps in Womps Fortress can have
I love
invisible
gay
walls
Bowser.
because they rotate when they attack, and these ones can happen both when the Womps fall down and rise up. Even King Womp has some invisible walls.
Wait, even
It's
the
almost like a
enemies can
defense
make invisible
mechanism.
walls?
Like a porcupine has quills for protection, whereas King Womp has invisible walls, which kind of are
That's
like really long,
bullshit.
thin quills if you think about it.
What is that bonk? Hello? What the fuck is that?
The fallen
Wait, you
plank in
can
Womps
jump
Fortress
through
has
him
some
to
invisible
attack him?
walls, but mainly just on one side of it as it falls down. Now this one was hard to hit, but I did find a way to do it. So first I go onto the plank, hit it once with a breakdance to get it wobbling, and then knock it down with a wall kick, which positions me perfectly to hit the invisible wall. IROC has some invisible walls, but only on the initial.
See, that's what I like about this guy. That's what I like about this guy. That invisible wall, there was no situation where you would hit it while you're playing. There's like no situation where you would ever hit it normally while playing or speedrunning, but he's like, I took some time and I figured out how to hit
when
it
gets
on
into
purpose.
Position, not any time after that. And if you're really fast, you can hit these invisible walls. I don't know why you'd want to, but you can. Even Dory has invisible walls on the sides of his tail. But don't think of it as Dory attacking us. It's more like a sea creature who got their tail stuck in plastic and now can't get it off. So you could bonk on this invisible wall, but you could also be trying to swim onto Dory's tail and then suddenly you get downwarped to under Dory. Because remember, ceiling hitboxes downwarp Mario when he's in water.
True!
So yeah, that's the 7th cause of invisible walls, which we're gonna call ceiling juts out due to misaligned
This is the
vertices.
last
And now
cause.
the whole Punnett square is filled out, so let's take a look at it. Basically, the top row is misaligned edge vertex, the bottom row is misaligned vertices, the left column is floor gap, and the right column is ceiling juts out. So these 4 causes are just all 4 combinations. And now we just have one more cause to do, which is the 8th cause, aka the final boss of the causes.
It's
This one's a weird and
Bowser.
complicated one, but don't worry, we're gonna build up to it like we always do. So, imagine we have 4 floors arranged like this. I'm gonna
this
label
is
them
complicated.
A, B, C, D, so that it's easier to talk about them. And let's
He
place
spends an
Mario in the
entire
middle,
hour
so he's
explaining
airborne
this
and
one.
about
It's
to fall
crazy.
down. Now, when Mario's in the air, the game calculates which floor is directly below him. This is because as he's falling, the game checks to see if he landed yet by comparing Mario's height to the height of the floor below him. If Mario's about to move lower than the floor, then that means he landed. And so then the game puts him directly on top of the floor in the landing action. But now let's go back to when Mario was
The
still
final
in the air.
boss of
As I
autism.
explained,
Yeah.
the game needs to know which floor is directly below him. But how does it calculate this? Your intuition might say, start at Mario and draw an arrow straight down. And whatever floor the arrow hits first is the floor directly under Mario. If we do that, we get floor C. But that's
yeah,
just
but
what our
doesn't the
intuition
shadow,
says.
doesn't
What
like
does the
Mario's
game
shadow and
actually
shit
do?
warp
Well,
depending
to
on
show
your
what
distance
happens,
away
we're
from a
gonna use
floor
table.
tile?
So what the game does is go through the floors one by one in order from highest to lowest, which in this case would be A, B, C, D. For each one, it checks two things, whether Mario's within the bounds of the floor laterally and whether he's above the floor. So for floor A, Mario's within the bounds but not above it. For floor B, Mario's not within the bounds because he's too far to the right, but he is above it.
I'm
For
so
floor
freaking
C,
cold, I don't
Mario's
know why,
within the
I'm
bounds and
freezing.
above it. Now, as soon as the game finds a floor that meets both criteria, it returns that floor as the one directly under Mario. It doesn't bother checking the rest of the floors because those ones should be further down than the floor Mario's gonna land on, and so those further down floors shouldn't affect his trajectory. You know, because he's gonna land before he goes down that far. So anyway, that's the process that the game does to find the floor directly under Mario, which found floor C. And our intuition also said floor C. So in this case, the game logic matches our intuition. However, there are some obscure cases where the game logic does not match our intuition. For example, let's say we have two floors arranged like this. Let's call them A and B, and let's say Mario's here. Same question, which floor is directly below Mario?
Like the guns that are like
let's
it
do our
measures the
intuition.
radio.
If we draw an arrow straight down from Mario, then we hit
like
floor
it measures
A first,
the radio
and so
waves.
floor A should be the one directly below him.
EMF,
But what
yeah,
does
I
the
need
game
like a
logic
fucking
do?
EMF.
Well, once again, let's get out
A
the
Glock.
table.
Yeah, I
the
need
game
an
goes through the
EMF
floors
detector.
from highest to lowest and returns
So I
the
can
first
get rid
one
of this
for which
freaking
Mario's
ghost
both
that's
within
hanging
the
out
bounds
with me,
and
making
above.
it all
Now both
cold.
floor A and floor B satisfy both criteria. So really, it all comes down to which floor the game checks first. So if floor A is checked first, then it's the one under Mario. But if floor A were considered lower than floor B, then floor B would be checked first and it'd be the one under Mario. As I've mentioned, the game checks the floors from highest to lowest. But that's a little ambiguous here, because some of floor A is above floor B, and some of floor A is below floor B. So it's not exactly clear which floor is higher up and gets to be checked first. But don't worry, the programmers figured out a very simple technique to order floors.
a very simple
One
technique!
might even say a little too simple.
Oh,
because the way
boy.
they programmed it is, all floors are sorted by the height of their first vertex. Let me explain. As you know, every floor triangle has 3 vertices.
So there could
The
be a
first
floor
vertex,
that has a
the second
higher
vertex,
vertex
and the
that
third vertex. But for our
is
discussion
technically
here,
below
we're only
Mario?
concerned with the first vertex. And to be clear, when I say first vertex, I literally just mean the vertex that the programmers listed first of the 3 vertices in the code.
That means it could be like Mario could be here. And there could be like a floor thing that's like that starts higher up. And then there could be another floor thing like that's here where he would. But this one is higher up, so it would check that one first or whatever. Even if it's like if that one has the arrow pointing that way, but this one has the arrow pointing this way, and they're both floor tiles. So it's saying it would think that he would be on this tile, even though technically he should be on this tile, but since this one has, if this vertex was listed first, it would check for that one?
So a floor triangle's first vertex could be its highest vertex, its lowest vertex, or a vertex in the middle. Basically, you can't really make any assumptions about which vertex is the first one, as it's essentially random.
It's random.
So using the first vertex as the basis for floor heights was kind of a weird move on the developers' part.
Yeah,
now
weird
let's go back
move,
to the first
devs.
floor layout, and let's say the floor's first vertices are arranged like this. But let me make a little change. Instead of having all the pink circles be labeled V1, I'll instead label them by the floor's name, just to make it easier to follow. Okay, so the game goes through the floors from highest to lowest.
defined the highest
specifically from
vertex.
highest first vertex to lowest first vertex.
I was saying
So
if it
here,
had
first that'd be
defined
floor A's
this
first
as the
vertex,
first
then floor
vertex,
B's first vertex,
like if this
then
was the
floor
first
C's
vertex for this one and
vertex,
this was
then
the
floor
first
D's
vertex for
first
this
vertex. So the game would order the floors as A, B, C, D. But that's just for this arrangement of first vertices. They could instead be arranged like this, like this, like this. But even now, the order would still go A, B, C, D. So for these floors, it doesn't really matter how the first vertices are arranged, because the heights of their first vertices will always still be in the same order.
I don't make
but
the
if
rules.
we have a floor layout
Sorry,
like this,
dude.
then it actually does matter how the first vertices are arranged. They could be like this, like this, or like this. If the first vertices are arranged like this, then floor A has the higher first vertex. Floor A is considered higher up in the order. Floor A gets checked first and passes the check. Floor A is considered the floor directly below Mario, and so if Mario falls, he lands on floor A. On the other hand, if the first vertices are arranged
that's what I
like
was
this,
trying to draw.
then floor B has the higher first vertex. Floor B is considered higher
What
up
does it
in
mean
the
if
order.
this is the
Floor
second
B
time I've
gets
watched
checked
the
first
video?
and
It
passes
means
the
you need
check.
to become
Floor
a
B
Super
is
Mario
considered
64
the floor
speedrunner
directly
because
below
obviously
Mario,
you know
and so if
everything
Mario
about
falls,
invisible
he
walls
lands on
now.
floor B. In other words, he passes straight through floor A, because remember, he falls until he lands on the floor directly below him and ignores any floors considered lower than that one. So this is a phenomenon called floor overshadowing. To summarize it, it's when our intuition says that floor A should be above floor B, but instead, the game considers floor A to be below floor B due to the heights of their first
This is a great
vertices.
video.
And the
I
result of
agree.
this is that Mario can't land on the portion of floor A that's directly above floor B. To illustrate this, I'll replace that portion with a dashed line, meaning that that portion of floor A is
super
overshadowed
in-depth,
by
like,
floor B. But it's
informational
only that
videos
one
about
portion,
video
so
games
Mario
are really
can land on
cool.
the left part of floor A, because even though floor B still gets checked first, it fails the check since Mario's not within the bounds, he's too far left. And then floor A passes the check, so it's considered the floor under Mario. And then similarly, Mario can land on the right part of floor A, because once again, floor B is checked first, fails, floor A is checked next, and succeeds. But when Mario goes in the middle, floor B is checked first, and this time succeeds. So floor A is never even considered, and so Mario can pass straight through floor A to land on floor B. And the setup doesn't have to look exactly like this, with the bigger floor above the smaller floor. Instead, it could look like this, with the smaller floor above the bigger floor. Here, the bigger floor's first vertex is above the smaller floor's first vertex, so the smaller floor gets completely overshadowed, like you can't land on any part of it. And the setup could even look like this, where the smaller floor juts out of the bigger floor. Here, both triangles' first vertices are at the same height, but one of them still has to be sorted higher up in the order, which in this case would just be whichever triangle is stored first in the code. So even though the two triangles' first vertices are at the same height, it can still turn out that the bigger floor's first vertex is considered above the smaller floor's first vertex. So once again, the smaller floor gets completely overshadowed and you can't touch any part of it. So let's look at some examples. In Lethal Lava Land, we have this little black hexagon structure that shoots fire. And let me remove the fire to make it easier to see. So this black hexagon structure juts out of the platform below it, whose triangles look like this. And I'm making them orange, which will signify that they're the ones doing the overshadowing. Now, their first vertices are all here. So no surprises there, their first vertex heights are just at the height of the platform. But now let's look at the 6 sides of the black hexagon structure to see where its floor's first vertices are. On the first side, the triangles look like this. And I'm making these ones blue, which will signify that they're the ones being overshadowed, or at least they might be. So these triangles have their first vertices on the bottom right corner. So this is the exact scenario we just talked about,
I'm not even
where we have a
gonna
floor jutting
lie.
out of another floor and their first vertex heights are tied. And in this case, it just so happens that this blue first vertex is considered lower than the orange first vertex. So these blue triangles get completely overshadowed, meaning Mario can't touch them at all. But that's just for this side. Let's look at the other sides too. On the second side, the triangles look like this, have their first vertices on the bottom right corner, and so they also get overshadowed. On the third side, the triangles look like this, have their first vertices on the bottom right corner, and so they get overshadowed. On the fourth side, the triangles look like this, have their first vertices on the bottom right corner, and so they also get overshadowed. On the fifth side, the triangles look like this, have their first vertices on the bottom right corner, and so they also get overshadowed. And then we have the sixth side. Now for the other 5 sides, the triangles were subdivided from top left to bottom right. But for this last side, the triangles are instead subdivided from top right to bottom left. So that gives us this triangle on the right, whose first vertex is on the bottom right, and so it gets overshadowed. And then we have this triangle on the left, whose first vertex is on the top right. So of all the triangles on the side of this black hexagon structure, this is the only triangle that doesn't get completely overshadowed. So as you're playing around near this black hexagon structure, you'll notice that you can just walk straight through it, because 11 of the 12 floors on its side get overshadowed, meaning they effectively have no collision. But if you go onto that one blue triangle that isn't overshadowed, then you actually can walk on it. And of course, the top of the structure isn't overshadowed either. Then in Bowser in the Sky, we have this gray spike jutting out of the yellow disc. So let's look at this one. The yellow disc has its triangles like this, whose first vertices are all here. so they're just at the height of the disc. Now let's look at the spikes triangles. On this first side, the floor triangle has its first vertex at the top, so this one does not get overshadowed. Then on the second side, the floor triangle also has its first vertex at the top, so this one also doesn't get overshadowed. Then on the third side, the floor triangle still has its first vertex at the top, so this one also doesn't get overshadowed. And then on the fourth side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom left.
The first vertex is
Now,
arbitrary,
even though it's
right?
at the same height as the yellow disc's first vertex,
For all of
it's
these
considered
shapes.
lower.
All
So
of
that
the
means this one
triangles.
side of the spike gets completely overshadowed.
Oh.
And so if you're playing around
Yeah,
near
this is the
here, you
judgment
can
of
actually just
Osiris.
walk straight inside the spike by passing
Osiris
through
will
that
decide
blue
if
floor.
you're
And hey,
overshadowed
look, I
or
turned
if you
Mario
have
into a
collision.
traffic cone. But note that if you go too near any of the other sides of the spike, you'll clip onto those floors and get ejected from the spike.
But
Then
it
in
does have to
Snowman's
be
Land,
either
there's
clockwise
this
or
freezing water that
counterclockwise
has some
direction.
chunks of
I
snow in
see.
it. And we're going to be focusing
The
on
first
this chunk of
vertex
snow.
labeled
So
is
the chunk of
arbitrary
snow is on
then.
top of this orange floor whose first vertex is here. You know, just at the height of the floor in the water. Now let's look at the sides of the chunk of snow. On this first side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right. This ties the height of the orange first vertex, but this blue one is considered lower, so this triangle gets overshadowed. Then on the second side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right, so this one also gets overshadowed. Then on the third side, the floor
So you
triangle
can
has its
swim
first
into these
vertex on the
overshadowed
bottom right,
ones?
so this one also gets overshadowed. And then on the fourth side, the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right, so this one also gets overshadowed. So all four of its sides get overshadowed, meaning you can't touch that chunk of snow at all. So for the other chunks of snow,
all of them
you can
are,
go
so
onto
you
them
actually
just
just-
fine. But not for that one chunk, it's completely intangible.
There's
and so
no
you'll end
collision
up
for
going
that
right
one.
through it. Then in the volcano and lethal lava land, we have this star platform. So the star platform juts out of these floors below it, whose first vertices are here. So just at the height of that floor. Now let's look at the floors on the star platform. So on the front side, we have this ramp, whose first vertices are on the bottom left. This ties the height of the orange first vertices, but these blue ones are considered lower, so these triangles get overshadowed. Then we have
So
these
can you
floors
not
whose
walk
first
on that?
vertices are on the bottom left, and so these floors get overshadowed. Then on
Can
the
you
right
not
side,
walk on
we have
any
these
of those
floors whose
bits
first
of the
vertices
platform?
are on the bottom, so they get overshadowed. Then on the back side, we have these floors whose first vertices are on the bottom right,
Seriously?
and so they get overshadowed. And
That's
then
crazy,
on the left
what?
side, we have these floors whose first vertices
You
are on
just
the
go
top
through 'em?
right, meaning they don't get
Damn.
overshadowed. So of all the floors on this star platform, the only floors that don't get overshadowed are the left side and the top. So if you're playing around near this star platform, you'll notice that you go right through the ramp, and through the front side, and through the right side,
Oh,
and
yeah,
through the
yes,
back
you do.
side.
Damn.
All you can stand on is the left side of the platform and the top
But
of the
this
platform.
doesn't, like-
Then in
this wouldn't,
Bowser
like,
in the
harm
Dark
the
World,
run
we have
at
several
all.
of these crystals on this green path. So let's start with this crystal.
Bowser
and let me just
crystals?
point out, these crystals look like they have 6 sides graphically, but in terms of their collision, they actually
they
only have 4
don't!
sides. So I just wanted to clarify that so you don't get confused when I show the triangles. So on this first side, the floor triangle has its first vertex at the top.
pulling my leg
On the
out of
second
the
side,
hoodie.
the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right.
How the
on
fuck
the
does
third
that even
side, the floor
work?
triangle has its first vertex on the bottom left. And
How
on
is
the
it
fourth
textured
side,
like
the floor
that?
triangle has its first vertex on the
Then.
bottom right. Now, this crystal is located on top of this orange floor, whose first vertex is here. So let's look
That
at it
makes
from
no
the side
sense.
and show the crystal's first vertices again. You can see that
That
the orange
literally makes
vertex
no
is
sense.
higher
What?
than all the blue vertices, meaning that all 4 floors on the crystal get overshadowed. So you can't land on top of this crystal.
Oh,
Then next,
the
let's
view
look
model
at this
and the
crystal.
collision
On
model
the
is
first
different.
side,
I
the
see,
floor
I see,
triangle
I
has
see.
its first vertex on the bottom right. On the
The
second
hitbox
side, the
itself,
floor
yeah, the
triangle has
hitbox
its
is
first
different
vertex
than
on the
the
bottom left. On
model,
the third
I
side,
see.
the floor triangle has its first vertex on the bottom right, and on the fourth side, the
Anime,
floor
thank you
triangle
for the
has its
gifts of
first vertex on
support.
the
I
top.
appreciate it.
Now, you can see that the crystal is located on top of this floor, whose first vertex is here. So let's look at it from the side and show the crystal's first vertices again. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than some of the blue vertices, but not the one on top. So that means there's
Whoa.
just one floor on top of the crystal
What the
that
hell?
doesn't get
Wait,
overshadowed.
anime!
And finally, let's look at this
Oh my
crystal.
god,
On the
they're
first
finally
side, the
enacting
floor
the
triangle has
plan
its first vertex
of
on the
gifting
bottom
a
right.
sub to
On the second
every
side,
chatter
the floor
that's not
triangle has
subbed
its
so that
first
I can't hit
vertex
my
on the
sub
bottom
goal
left.
for
On
the
the
month.
third
Oh,
side,
no.
the floor triangle has its first vertex on the
Guys,
bottom
this
right.
isn't the
And
JO
on the fourth
crystal, it's
side,
not
the floor
purple.
triangle
JO
has its
everybody
first
knows
vertex
JO
on the
crystals
top.
are purple,
now,
man.
you can see that this crystal is located on top of this floor, whose first vertex is here. So let's look at it from the side and show the crystal's first vertices
Oh my god, I'm never
again.
gonna get the
You can see
70-30
that the
split
orange
now.
vertex is higher than some of the blue vertices, but not the one on top. So that means there's just one floor on top of the crystal that doesn't get
Some are
overshadowed.
pink.
And so if
I
you're
would
playing
say-
around near here, you can actually just jump straight into these 3 crystals. For the first one, all 4 of the floors on top of it are intangible.
I would say they're
though it's
like
still pretty precise
purple
to get
to,
into
like,
because the wall
magenta.
hitboxes on the sides will push you out. For the
I
second
would say the
crystal,
primary
you can
color
jump
is
into
always
it
supposed
as long
to
as
be
you
a
avoid the
purple,
one
a
floor
more
on top that's
purple
still
hued.
tangible. And then same thing on the third crystal. So if you want to impress your friends, challenge them to jump into a crystal, and then after they fail, you do it. And during their attempt, maybe
Animator,
don't tell
you
them which
actually,
crystals
like, going
it's
through
actually
the viewer
possible
list
on.
and gifting,
So
like,
anyway,
chatters
those
that don't
crystals
have
are an
subs?
example of this setup where we have a smaller floor
Or is
above
it
a
like-
bigger floor, and so the whole smaller
Is it
floor
in a
gets
hater way
overshadowed.
or a friendly
then in
way?
Bowser in the Fire Sea, we have this elevator in the
I'm
mesh
really,
cage,
I'm
and I'll
really
hide the
afraid
mesh cage to
genuinely,
make
you
it
guys, that
easier
I'm
to
not
see.
gonna be able
So
to
this
hit the
elevator
split.
has
I
a
don't
floor
know
on
what
the
I've
top,
been
On the
doing,
bottom, there's a ceiling.
but I am
and on the
genuinely
4
afraid that
sides,
I
there
just
are
won't
also
hit the split
ceilings
this
because the
month.
sides are tilted.
Yeah, you can
so nothing
actually hear
out of
the
the
fear in my
ordinary
voice
so far.
because-
It just seems like a normal platform.
Yes, that
But
will-
now watch this.
that will fuck
if we
my
look
streaming
inside
up
the
pretty
elevator,
badly.
we can see a texture on the north side.
If I don't hit
That's
it,
not
yeah, that
supposed
will
to
fuck
be
me
there.
up pretty
but not
badly.
only is there an extra texture there are also extra floor triangles there. So if we show all the floor triangles on this
I'm
elevator,
8
we have
days
these
in
2
and
blue
almost a
floor
third of the
triangles
way.
on the
I should
top
be-
and these 2 orange
Basically,
floor
for every
triangles
day
on
of the
north
month, I
side.
should
But
I
we're
should
only
go up
concerned
10
with these
points
2
if
specific
I want to hit it.
triangles. So here are their first vertices. Even though they're at the same height, the
I
orange
need
vertex
10
is considered higher than the
sub-points
blue
a
vertex.
day
So what that means
hit
is that
that.
the orange
So
floor
I'm like-
overshadows the blue floor, creating a triangle-shaped
I'm
hole
like
in it.
what? I'm
Now,
like
for the most
8
part,
days into the month at like 80 points. This is like the bare minimum I need to be hitting every day. This is the bare minimum I need to be hitting every day. So as long as I don't have a single bad day this month, as long as I
Alright,
don't
you
have
can't
a
actually
single
reach
bad
the
day
hole
this
because
month,
the mesh
yes, I will
wall
hit it.
blocks
But if
you
I
from getting
have
close enough.
a
But at
bad
the top
day
of
this
the
month, I
elevator
won't hit
ride,
it.
where there is no more wall, you can become airborne for a split second by going over the hole.
Ooh.
But note that even at the top, you can't fall all the way through the hole because the wall pushes you out. And then in Tall
Ooh.
Mountain, we have this area near Ukiki. And for some visuals, like this one, I'm using the
Gifted
orthographic
subs don't
camera
count.
mode for
No,
both
they-
the
that's
left
like the
screen
whole
and
thing
the
for
right
Partner
screen.
Plus.
But anyway, here we have this
The only
orange
things
floor
that
at the
count for
bottom of the
Partner Plus
water
are
and this
Tier
blue
1,
floor
Tier 2,
on the
and
side
Tier
of the
3.
slope.
Primes
So
don't
let's look at
count,
it from
and
the
gifts
side,
don't
and
count.
let's look at it from
That's
above.
just like-
Now here are the triangle's first
That's
vertices.
just like, yeah, that's
so
the
you
whole
can see
thing.
that the orange vertex
No
is
primes, no
higher than the
gifted.
blue vertex. So what that means is that right at the section where the 2 floors overlap, the orange floor overshadows the blue floor, creating a little hole on the slope. So if you're ever playing around here, a cool thing you can do
Yeah,
is
it's
jump
really
right through
shitty
the slope
because,
by
yeah,
going
it
through
only
that
counts
little
if you
hole.
buy your
It's
own
like
sub,
a little secret area in here,
because-
just for those who know about it. But if you move to the side,
It's a
then
ship
you'll clip out
program,
and enter the
actual
water.
Owen
So
Wilson,
those holes were an example
but a
of this
70-30
setup, where we have
split
one floor
is a
above another
40%
floor, and so a
increase
portion
in
of
my
the upper floor
earnings
gets
from
overshadowed.
50-50
So now
split
you understand floor
or whatever.
overshadowing.
That's
But
what
you might
somebody
be
else
wondering,
did the
what does
math
this have to do with
and
invisible
said
walls?
going from
well,
the 50-50
let's say
split
floor
to
A
the
is actually
70-30
part of a
split, which
platform with walls on the sides and a ceiling underneath.
most
Now
of
we're
the
gonna
streamers
focus
that
on
you
the
guys
ceiling's
watch
upper
already
hitbox,
have that
so let's let
split,
it extend
probably.
upwards. As you can see,
Yeah.
most of it stops
Yeah,
at the floor
it's huge,
hitbox
and-
as intended,
well,
but
because
a part of it leaks through.
genuinely,
and that's
my theory, like, my idea as to why primes don't count is because Twitch loses money from primes. Or whatever. They lose, like, primes just make them lose money, so...
because the overshadowed part of
They
floor
don't
A
wanna-
doesn't
they don't
cover
wanna
ceiling
encourage you to
hitboxes.
prime sub
Consequently,
more than,
the ceiling
you know,
hitbox escapes
they don't
through
want-
that
they don't
portion
wanna
and becomes
encourage
an
you to use
invisible
your
wall.
prime sub.
And this invisible
They
wall
wanna
isn't
encourage
just a
you to
few
pay for
ceiling
your
units
sub, so they
scattered
lose
along
less
the
money,
seam.
right?
This is like a whole section of ceiling leaking through.
I actually saw that, Twitch told Asmongold or something that he needs to, like, get a check mark or whatever on his Zakrar account, because since he streams on his alt so much, because Asmon doesn't have his alt partnered so that he doesn't have ads. He literally does it so that he doesn't have to run ads, and then, yeah, he, like, only streams on his alt now. But then Twitch was like, Twitch literally told him he's costing them too much money in bandwidth, and he needs to start running ads on that channel for him to be able to keep streaming, because it literally makes them lose so much money, which, you guys know how I feel about Asmongold. I don't really like him, but that's fucking based, honestly. Yeah, Yeah, they should have just told him to stop wiping the
So
gum
basically,
blood on
if you
his
have
walls.
two floors,
Gross.
with the lower
Hi,
one overshadowing
Craters!
the
Yeah, excited to
upper
see
one, and you have a ceiling between the
Yeah,
two floors,
he's also
then the ceiling's
schizo about
hitbox will
streaming on his
leak
main
out through
account.
the
This is
overshadowed
true.
part of
He's
the upper
weird,
floor.
but that is based.
And the setup
yeah.
could even look like this, where the two floors are adjacent.
Yeah.
So they overlap by the tiniest bit and let out just a little bit of ceiling. So let's look at some examples.
Yeah,
In
let's
Rainbow
see.
Ride, we have the chimney in the big house. So let's look
I
at it
miss
from
the
the side,
old
and let's look at it from
one.
above. We have this orange floor on top of the chimney and this blue floor
No,
on
we
top
don't
of the
need
roof.
both of those.
And
We can
here
just
they're
have
first vertices.
a two
Now,
base.
even though they're at
We
the
don't
same
need both
height,
of
the
them.
orange vertex is considered higher than the blue vertex. So the orange floor overshadows the blue floor,
There's
creating
a
a little
rainbow.
square-shaped hole in the roof right above the chimney. And then we have the ceiling on the underside
What,
of the roof,
LMF?
which is right between
What
the
did
two
you think I was gonna say? Did you think I was gonna say, wow, Asmon is so sexy. I wish I could marry him. Did you think that's what I was gonna say? Was that the tick you were expecting?
floors. So the ceiling's upper hitbox leaks out through that hole in the roof and becomes
I
a
think he's
square-shaped invisible
disgusting.
wall. So it's kind of funny. The chimney
think
was
he's
meant to only be in the
disgusting.
house,
He has-
but because of floor overshadowing,
He does literally no... He has literally no hygiene routine. Has dead animals in his house. He has a wall covered in blood because he scrapes at his gums until they bleed and wipes the blood on the walls. He said he doesn't think people need to shower. Most of it, didn't he say most of his teeth are like implants? He's got cockroaches. Yep, cockroaches in the attic. The desk full of moldy food, and it's all like Long John Silver's or some shit. And and he also looks scary. I don't know why people find him hot. My only assumption can be is that girls really like him because he's rich. He's like incredibly rich.
shadowing.
He has a
It's
lot
like
of
we
money.
get a phantom chimney above the house
But,
that goes all the
ew.
way up. And you can slide
Ew,
into this
ew,
invisible
ew,
wall,
ew,
meaning we can do the
ew.
animation shenanigans from earlier.
How is he supposed
But
to
once you
shower and
start
clean his
sliding
room if
into
he's
it, you're basically
gaming? He'd have to
stuck,
stop
because there's
gaming.
nothing you
That
can
is
do to
true.
get out of it. Our sliding movement just gets continuously canceled by the invisible
Yeah, he's the
wall,
only
so Mario
one
stays in
keeping
place.
Long
And
John
you can't even
Silver's
exit
in-
out on the pause menu
in
because the game
business.
only lets you exit out in certain stationary actions, which doesn't include
Doesn't
sliding.
that place,
so
like-
it truly is a
isn't
soft
that, like,
lock.
fish?
Then in Bob on Battlefield, we have this right arrow
It's
sign.
like
so let's
Filet-O
look at it
fish,
from
like
the side and
McDonald's
let's look
shit,
at it from
but
above. So the
that's, like, their
sign's
main
collision
thing.
is like a little box, which in theory should have 4 walls on the sides and a floor on
Ew,
top. But what does
that's
it actually
gross.
have? Well, the front side is a floor,
That sounds
the right
disgusting.
side is a
I've
ceiling,
never had
the
it.
back
I've
side
never
is a
had it
ceiling,
before, but that
the left
sounds
side is a
disgusting.
wall, and the top is a floor. So
There
only
are
the
women
left
who
side and top are
unironically
correct,
love
while the front side,
disheveled-looking
right
men.
side, and back side all fail.
Now, I think, you know what? I think that's why, like, what is it? It's like boy fail or whatever characters. It's like boy failure. What the fuck? Not Dolish! Thank you so much for the tier 3 and the 12 months. I really appreciate it, dude. And what the hell? What the hell? Lukoshi, thank you so much for the 6 months in advance. I'm gonna fill up my emote slots within the next 6 months. Don't worry, guys. More gay sex
failed to be
members.
walls.
Thank you. I really
now this
appreciate
sign
it.
is located on top of this
I,
orange floor.
Wait,
And
I
here
didn't.
the
I didn't finish my tangent. I know women can like disheveled-looking men because there's a lot of fictional characters like their whole thing is like looking messy, but it's like, does it not change their opinion when they smell messy? They smell like they haven't showered in months, and they smell like there are dead animals in their house? Yeah, in fiction they don't smell, exactly. You don't have to smell the anime, guys. I think I'm like, if I smell something bad, it triggers my gag reflex and I'll throw up. Ew. Ew!
Floor triangle's first vertices.
Ah, that's
you
gross,
can see
that's
that
gross,
the orange
that's gross, that's
vertex is
gross.
higher than the blue vertex.
That's
So
fucking
what that means
gross.
is that the 2 floors on the sign get completely overshadowed. And without the floors there, the ceiling hitboxes extend upwards unimpeded. So if you ever tried to travel above this sign, you'll see that you bonk. But you can also just walk straight into the sign by going through the front side, because that side is an overshadowed floor. So it's kind of fun to play around with. But remember, the sign still has one wall hitbox that can push you out, so don't play around near the left side. Then still in Bob-on Battlefield, we have this fence on the mountain.
Some
now here's
like
what the
it
fence's
raw.
collision looks
That's
like.
disgusting.
So you can see that its cross-section has a rectangle part on the bottom and a triangle part on the top. But importantly,
people
the
went in
triangle
his house
part
and
is a
weren't
ceiling
disgusted
instead
by
of
the
a
smell.
wall. So just keep that in mind as we go through the visual.
Nothing you
Anyway,
can say to
we have
me
this
will
orange
make
floor
me
next
think
to the fence and
Asmongold
this
is
blue floor on
attractive. You
top of the
can
fence.
nothing you
So
say
let's
will
look at it
make me
from the
think
side,
he's
and let's
attractive.
look at it from above.
You can
Here are the
say, well, it's
triangle's
not
first
that bad
vertices.
all you
The
want. I'm
orange
still gonna
vertex is
say
just
I
a
think
tiny
he's
bit
gross.
higher than the blue
Also,
vertex.
Sambatic, thank you
So
for the
the
follow. I
orange
really
floor
appreciate it.
overshadows
Seriously,
the
not
blue
that I
floor,
understand
but
you.
only a
I had
little
a
bit
roommate
on
in
the
college
edge
that was
between
like
them,
Asmon on
because these
steroids.
triangles are adjacent instead of
Ew!
one directly above
That's
the other.
so
You know, like we
gross!
talked about. But before I show the invisible walls for that side, we also have to look at the other side of the fence. Because on this side, we have this orange
Don't
floor
lie to
next to
come
the
be
fence and this
Asmon.
blue
Don't
floor
lie
on
to
top of
come
the
be
fence.
him.
So let's look at it from the side and let's
That's
look at it from
gross.
above. Here are the triangle's
Infinite
first vertices.
gotcha pulls with
the
his
orange
money.
vertex
But
is
if
just a
I
tiny
make
bit
a lot of
higher
money,
than the
then
blue
I can
vertex.
just get infinite
So the
gotcha
orange
pulls
floor
myself.
overshadows the blue floor, but just a little bit on the edge between them, because these triangles are also adjacent. So now, let's look
Dantes
at
is
the
a
front of
league
the
player.
fence and
Here's
show
the
the
thing.
ceiling from earlier. At
Dantes
these two corners
showers
of the ceiling
and
triangle,
lifts.
the orange floor overshadows the blue floor, so the
Things
ceiling
that
leaks out
Asmon
in
does
just
not
two unit
do.
columns. So this is yet another
Two
invisible
very
wall on the
important
mountain,
things that
though it is
Asmongold
only
does
two
not
units,
do.
So not the worst thing
Dantes
in the world.
is fit,
And we're
dude.
back to inside the Jolly
like-
Roger base ship.
He's
So
like
we have these
short
orange
or
floors
whatever,
on the
but he's
wood
like
and these
jacked.
blue floors on the
Okay.
platform. So let's look at it from the
He's
side
got
and let's look at it
muscles.
from above. Zooming out a little, here are their first vertices. You can see that the
You have a
orange
7
vertices are
TV?
higher
Watch
than
this.
the blue vertex. So what that means is that the blue floor gets overshadowed
Oh my
just
God.
on
Did
its
I-
edge
did I
because the
cancel my
orange floors
sub?
and
No
blue
way, I
floors are
canceled my
adjacent.
sub.
So now let's look at the
Wait,
wall
I don't
on the
even
side
have-
of
it
the
doesn't even
platform.
show me-
And one of the triangles on this wall is
Oh, no,
actually
there
a
they are.
ceiling. Now
I
we're
knew
gonna
I
do our
didn't
old
cancel.
process. So we have two edge vertices on this wall, and now
I
let's
knew I
zoom
didn't
in on
cancel
them.
my sub.
This edge
I've had
vertex
the
causes
sub-
a floor overlap,
I've literally
which
been
means that
subbed
it's a
to
point where
Dantes
the
for,
orange
like,
floor overshadows the blue
I
floor
think,
and
like,
lets
2
that one
years.
ceiling triangle leak.
Let me actually see exactly how long my sub is. Let's see what we're fucking working with right now. Subscription. Let's see. It's my one mobile sub. No. I have the 1.5 year badge. I'm almost at the 2 year badge. But I still have the 1.5. I'm about to hit the 3 year, no, I have like a few more months before I hit the 3 year badge on Germa's channel. I almost have 3 years on Germa. I almost have a 3 year Germa sub, which is kind of crazy. He don't really stream anymore, but I like Germa.
Through. And then
What the
same
fuck
thing
is a
happening
mobile
on
sub?
the other edge vertex.
It, like,
So along
I
the seam,
initiated
we have
the
ceiling
subscription
columns
on my
leaking
phone.
out through little holes on the blue
Because
floor. Because those parts
Genuinely,
of the blue floor
I think I was watching him at work because he would stream in the morning when I would be at work. And I didn't like getting ads while I was at work because it would like mess up my flow, so I just bought a sub so I
are
wouldn't have
being
to watch
overshadowed
ads.
by the orange floor. So I know we already had 4 invisible
Yeah, it means
walls
I
inside the
overpaid
ship, but now we
$1
have
for
a 5th
it.
one. And I promise
like
that's
one
the
extra
last
dollar
one that's
'cause
in
Apple
here.
takes
then
a
in the
cut.
tall mountain slide, we have the 4th arch. You thought there were only
Yeah,
3
Twitch Mobile is
arches?
ass.
Well,
No,
there's
absolutely.
actually a 4th one later in the slide. So let's see what's going on with this one.
Any-
we have
yeah,
this orange
dude,
floor on
Discord
top of the
Mobile is
wood
dog
and this
shit.
blue floor on top of the arch. So let's look at
Actually-
it from the side and let's
Not every month. Because I think I pay... When I get subs, I always buy subs 6 months at a time or 3 months at a time. Because it's a better deal to get a longer term sub.
look at it from
So
above.
it's either
Here
I
are the
pay an extra
triangle's
dollar
first
either
vertices.
every 3 months
you can
or
see
every
that the
6
orange
months. I don't
vertex is
remember.
higher than the blue vertex. So the orange floor overshadows the blue floor, and so on top of the arch, there's a rectangular
Wait,
hole, which covers the
you
whole arch
can't
except
subscribe
for
on
the 2
Twitch
sides.
Mobile 'cause it's
and then for
region
the
locked?
ceiling on the underside of the arch, it leaks its hitbox out through that hole. And so if you're going down the slide, you can't jump over the 4th arch either. And that means all
Why would
4
you try to
arches
jump
in the
over the
slide have
arch?
some invisible wall on them. Though note that you can go on the 2 sides of the arch because the floor isn't being overshadowed there. Then in Snowman's Land, we're back to this wooden part near the top of the snowman. So we have this orange floor on the snow and this blue floor on the wood. So let's look at it from the side and let's look at it from above. Here are the triangle's first vertices.
You have to use
can
the
see that the
desktop to
orange
gift and
vertex
stuff,
is
dude.
higher
That's
than the
fucking
blue
crazy.
vertex. So what that means is
That's
that
kind
right
of
at the tip
ass,
of the blue floor,
honestly.
there's a little triangular hole from the floor getting overshadowed. And then on the bottom of the wood, there's a ceiling.
Yeah, no,
So
I
right
could
at that little
absolutely
hole,
just
the
end the
ceiling
sub
hitbox
on my
sticks
phone
out.
and then
Now
resub on the
earlier, I said you
computer.
shouldn't cut the corner here because there's an
Yeah, I can
invisible
do
wall
that.
there. But even on the corner itself, there's an invisible wall. So definitely not one of the better corners in the game. Then in TikTok Clock, we have this section around the cage. So we have this orange floor on the bottom of the cage and this blue floor on the walkway. So let's look at it from the
Wait,
side
you-
and let's
you
look at
can't
it from
even
above.
do
Here are the
memberships on
triangle's
YouTube
first
where you
vertices. Now, even though they're at the
That's
same
crazy,
height,
what
the
the
orange
heck?
vertex is considered higher than the blue vertex. So what that means is that right at the tip of the blue floor, there's
Yeah,
a
you
little
live in
triangular
North
hole
Korea,
from the floor
damn.
getting overshadowed.
I
And
knew
then
you
on the
said you
bottom
were
of the
Asian, but I
walkway,
didn't know you
there's a
lived in
ceiling.
North Korea.
So
That
right
must
at that
fucking
little
suck.
hole, the ceiling
I
hitbox
heard they
leaks
beheaded
out.
somebody
So
or
it's
some
very
shit
similar
for
to the
listening to
previous
K-pop
one we
in
saw
North
in
Korea.
Snowman's Land. But at least in this corner, there's only one
So
invisible
I hope you
wall
don't fuck
instead
with
of
that.
two. So I guess it's only the second worst corner in the
You're
game.
Mongolian.
What the fuck? What did I
No
walk
weighing!
into?
He's no weighing!
I got robbed.
What the fuck just happened?
Whoa, they didn't even censor
Then
him
in
that
Cavern
time.
of the
What
Metal
the
Cap, we have
fuck?
this platform at the end. Now we're gonna focus on one of the crystals, so why don't you take a guess at which crystal we're gonna focus on? You
The
picked
right one.
Okay, well you're wrong, because the answer was this little baby
What?
crystal in the corner. So we have this blue floor on top of the crystal, and then along the edge, we have this orange floor. So let's look at it from the side, and let's look at it from above. Here are the triangle's first vertices. Now, even though they're at the same height, the orange vertex is considered higher than the blue vertex. And so what
Okay,
that
that's
means is that on top of the
stupid.
crystal, there's a little sliver of a hole from the floor being overshadowed. And then for
Yeah,
the
we're
ceiling
more
on the
than-
bottom of the
Oh,
crystal,
you know-
it leaks its hitbox out
That's
through
true,
that
yeah,
hole.
we're more than
So the other
15 minutes
crystal's
into the video,
A-okay.
so I think
But for
we-
this
I
little
think he
baby
can
crystal,
cuss
you
now.
might not
It's
want to
okay.
travel above it. And here I slide into the crystal while in the pushing animation, so you can
What?
do the animation shenanigans here too. Then in Bowser in the
What kind of
Sky, we have
bullshit
this
is
steep
that?
ramp. So we have this orange floor on the side of the ramp. It should have been a wall, but it's a floor because this upper vertex actually juts into the ramp a bit.
What?
And then we have these blue floors on top of the ramp. So let's look at it from the side and let's look at it from above. Here are the triangle's first vertices. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex. So what that means is that on the top of the ramp, there's a little sliver of a hole from the floor being overshadowed. And then we also have a ceiling on the side of the ramp, which also should have been a wall, but it's a ceiling due to that same vertex that juts into the ramp. So the result is that the ceiling hitbox leaks through that sliver of a hole. So like normal, you can bonk on this invisible wall, but this invisible wall is interesting because it's next to a steep ramp that you can't stand on. You just fall
Cool.
off of it. So just like we did in Snowman's Land, we can wedge
I think
Mario
this was the
between
ramp
the ramp
he
and the
used
invisible
at
wall,
the
and he just kind of gets stuck there in the
beginning of the
falling
half
animation.
A-press
But you can get
explanation
out of it.
video
And you can also
to
slide
show
into
how
the
the speed
invisible
is different
wall on the side
on
of the
different,
ramp, which means we can do the animation shenanigans from earlier.
ramp
So not only is
steepness
Mario running in
things.
place,
I think
but
he
he's
used
also
that ramp.
sideways on the side of the ramp, which doesn't even look
Yeah.
like somewhere you can be.
Oh my god. What are you doing, Mario? What the fuck is going on?
And then we have several objects that have floor
You
overshadowed.
got a question? Yeah,
For
what's good?
example, the
What's good,
spinners
bro?
in TikTok Clock. Zooming in a bit, we have this orange floor on the side of the spinner and this blue floor on top of the spinner. Here are their first vertices. Now, even though they're at the same height, the orange vertex is considered higher than the blue vertex. So the blue floor gets overshadowed on
Oh,
its
because
edge.
the first
And so for
vertex
the
is
ceiling
the
on the side of the
upper
spinner,
corner.
it leaks
I've
out
had
through
one.
the
Yeah, that
overshadowed
makes
part
sense.
of the blue floor. But let me
They're
make a
fake.
little change.
What?
See, the objects we're going to examine will also have invisible walls from the
No, they're
previous
not.
causes too. So to help you distinguish these new invisible walls stemming from floor overshadowing, I'll make these ones green. In other words,
I'm
if it's an
confused
invisible
as to
wall
what we're
from
watching.
floor
We've been
overshadowing,
watching this for 3 hours, and now you're gonna say you're confused as what we're watching? It's an explanation of it's an explanation of every single type of invisible wall present in Super Mario 64. It explains every single type of
on an
invisible
object,
wall in
then
the
it'll
game.
be green. So, in this case, let's watch
And
the
we're
spinner
on, like,
do
the
some
8th
movement.
type.
On this side of the spinner, we can see both some green and some red, meaning both kinds of invisible
Can you
wall.
summarize
but on
all
the
of
other
the
side of the
walls real
spinner,
quick?
it's just red. But whether the invisible wall
Wait,
is
what?
green or red, it's still a ceiling hitbox that
Good
you can
night,
bonk on.
Corgi!
Then in
Thank you for
shifting
hanging out with us. I
sands
really
lands, we have
appreciate
the
it. I hope you have a
tox
good rest of your
boxes.
evening, dude.
So we have this orange floor on the inside of the box and this blue floor on the top of the box. Looking at it from the side, here are their first vertices. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than
Oh,
the blue
damn, yeah,
vertex.
it is
So
early
what
as
that
shit
means
for
is that
you,
some of the
dude.
blue floor gets overshadowed. And so for the ceiling between the floors, it leaks some of its hitbox out through the blue floor. So basically, as these tox boxes are rotating around on their pathing, some rotations cause invisible walls above them
Ooh.
from floor overshadowing.
Ooh.
Then in Bowser
There
in the
were
Dark
not
World,
in any
we have the axle
PUs.
for
There's
these
no
revolving
PUs in this
elevators.
video, 'cause all of the
Zooming in a
invisible
bit, we have
walls
this orange floor
are
on
only
the bottom
on
of the
the
axle
rendered
and this blue
terrain,
floor on
and
the top of
PUs
the
don't
axle.
have that,
The
so
blue
this is
first
only in
vertex is
the-
here at the center of the,
the
axle, and the
true,
orange
level
first vertex
area.
is in the exact same spot.
Yeah.
Now, even though they're at the same height, the orange vertex is considered higher than the blue vertex, so the blue floor gets overshadowed. And so for the ceiling between the floors, it leaks out through the overshadowed part of the blue floor. And so, as the axle is rotating around, you'll see long durations of green invisible wall and short bursts of red invisible wall.
Would it be
so I think it's
cheating?
fair to say SM64
Would it be cheating if you did a speed run while having like this thing active, or do you need to
for
have like a
collision
legit
wasn't really meant for a
cartridge
structure this
to do
weirdly
a speed
shaped at this
run?
many different
That'd
angles.
be cheating.
Oh! What was that? There's an invis wall there?
Oh, it needs to be an
I have
unmodified copy
never
of the
seen
game.
anyone hit that in my life. What the hell was that?
And then we have something similar going on with the elevator axles in Bowser in the Sky.
Well,
But
yeah,
there's
it's
a
like the
critical
same
difference.
axle,
Here's
the
where
same,
the
like,
axle
model.
is this time. You see, due to a bug in the code, the
What?
axle's collision doesn't stay at the pivot point where you see it
What the
graphically.
fuck?
Instead, the axle revolves around the pivot point alongside one of the elevator platforms. So let's pause it here, and now let's do some
What?
analysis. So we have this orange floor on the bottom of the axle, and this blue floor on the top of the axle. The blue first vertex is here at the center of the axle, and the orange
haven't-
first
yeah, I've
vertex
never
is in
played
the
the
exact
game.
same spot.
What
Now,
can I
even
say?
though
I
they're
love
at the
cheating
same
on
height,
video
the orange
games.
vertex is considered higher than the blue vertex.
I
So the
love to
blue
cheat
floor
on
gets
video games.
overshadowed. And so for the ceiling between the floors, it leaks out through the overshadowed part of the blue floor. But wait, we're not done yet. See, the axle is so close to the elevator platform that they overshadow each other at some points. So we have this
Uh-oh.
orange floor on the elevator platform and this blue floor on the axle. Here are their first vertices. You can see that the orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex, so the blue floor gets overshadowed. And so for the ceiling on the axle, it leaks out through the overshadowed part of the blue floor. So that's the elevator platform overshadowing the axle. But we also have a case of the axle overshadowing the elevator
So,
platform.
but like, if
Specifically,
you
we
were
have
trying
this
to
orange
speedrun
floor
on
the
like an
axle and this
unmodified
blue
copy of
floor
this
on the
game,
elevator
you would
platform.
have no
Here are their
idea
first
at which
vertices.
little
You can see
point
that the
on
orange
the
vertex
axle
is higher than the
the
blue
wall,
vertex,
the invis
so the
wall
blue
is
floor
gonna be
gets
at.
overshadowed.
You
And
like
so for
wouldn't
the
know, it'd
ceiling
just
on
be
the
random.
underside of the elevator platform,
That
it
fucking
leaks out
sucks,
through
though.
the overshadowed part of the blue
But
floor
that
in the shape
sucks.
of a very narrow column. So really, we have three different kinds of floor overshadowing going on here that creates those green invisible walls. And that's in addition to the regular red
just
kind of
be
invisible
lucky.
wall. So
Aw,
basically,
man, I
you
should've
really
thought of
don't
that.
want to go near that axle. And you can't even tell which elevator platform
Oh,
the
you
axle is
literally
attached
can't
to,
tell!
Because remember, its collision is offset from its graphics.
No! No!
No.
No! No! How did that happen?
My goat Miz.
Then in TikTok clock, we have the pendulums. So we
He's
have
so
this
fucking
orange
funny.
floor on the yellow part and this blue floor on the stick. Here are their first
Oh,
vertices.
bye,
Looking
Jay.
at
Yeah,
it from
dude,
the
get some
side,
sleep.
you can
It's
see
so
that the
fucking
orange
early for you,
vertex
man.
is
Get
higher
some
than
rest.
the blue vertex, so the blue floor gets
Yeah.
overshadowed. And then on the underside of the stick, we have the ceiling here, which leaks out through the overshadowed part of the blue floor. But we're not done yet, because we also have something going on just the yellow part of the pendulum. So we have this orange floor on the side, which should have been a wall, and this blue floor on the top. Here are their first vertices. Now even though they're at the same height, the orange vertex is considered higher than the blue vertex, so the blue floor gets overshadowed. And so for the ceiling between the floors, it leaks out through the overshadowed part of the blue floor. So as the pendulum swings around, you can see that it has a ton of invisible walls, both green ones and red ones. Look at it.
So it's like almost
every single
impossible to
frame
like
has some
jump
sort of
over the
invisible wall
pendulum
going
because
on.
you'll just
So
hit one of the
I definitely
invisible
don't
walls.
recommend jumping above one of these pendulums.
Oh,
That's
see,
just
he
asking
literally
for
just
trouble.
dude.
Then in Jolly
Great
Roger
minds
Bay,
think
we
alike.
have the
What
skull
can I
box.
say?
Currently, the skull box is on top of this orange floor, and we have this blue floor on the side of the skull box. Here are their first vertices. Looking at it from the side, you can see that the orange vertex is higher than the blue vertex, so the blue floor gets overshadowed. And then on the underside of the skull box, we have a ceiling there that leaks through the overshadowed blue floor. But that's just what's going on at this moment in the skull box's cycle, because a bit later in the cycle, something else happens. So now the skull box is on top of this orange floor, and we have this blue floor on the top of the skull box.
But the
Here
skull
are their
box
first
should-
vertices. Looking at it from the side,
Oh!
you can see that the
The
orange
boat is
vertex
fucking
is just slightly higher than the
slanted!
blue vertex, so the blue floor gets overshadowed. And then on the right side of the skull box, we have a ceiling there that leaks through the overshadowed blue floor. So now, let's watch the skull box do a complete cycle. You can see that it doesn't have any invisible walls as it travels left, but then when it turns around, it has some red invisible walls, followed by the 2 green invisible walls that we just discussed. So if you think about
Mario
it,
is
the
so
skull box
cooked.
was meant to get in your way by hurting you when you touch it, and so these invisible walls are basically just helping it accomplish its mission, because now it can get in your way
think this
even
guy
when you
gets
just
laid?
travel above it.
I'm gonna be
And
honest,
last
I don't think this
example,
guy
we have the
wants to
floating
get
ship in
laid. I
Jolly
think he
Roger
wants
Bay.
to spend
So
all
on
of
the
his
front of
time
the ship, we have
researching
this
Super
orange
Mario
floor,
64.
And we have this blue
Yeah,
floor
no
on the
shot, but
railing.
he should.
Here are their first vertices. You can see that the orange vertex is a bit higher than the blue
I
vertex.
think he deserves
so
to,
the
but
blue
he
floor
probably
gets
chooses
overshadowed
not
on
to.
its
He
edge.
is like a
And so for
wizard.
the ceiling between the floors,
Yeah,
it
research
leaks
is
out
too
a bit
important,
through
man.
the overshadowed part of
He's
the blue
dedicated
floor.
his life
But that's
to
not all, because we also have something going
academia.
on the back of the ship. Here, we have this orange floor on the side of the railing and this blue floor on the top of the railing. Here are their first vertices.
He would only
you can
fuck
see
an
that the orange
invisible
vertex
wall
is higher than the blue
cosplayer.
vertex, so the blue floor gets overshadowed on its edge. And so for the ceiling
He has
between the floors, it
10,000
leaks out a
hoes
bit
and
through
they
the
all have to be
overshadowed part
emo.
of the blue floor. So now, let's watch the ship do a full cycle. You can see that in addition to the 2 green invisible walls
the
that we
fuck?
just discussed, there are also a ton of red invisible walls, both from the ceiling jutting out more than the floor and from floor gaps that let ceiling leak through. So it's like all the causes wanted to get in on this one. And if you think about
That
it,
looks
this
bad,
ship has
man.
invisible walls on its inside when it's sunken,
The fuck
and
ass
now when it's
bullshit mode?
floating.
Yeah,
so
bro!
it's like the trifecta of invisible walls. But here, that means whenever you jump onto the ship, you may bonk and fall down into the water.
I'm just doing this. I don't care. Whatever.
Oh my god!
My goat. My goat.
Holy fuck! I just can't, dude. I just can't get a break. I can't.
That's my fucking goat.
Not again. Dude, why do I keep getting stuck there?
Oh my god!
What? He's having a Joker arc.
What was that?
Now there's one more topic we need to talk about, which is Mario getting squished. You see,
Oh, no.
in order for Mario to get squished, there has to be a floor
He's
and
gonna
a
get
ceiling.
fat.
And then there are 2 requirements. First, the distance between the floor and the ceiling has to be less
The
than or
examples
equal
of
to
him getting
150
squished.
units. That's why you only get squished when the floor and the ceiling are pretty close together. And second, at least one of the surfaces has to belong
oh,
to
and
an
he has
object.
his credits
So
is
the
like
floor
20
could
minutes
be an
long.
object,
Damn.
the ceiling
We're
could be
actually
an
almost
object,
done with
or
this
they
video.
could both be objects. So you can get squished here because the ceiling is a womp. You can get squished here because the floor is a grindle. But you couldn't get squished in here because the floor and ceiling are both static geometry, no objects.
Ocarina of Time
And note
has
that
some
even
really
if a
weird
ceiling would cause a
collision meshes
squish,
through,
you
like,
can't just
some
move
walls
into it. Like, it's still a ceiling
of
hitbox
fire,
that
just a
cancels your
small
movement and
cylinder-shaped
prevents you
that
from
follows the
moving
player's
into
movement.
it. So instead, you
Wow,
basically
only
need
4
the ceiling
hours,
to move
haha.
into you, and then you'll get squished. Now, when Mario
It's
is squished, he goes
awesome!
through the squish logic on each frame, which I've simplified into
Yeah,
3
why
main
can't this
steps.
video just last
First, if
forever?
the space between the floor and the ceiling is less
Mario
than
getting
10.1
squished? Oh,
units, then Mario
that's
takes 3
gore.
damage. So Mario
more
has
of my
to be
comfort
pretty squished in order to take damage. And note that he won't take more damage until he unsquishes a bit, that way it doesn't repeatedly damage him every frame. Second, the game tries to
They're
give Mario
hurting
a squish
him.
push. We'll get more into that in a bit. And third, Mario loses his
They're
speed and
hurting
drops to
him.
the height of the floor below him. Now this third step can cause a big down warp if you're not already on the floor. Like, you don't have to be between the floor and the ceiling to get squished. You just have to be somewhere in the ceiling hitbox, so anywhere above the ceiling qualifies. So if you're in the air and then the squishing conditions get met below you, you'll down warp to the floor. For example, watch what happens when a Grindle stomps down on Mario while he's in the air. Remember, ceilings don't push you down unless you're in water. So here, Mario passes straight into the ceiling hitbox until the ceiling goes close enough to the floor for a squish to happen, which down warps.
Now we literally have to watch Mario die for 20
So if ceiling
minutes.
hitboxes can squish Mario, what about invisible walls? Well, think about the
Gwimbly.
invisible walls we've seen that
It's
are made of
Gwimbly.
ceiling hitboxes. There could be a floor gap that lets ceiling hitbox leak through, the ceiling could jut out and let ceiling hitbox leak through, and the floor could get overshadowed and let some ceiling hitbox leak through. The first two cases would only cause a squish if there happened to also be a floor right below the ceiling, in which case the invisible wall could down warp Mario. For example, these coffins have a floor below them, so you can get a down warp if one of their invisible walls appears into you. Womps have a floor below them, so you can get a down warp if one of their invisible walls appears into you. King Womp has a floor below him, so you can get a down warp if one of his invisible walls appears into you. This elevator in the volcano starts near the floor,
so you can actually use like the down warps like to your advantage.
Into you. And the rolling log is above some floors, so you can get a down warp
But I
if one
guess
of
it's
its
pretty
invisible
difficult.
walls
There's
appears
no way to
into
do
you.
it
But now
reliably because
consider
you
the
can't
third
see
case,
them
an
when
invisible
you're
wall
actually
from
in the
floor
game.
overshadowing. It basically comes with its own floor right below the ceiling. So that means it's highly susceptible to causing squishes. And remember, these ones, and only these ones, are colored green. So if an invisible wall is green, meaning it belongs to an object and stems from floor overshadowing, then it's very likely to cause squishing if it appears into you, which can down warp Mario. So let's look at some examples. The spinners and tick-tock clock can cause a down warp if you get squished on one of their invisible walls. The falling blocks in Bowser and the fire sea can cause a down warp if you get squished on one of their invisible walls. Now, I didn't show these green invisible walls earlier, so let me do that now. Let's pause it on this frame, zoom in a little, and hide the invisible wall for the moment. So we have this orange floor on the lower block, and we have this blue floor on the upper block. Here are their first vertices. You can see that the orange vertex is a bit higher than the blue vertex due to the way the falling block is rotated. So the blue floor gets overshadowed a bit. And so for the ceiling between the floors, it leaks out through the overshadowed part of the blue floor. And since that green invisible wall appears into Mario, he gets squished and down warps to the floor below him. And the same thing can happen with these falling blocks in Lethal Lava Land. Playing it again, let's pause it on this frame, zoom in a little, and hide the invisible wall for the moment. So we have this orange floor on the lower block, and we have this blue floor on the upper block. Here are their first vertices. You can see that the orange vertex is a bit higher than the blue vertex due to the way the falling block is rotated. So the blue floor gets overshadowed a bit.
Yeah,
and so
my
for the
PC
ceiling
doesn't like it
between
when
the
Mario
floors,
gets
it leaks
squished
out through the
either.
overshadowed part of the blue floor. And since that green invisible wall appears into Mario, he gets squished and down warps to the floor
And
below him.
dies. He gets squished and dies, chat.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
What?
What happened there?
All this Mario gore.
What?
The Tox boxes in Shifting Sands Land can cause a
Tox
down warp if you get
boxes.
squished on one of their invisible walls.
No.
Oh! Right, because the invisible wall
gotta
will
be
make the
kidding
wing
me.
cap make you just
The
go
Axel
down.
and Bowser in the Dark World can cause a down warp if you get squished on one of its invisible walls. The Axels and Bowser in the Sky can cause a down warp if you get squished on one of their invisible walls. And that little column of invisible wall can down warp you right through the elevator platform. You can even get down warped all the way to the death barrier. I should mention, if you get squished enough to take damage, then you stay squished for another half second even after you're already out of the geometry that
He's
caused you to
squibbing,
squish
guys.
in the
Holy
first
shit.
place. So during that half second, if the floor moves out from under you, you'll down warp to way down below. Because you're still in the squished action and they're getting your height set to the height of the floor below you every frame, which was step 3. So that's why squishing can downwarp
Did
you
you
to
guys
below the
chat?
geometry.
Chat, did you guys see that they fucking, they're like gentrifying the goddamn squibbies? I saw it on Twitter, somebody was like, I'm now taking commissions for squishers. My new concept called squishers. They're charging people for them. They're charging people for gentrified squibbies. Yes, bro. I didn't invent the squibbies, so it's not my place to say something, but I hope they have permission. I don't have any place to speak on it because I didn't invent squibbies, but I hope whoever's making the squishers is doing them with permission. Well, I hope they get their ass beat if they're doing it without permission, because the faces are literally the same. It's like the derpy little off-center smile with the dot. Dude, it's like literally the same. I hope they get their ass beat, whoever's
that
doing
caused
that.
you to squish.
Yeah, the Temu Squibby.
What the fuck?
You know, I hope the rightful creator of the Squibbies...
Oh my god.
Fun, right?
It's pretty good. Pretty fun.
I've hit this fucking invisible wall.
either does something or doesn't.
many
Whatever,
times?
whatever she would rather do.
Is
What
my-
the fuck?
What the fuck is happening? Is my cartridge fucking... Do I have solar flares?
I love your squisher emote. They're charging, I think it was like $25 or something per squisher. The solar flare.
No! Oh, you know! Oh my gosh.
I thought it was the
I just can't believe what I'm seeing, dude! What's the Oh my god! It's a disaster, man!
You're only 16 minutes into the run, bro.
What is the wall?
The pendulums in TikTok Clock can cause a downwarp if you get squished on one of their invisible walls, and I actually downwarped all the way to the death barrier because the pendulum moved out from under me.
Oh my god. What? I just...
How? That's like an insta-death.
I just downwarped like 100 feet. What do you mean?
The
His
skull
pace
box
was
in
so
Jolly
good,
Roger
though.
Bay can cause a downwarp if you get squished on one of its
Oh.
invisible walls.
I'm gonna go for this.
What?
And the
Get his
ship in Jolly
face.
Roger Bay can cause a downwarp if you get squished on one of its invisible walls. And as you can see, if the ship moves out from under Mario, then he spends that half second
What?
downwarped to the bottom of the lake. But once the half second is over, he upwarps back to the top of the water. Because remember,
What?
entering water upwarps you to the water's surface.
And invisible. Yep. Yep!
This guy has such bad luck with the invisuals. He's been on like, he's been featured in like every clip section of this video.
Bro.
These guys are cooked.
What?
Now let's go back and talk about the squish push.
Yeah.
Basically, when
No,
you're
that's how you
squished,
know
the
he's
game
like, he
tries to be
locks
nice
the
and
fuck
help you get
in.
unsquished. More specifically,
his
if
grind.
the floor is
He's
at a steep
dedicated to
angle,
it.
or the ceiling is at a steep angle, and Mario's squished inside, then the
The
game
tweet
gives
you linked called them yumpers. Well, it was like a meme. It was like that was like the meme. If you want me to, here, I hate scrolling in the Discord. Okay. Fine. Go to their VGen page. Oh, sorry, this is Hopper's copy. Jumpers. This calls them hoppers, jumpers, hoppers, jumpers, let's see. Squisher here. Squishers. Yeah, so that's a lot of money for... You're gonna look at this and tell me this is not a copy of a Squibby, and people are telling them to raise the prices. You're gonna tell me these are not squibbies? They keep, like, retweeting it. I'm trying to see other names. Let's see. Squishers. They're calling them squishers. 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 Yeah, legally distinct. We know what they are, though. We know what they are, though. What they're supposed to be.
Mario
you know?
a little push in the direction with more room, which is an attempt to get him
Can't believe Miia would
unsquished. And this
gatekeep
little push
squishers.
is what we call a squish push. Let's take a closer look.
A
Now
squish
the ceiling
push?
hitbox is still in play here, which will cancel any movement that tries to go into it. So there are basically 3 cases of what can happen with a squish push. Case 1, the squish push puts Mario into the ceiling hitbox,
Wow,
and
this
so it gets
squisher looks
cancelled
so
and
good.
nothing happens. Case
Yep,
2,
it
if
was
Mario's
made
pretty
by,
close to the bound of the squishing range, then the
Buggy
squish push can
whatever.
put him outside of the squishing range
An
and he'll get
original
unsquished. Here's what that
creation
looks
by
like in the
Buggy.
game. You can see that Mario gets just
Everything
a
is
little push
just
to
a
the
cheap
side,
imitation
but
of
there's
Mario.
a third case, and I'll shrink the floor a bit to make this work. If the squish push puts Mario into the air, then it triggers a special piece of code. This code puts Mario into the standing action, which is kind of weird because he's in the air. But more importantly, the
It
standing
just makes
action
him lock
instantly
in. He
cancels
can't
the
go into
squishing
the
action,
falling
meaning
animation,
no
or
more
else it
squish
might give you
logic
the
will
ick.
occur. And so we call it a squish cancel. So let's walk through the whole process, this time using an invisible wall. So let's say Mario's in the air, and there's an object below him that shoots an invisible wall right into him. Since the surfaces
It
belong
fills
to an
him with
object,
gamma
and
ray
there's less than
beams.
150 units between the floor and the ceiling, Mario enters the squished action.
Ah,
so
he's
now we
little
follow the
now.
steps on the left. So first, Mario may or may not receive damage depending on how close together the floor and the ceiling are. Let's say they're not close enough, so no damage given. Second,
just
Mario
squishes
gets
in
a
the
squish
air?
push, which goes to the left this time because that's the direction with more room between the floor and the ceiling.
When you get
The
squished down to
squish
10
push
centimeters,
moves
but you
Mario a
can't
little
cry or
to the
she'll get the
side,
ick.
out of the
Real.
invisible wall and into the air. I mean, he was already in the air, but what's important is that the squish push
Danny
sees that he
Maybe,
ends
thank
up
you
in
for the
the
follow.
air.
I really
That
appreciate it.
triggers
Hope
the
you have
special
fun hanging
code
out
for
with
a
us.
squish cancel, meaning that it cancels the squish and puts Mario into the standing action. And that's it. We never even get to the third step where Mario loses his speed and drops to the floor. So that's the cool thing about a squish cancel. It lets you keep your speed and keep your height in the air, leaving you in the standing
Dude, this is
action.
cracked.
And then on
Holy
the next
shit.
frame, Mario enters the free fall action because, you know, he's in the air. So basically, a
now
squish
I'm gonna get
cancel
the
lets you
ick. He's
transition
falling.
from any air action into standing and then free fall. So let's look at some examples. Here I do a squish cancel on a spinner, so I go from long jumping to free fall and then I ground pound. Like, you can't normally ground pound when you're long jumping, but
Is
the
that
squish
true?
cancel transitions Mario from long jumping to free fall, and then he is able to ground
because
pound.
he hit
Here I
the
squish
green
cancel on the
invisible
elevator
wall.
Axle in Bowser in the Dark World, and you can
since
see
he was
that
in
squish
free fall, he
cancels
could
can
ground
give you
pound.
damage if the space between the floor and the ceiling is
May!
too small.
May,
because
I'm
remember,
locking in
the
on this
damage is
fucking-
given out on step 1,
I've
but the
been
squish
watching
push
this
and
goddamn
squish cancel
4
happen on
hours
step 2.
Mario
Here I squish
64
cancel on the
speedrun
elevator
video.
axle and Bowser in the sky. Now since squish cancels can give out damage, we can do something pretty silly. Watch here as I squish cancel 3 times in a row, so I lose all my health in a split second. So it just seems like Mario dies out of nowhere, but it's because he got squished 3 times in quick succession. And squish canceling on
can
the
die-
elevator axle is
imagine
even
just,
done
like,
in the
dying
1P
randomly.
task, which is the fastest way to beat the game. See, Mario backwards long jumps on the elevator to build up speed, then uses a squish cancel to redirect
He
that
can keep backwards long jumping because the platform is going up, so he doesn't
speed,
lose any of
and
the
then does a
speed.
huge jump to the top of the level, because the faster you're moving, the higher you jump. We can squish cancel on the pendulums in Tick-Tock Clock, and remember what I said, squish canceling puts you into the standing action even though you're in the air. So you can actually jump on that 1 frame when you're standing in the air, which is pretty cool. But that's not the only height advantage.
But you
that
would have to
squish
do that
canceling
totally
gives.
frame perfect
See,
if
squish
you're not, like,
canceling on the
passing it.
pendulums is actually used in the A button challenge. Here
If
we
you
have the
weren't
pendulum
already
repeatedly
diagnosed with
squish cancel
autism, I'm
Mario,
sure this
which lets him do a
qualifies
chain of
things,
ground
bro.
pounds all the way up to the ledge above. You get it? Like each ground pound raises
I
Mario
just think
by
it's
a
really
little
cool.
bit, but
I
then
think
before
this
he
whole-
falls, the pendulum squish cancels
This
him,
guy's
putting
whole
him
channel
back
of
into
being
free
so
fall,
dedicated
which
to
allows
Mario
for another
64
ground pound, and so on.
and
so you can see that
speedrunning
each time a green
strategies
invisible wall
and
hits
stuff,
Mario,
I think
his
it's
ground pound
badass.
gets interrupted by the squish cancel,
I think it's
and so he's able to
badass.
ground pound again. And so
I
we
love
call
it.
this technique a squish cancel ground pound chain. And squish canceling on the pendulums is also used in the TASes for collecting the stars in Tick-Tock Clock. So first,
Yeah,
Mario
see, the only
backwards
way
on
this would
jumps
be
on the
viable
invisible
is like
wall
in
on
a
the
task
stairs
run
to
because
build up
there's no way
speed.
you can
Then
do
he
all of
launches
this
towards
frame
the
perfect.
pendulum for a squish
shit.
cancel, and then Mario's
Frame
speed is
perfect isn't so bad
redirected,
when the
and
game
he's
runs
able
at
to
20
wall kick
FPS.
up to the start.
Yeah, but
and
when
this
you have
squish
to, like,
cancel was
fucking
actually done on a red
do
invisible wall,
like
not
squish
a green
cancel
one.
multiple
Let's
times
pause
in a
it,
row,
zoom in,
every
and show
single
the surface
frame.
triangles. So on this frame, Mario's above this floor with this ceiling right
I
above
respect
it.
his
So
hustle,
those
but
are
I
the
could never
surfaces that he
understand
squishes
it. Yeah.
between. And the ceiling leaks out not
That's
because
why
of
he
floor
makes the
overshadowing,
videos on it,
but
and
just
we
because
watch
of
the
these
videos
walls
on
above
it.
the ceiling that lean slightly forwards. Then here I squish cancel on the skull box in Jolly Roger Bay, which lets me jump in midair. Here I squish cancel on the ship in Jolly Roger Bay, and I squish cancel many times in quick succession. The result is that Mario falls really slowly, because each squish push actually resets his vertical speed back to 0, so he never builds up very much
because it puts him
downward
in
speed.
the
In last
it
use
puts him in
case,
the
here I use
free
squish
fall every
cancels to
single
jump
time.
over and over, which lets me climb really high up. You know, because each squish cancel gives me one more jump to work with, and then I use that jump to enter another squish cancel higher up, and so on.
And then he hits the
Here
ground
it
real
is
hard
from
and
another
squishes.
angle. It's pretty crazy to watch.
At the Mario game,
can just jump
straight
up
up
with no
squishing
actual
it.
geometry
And
there,
by it-
purely using the powers of squish cancel.
Let's just
and
say-
here it is again, but this time without the invisible walls shown. It's like Mario's climbing an invisible ladder, just jumping up in place over and over. How does he do it? Well, now you know.
It would be like the
So yeah,
floor
that's the 8th cause of invisible
overflow,
walls, which
floor
we're gonna call
overshadowing.
floor overshadowing with ceiling in between. And so there you
The
have it. That's all
Mario.
8 causes of invisible walls, with visualizations of every instance in the game. So as you've come to learn, invisible
seen
walls
every
aren't
single
actually the
invisible
scary,
wall in the
elusive
game,
thing.
chat.
It's just 8 simple causes following the natural logic of the game. And now that it's all explained, there'll be no more mystery or confusion. There's a bright future ahead of us, full of knowledge and understanding, and I'll be there to explain it all. Welcome to the new era.
The video's not over, chat. Don't get antsy. The video's not over yet. We haven't
Now
finished
the
it.
video's actually not over yet. I have one more surprise for you that you're not gonna want to miss, which is the finale of this video. But before we get to that, I want to say some words.
Okay.
So first, a big thanks to all the members of my channel who supported me while I worked.
There's like
does help.
1,000
And
people.
now for the surprise. See,
There's, like-
I wanted to do something
it was
special to
literally,
celebrate
like-
our new knowledge of invisible
there's a
walls.
shit ton of
So I
members.
present to you a new version of Super Mario 64's ending sequence, this time featuring the game's invisible walls. Think of it as a tribute to just how glitchy this
Alright,
game
let's
is.
see it.
After all,
Lock
it's
the
not
fuck
that we
in,
love
bros.
this game despite its glitches. We love the whole thing, glitches and all. So here's to all of our glitchy
Except the
experiences,
speedrunners don't.
both ones in the past that we didn't understand, and the many more to come that'll hopefully make sense now. So thanks for watching this video, and enjoy the finale.
Oh, so that's hitting every single invisible wall? Oh, wait, it's the ending, but with all the invisible walls visible. Oh. It's pretty bad. Turning the audio down a little bit. That's pretty bad. Oh, and this will show all of the levels. God damn. That entire side of the map has a wall on it. And this is the one that has the floor thing on the bottom. Oh, right, and that one... That little thingy only had like one frame when it was on the first frame. It was rising. It would have a red wall. Holy shit! And these are like this is just glitches. This is like just one kind of glitch in the game, but like every single instance of that one type of glitch is highlighted. There's like so much, Jesus. Oh my god. And That was not even that bad, but the moving platforms, I think, are the worst. And Jesus. That one was, like, totally opaque. You would hit that one so much. Oh, those are the Gwimblies. Ole mole. The Gwimblies. Well, a lot of people died at that part, too. Will you attempt a Mario speedrun now? I've never played Mario 64. Like, ever. I had, like, in elementary school, I had one friend that had it on their DS, but I've literally never played it. It's time to start the speedrun. I literally know everything I would need to know. I know how to get to parallel. I know how to, like, travel QPUs. I know how to, I know how to do scuttlebug raising. I know the location of every invisible wall in the game. Mario. Oh, his hat fell off. That means he died. Oh no, Mario! Can you do the cosmic ray bid flip upwards though? We did it. No, I'm not watching this video. We're not watching that video.
Guys? My name is
We're not watching that video! Holy shit, we did it. We did it, chat! We fucking did it. Big news. Let me tell chat. Let me tell the Discord that I'm done React Andying. And we can do something else. Fast inverse square root time.
in 2000.
Oh. Oh. Let me tell the Discord. And now we'll look at the gang stalkers. I'll do at everyone done React Andying. At everyone at stream ping. Okay, done with the long ass React Andy. Get your asses back here. That was awesome. Okay. Well, I don't really love doing React Andy. I actually hate doing it, but sometimes I get a little bit too into the stuff that I'm watching. Like, I don't enjoy sitting and like, I don't enjoy watching something and my job is to actively react to it as I'm watching it. I don't like doing that. Cause I feel it like puts pressure on me to like make sure I'm reacting in a way that's like cool and whatever, you know, that keeps people occupied. But really, I just want to lock in and watch the video silently. Yeah. And unfortunately, if the topics are cool, then they're cool. But unfortunately, also, Joe, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope you have fun hanging out with us. Unfortunately for me, I like things that are boring and complicated as shit. You're going to pass out? Oh. Good night, Spicy, or good morning, night, Spicy Newly. Thank you for hanging out with us. But I like stuff that's like, is boring, I guess. Or like boring for most people, but it's like super awesome for me, you know? Most of your chat also likes boring, complicated things. But everybody likes different breeds.
Miramari party, Miramari party,
Big ol'
Miramari party.
Milkies, thank you for the 3 months. I really appreciate it. It's like everybody likes different breeds of boring and complicated shit. So like, I always worry that like, what is it? That the breed of like extremely complicated, perhaps even a bit boring stuff that I like to watch is not what just not what everybody else wants to watch. Like, I don't know. I want to sit here and I want to watch 4 hours of Mario 64 speedruns, but maybe you guys want to watch 4 hours of, I don't know. Nah, I don't know. StarCraft development history. I don't know. Yeah, or maybe you guys wanted to watch 4 hours of Family Guy clips. That shit was content, fuck what they say. know it's like the good streamer thing to do, to say, well, I want to provide react content that caters to what my stream audience likes. But I get really passionate about the things that I like, and then I just want to share the things that I like with you guys because I want people to like the same things that I like because I think the things that I like are cool because I like them, so I think you guys should like them too, and I think you guys would like them because I like them, and everybody has to like the same things that I like because they're cool. So, I just want to show you guys the stuff that I like. If you're having fun, we're having fun. Okay. Drained. I just like sharing my cool stuff with you guys because it's cool. Everybody likes cool stuff. Thank you, Mia. Very cool. That's right. It is cool. Not only was he able to beat... Not only was he... Whoa. What the hell? Not only was he able to beat Watch for Rolling Rocks with 0 A presses as of 9 months ago. He also mapped out every single invisible wall in the game. Isn't that awesome? Guys, we only watched a couple of his videos. There's a lot more. Yeah, his stuff is like insanely high effort. Guys,
tell me if this...
We only watched... Look, we're not gonna react Andy anymore because I don't want to react Andy anymore. React Andy makes me kind of tired, but I want you guys to understand. There's this. Well, all of these are relatively short. All of these are relatively short, actually. Well, that was like his... This is 2 months ago! Wait, this video was only posted 2 months ago? And this guy was like... And I don't know if you guys heard of the near the beginning of the video, he was like, this video took me the longest to make, and I'm gonna keep making videos after this. So... We're gonna get more. Yeah, and all the other videos are super old. Well, because it was like the updated... Where's the updated one? That's the outdated half A press. But where's the 0? Oh, wait. The zero A press was on like his other channel. How do I see like the other channels? I don't use YouTube a lot, so I'm pretty bad at like navigating it. But does he like just not have his other channel linked? I guess not, cause it was like the no commentary channel. But I always get a little bit confused when people spread like their content over a couple different places. Cause I'm not all that smart. I'm not all that smart, so sometimes it's a little hard for me to find stuff. Oh right, I said I was gonna cancel one of my subscriptions because I don't remember. Oh yeah, because I'm paying too much money on Twitch. Don't renew subscription. Don't renew subscription. In other news, chat, I may be mysteriously receiving $600 in the next month or so as a refund for something I did not get that I was supposed to get months ago. But I think I believe I will be getting a refund for that soon. Sorry, guys. I was really hoping it would pull through, but it didn't. But because I talked to a couple other people and they were like, no, it's fucked. Scab? Neon Beat Commission. Not happening, unfortunately. So, yeah, I'll probably get a refund for that when they finish processing it, because I have to like, it has to be like a PayPal dispute, and I have to like provide them I have to like provide them, hey, he told me, I have to like provide records of, hey, he told me this date and I didn't get it. And then they have to like process it and take it out of whoever's account that sent me the invoice. Yeah, I have to like dispute the charge or whatever. So that'll be fun. That'll be fun. I was actually talking to, what was her name today? Ari. I was talking to Ari today. And yeah, and basically, yeah, she was like, no, it's kind of cooked. I think you should just go through with it. And I was like, all right, I guess. So maybe I'll get like, yeah, so I'll have extra money, which is good because it's gonna pay for something that is, it's gonna pay for another opportunity that I got that I wasn't expecting. It's gonna pay for another opportunity I got, so yeah. No, not gambling. Iron Mouse? No. Neon Beat drew Vey. Neon Beat drew the model for Vey. But Vey has actually picked up different artists now. Vey uses a different artist now. Like, for all of her new outfits she's gotten, did I commission Neon Beat? So actually what happened is, some community members, I think, funded a commission for him, from him for me, and he told me, and I was like, okay, awesome, you know, because we're like friends on Discord. And then a few months go by, and my community hasn't heard anything from them, so they filed for a refund. So then Neon comes to me and says, hey, they're gonna refund the commission. And he was like, yeah, it kind of sucks, but like, it's whatever. And I was like, if you, like, we're homies, if you'll do it, I will pick it up and I will pay for it instead. And he was like, hell yeah. Well, they already refunded it, so I'll, send you my manager will send you an invoice. So, I paid for it. And then, and then it never was started. Oh no, Mia, don't do that. Yeah, well, lesson learned. Don't be friends with anybody. He has a reputation. Yeah, this was before that. This actually happened, the commission, my community had funded it before that had happened. And the thing was, between me and all 200 of you here, I was actually still in contact with him for a pretty long time after he ghosted the majority of his other clients. For like a couple months after he had ghosted a majority of his clients. So I've actually heard from him more recently than most of the other people that I've heard from him. But yeah, I don't know, maybe he like died or something. Yeah, Neon helped me design this VTuber outfit, yeah. But yeah, I don't know if he's like dead or some shit, but I don't know. I could always contact his manager, but I might do that, but who knows. Yeah, maybe he's dead. Genuinely, I don't know. But whatever, I'm gonna have $600 and I'm gonna use it for another opportunity that came up. Very conveniently, actually. Faked his death. Dude, that's kind of badass. He's in Argentina now, I bet. He's in Cuba, he's in Argentina, bro. With all of the half-German South Americans. Yeah, with the German. Literally. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. I actually, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it's Mari's birthday. I wanted to raid into her birthday stream when she went live, but I think she's been live for like 2 hours now. She went live earlier than I thought she would. She's been live for like 2 hours. Oopsies. What was I gonna say? Yeah. So I'll just start the raid. I was gonna do it at the very beginning, but we kind of fucked it up. Thanks for react-anding with me. You know how I love my... She's doing karaoke? Fuck yeah. Let me get a birthday message for her. Because I'm gonna be hanging out in Mari's stream. I'm gonna be in that stream. Flaming her mods in chat. Flaming her in chat. Sleep before 1 AM? No. No. I'm spending the night on Mari's birthday stream, bitch. What do you think this is? Sorry I made you guys watch autism videos, but let me see if she has any good 7 TVs that we can use. Or we can use a Miia emote. Let's just use a Miia emote. Let's see what a good... We'll do poggers. Birthday bitch. Spam that shit in her chat. You guys need to spam this shit in her chat and make her think she's getting botted. But not too much. A medium amount. So she gets scared that she's getting botted, but then she says, oh, it's just Miia. Birthday bitch. I know, I really hope it doesn't get filtered, but yeah, sorry for short stream. If you want to reach me, I'll be celebrating Mari's birthday with her. Go like my art. I drew us both on Twitter, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, 7 PM Eastern time,